brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul.
storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the lies. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Life circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but ことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash
Well. Okay, we are taking what you want. We are taking what you want.
Oh, nice shit. Holy shit. He's a.
Nice.
Don't push into.
That's it. That's it, guys. Nice. Okay, we are looking here. It's good.
Look at you. Okay, don't push into.
Oh my god, nice.
Go.
Mokai.
Nice.
Nice. Good job. What the f***?
Okay, nice.
Nice. Nice shit. Nice! Just see me, don't see me, we win. Okay. Really good. Keep going. Yes, I have no flash. Yasuo, guys, Yasuo!
Don't push out.
I go!
Keep going.
Oriana ult, Jarvan has ult.
Side talk. He's so good.
No kill. Nice! Play the fight, guys, okay? The dash, play the fight. Get it. And try a flash, okay? No?
Sit that!
Nice! It's not over. Oriana has ult, okay?
Nice! Nice!
Holy f***, Elias! Slowly.
I'm going.
Dive them.
Get him!
Holy f***.
Nice!
Azure can TP top.
¿Pero quién te crees? ¿Quién te crees?
I mean, I wanna play for the Drake.
¿Qué es ulti? Venga, gilipollas. Coño, mire.
Has flash on guy, okay?
¡Vete de aquí, gilipollas!
La ulti, on bote.
¡No! ¡Nayo ya! ¡Dale! Your flash, Marek.
Oh my god.
We lost.
Nice!
Where's Vi?
Go ahead.
Where is he?
Somebody.
No me lo puedo
creer.
Madrid is absolutely magic. I don't know if anyone slept after that because that was insane. Antonio, Goldberg, Spectra. I even forgot half of your name, but it was crazy.
My God, man, I want a roadshow every weekend. These were some of the most insane games I have ever seen.
I mean, this is straight up what it's all about. The emotion you just felt from Blitzclip, fantastic. And Antonio, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. It's like it's finals, like of LEC or whatever, but it's like regular game.
Yeah,
So
it was
crazy, so
absolutely
crazy.
amazing. Congrats, of course, Giant X won
Yes,
as
yes.
well yesterday. MCOY, so the teams with the Spanish base are the ones that won. But we are going to kick this off with a very special moment as we have an incredible announcement right now, live from Madrid.
What do you think about Megalo? I mean, I think he's cool, but he's a bit full French, no? Like, he's mega supporting the Carmen Corp.
Yeah, he likes coming.
Este año tenemos un
gran anuncio. La LEC
Summer Finals 2025
serán en
Na 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 na.
The rice testing with the vibes. Hi, girls, please stop the life. Being a negative prime. 하루쯤에 이루어갔지 내 그림자도 F4. 싸그리 다 무너져가. 너에게 you trip love. 떼진 내 runway. 날 보는 눈빛 slay. 너의 끝까지 널 벌써 far away. 본능적인 all in star.
Dios, Mellado. Perdón, te lo juro. Acabas de reventar por dentro.
Pero que eras tú, tío. Qué susto me llevaba.
Me lo has partido como una regaña.
Me he puesto nervioso y no sabía qué hacer. Ha sido un instinto.
Dios.
¿Pero tú qué haces aquí?
Yo que estoy haciendo lo mismo que tú.
Pero tú, ¿cómo sabes lo que yo estoy haciendo?
Sé lo que estás haciendo, Mellado, porque yo sé lo que estoy haciendo yo. Y efectivamente, estoy haciendo lo mismo que tú.
No creo.
En Madrid.
¿Qué?
Nos vemos en las LEC Summer Finals 2025.
Estás guapísimo.
¿Qué estáis haciendo aquí? Mellado, esto no te va a venir nada bien.
Yes! We're going to Madrid for the Summer Finals 2025. Let's go! This is so cool. Antonio, first reaction.
So I didn't know. I didn't know.
You're not supposed to know.
I mean, okay. I mean, as a Spanish guy, and I mean, I love League of Legends. I love Spain, so I'm so happy that it's here.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic that the people that have experienced the atmosphere at this event, like if you didn't get to do it, well, you can do it now. Later, tickets are going to go live.
This is the best advertisement for it.
Absolutely,
oh, sorry,
it is.
Yes, tickets.
No, I'm all right. You can take it now.
Okay, anyways, tickets for the Summer Finals will be live from September 20... Oh, the finals are from September 26th to September 28th. You can grab your tickets. Pre-registration for tickets opens today. The main sale opens on May 12th at 5 p.m. CEST. LEC.gg/Madrid. Is that a mistake or is that correct? I think it's Madrid.
I would hope so.
It's a nice little Easter egg in my teleprompter. It is Madrid, or you can scan the QR code as well. I'm really excited, and I think like this is the best advertisement you can have, right, Jack Spectra? We've been having an unbelievable weekend.
Man, it's just been so great, and these fans, I feel like nothing can compete with Spanish and French fans. They just have so much passion for the game, and the way that they're showing up for every single team in this roadshow is insane, and I can't wait for finals.
Yeah.
I think for people that is not from Spain, they can come and see. I mean, they watch a bit how is everything, like how hype it is. So people outside from Spain can come and enjoy like a weekend.
Yes. I mean, I've been seeing so many comments online of people that aren't here that said, I was watching and I could just feel it,
They can just come now and just enjoy.
And honestly, it's not just pandering, because I've done like Danish events as well from my own country.
They suck.
We
Just
don't
kidding,
do
they
as well.
don't.
They bring trumpets. They bring drums. They get everyone going. You need to experience this because it's such a unique
If
opportunity.
you don't bring a trumpet, then what are you doing? We've got two amazing matches today. We've got Fnatic versus G2, and we've got our match of the week after that, which is MKOI versus Giant X. But for an introduction to G2 versus Fnatic, I was underway as a flying reporter in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Hola a todos, soy Skumon del jungler de G2 Esport. Jugamos contra Fnatic y demostraré que yo soy el mejor jungler en la LEC.
Oh goddamn! This guy got literally smoked every time I play against him in solo queue, so it's gonna be the same case in scrims.
We're playing against Fnatic. Me gusta.
Beep, 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 beep. And then he's going down. Yeah.
I'm getting to play against my old bot laner, Mickey. I think gonna have to beat him.
Mickey, it's you versus the support they told you not to worry about.
Yeah, and I guess I'm worried now, but after tomorrow, I won't be worried anymore.
Damn, you got him good there.
What are you going to do to Mickey?
Some dirty Spanish things.
Yeah, I think we're gonna lose tomorrow.
What?
Fnatic has 2 Spanish players. We have 0, but we're still gonna make sure to embarrass the Spanish players in front of the Spanish crowd.
Are you excited to play in Spain?
Yeah.
Why you put it to me? Of course I'm
You're
excited.
Spanish.
Of course I'm excited. They should bring LEC here. Look at the fans.
Bring it to Czech Republic. We have really good
no,
everything.
His wishes were heard because we are bringing the LEC back to Madrid. Maybe they can win then. Antonio, what do you think about the fact that G2 and Fnatic yesterday both failed? Now they're up in a match versus each other. What's going on there?
I think it's the Spanish buff. You have like Spanish people and you play here, you win.
Yeah, they have a few though. Fnatic.
I mean, yes, okay.
Not enough.
But Koi has more.
True.
Koi has more. So.
Exactly. So whenever you have more, of course.
It's how it works.
We got to talk about the ending of the match yesterday, Jack Spectra. MKOI versus Fnatic, the way that ended.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it was just a crazy back and forth with Humanoid going for the back door and barely missing it. If he flashes a little bit more to the side, he could have done it, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, it reminded me of kind of we have Expeke at home, and then Expeke at home is actually Humanoid, and he isn't able to finish the Nexus. Are you two? Do you know this moment on the left? You do?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I never know how long you've been watching.
Who doesn't know that?
Who knows?
Even the new season fans, I won't know it.
But Antonio, you as a recently retired pro player, right? If you're Fnatic, how much is that in your head now going into this match versus G2?
I mean, I think for me, from the 4 team that they came here, for me, are the best right now. Like, I mean, even though they lost, I think they don't care much about yesterday. There's a new game and a new game, so they will play.
Okay, are there any hot takes at my desk about G2 and Fnatic?
I had it from the get-go, and I'm so sad that they lost yesterday because my hot take with G2 was they're not actually that good. They've just had an easy schedule.
Not that good, so bad.
Yeah, sure. If you want to say that, sure, they were bad. Because they played against MKOI 2-1. Then they played against Team Heretics, and they played against Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Like, are we seeing that as competition where, okay, this is for sure the best team because you beat these teams? MKOI was a 2-1, so that's why I'm putting that in there, obviously. But I think that they still have so much more to prove, and the fact that they lost yesterday only made me more confident in that statement.
Well, MKOI just beat Fnatic, who we said were, I mean, Antonio just said he's the best team in the league. So I still think...
I think K-Corp.
Okay, K-Corp.
From the ones that came here.
Well, I'm going to say G2 is the best team in the league still. I think they had a rough game yesterday, but they were choking. It happens. I think Broken Blade was not playing like himself. Normally, he would deal with Lot easily. And I also just think it's not the caps and the aggression that we're used to seeing from G2. And it happens. Sometimes people have an off day, an off game, and in front of a crowd, Giant was feeling better.
That's why, where do you land on Caps then? Particularly because it's not the first time that he doesn't have a good match, right?
It was just last week. You're saying off day, choke. What about BDS? That was last week. There's 2 weeks in a row now.
That's 2 weeks in a row.
Well, Cap still has insane laning stats, and against Jojo Bune, he did incredibly well, pressuring the side lane over and over again. And yes, he had a rough game yesterday, or a rough series, but he still had some really good laning phases, and I just felt like he was trying to go for a little bit too many.
No, but versus Jojo.
Also, this is week 1.
What is this?
This is week 1, yes. But
versus Jojo.
Did Humanoid make fun of Jojo? I didn't see it.
Okay, but that's fine. I respect that you're sticking with your point, but also if you're G2, you don't want to peak week 1 and then start choking towards mid-split.
Well, his stats have been good the whole split so far. You guys saw the early game stats. He's #1 in CS diff at 14, #1 in gold diff at 14, and XP diff at 14.
Should you still be scared of Caps, Antonio, or not as much?
I mean, I think he's like really good, of course, but overall the level I think is going up as well. And now you can see like Bloody doing so good. Jackie sometimes he looks like, I mean, I called him when I was with him the last year, I called him mini Caps. Because I think he can be like the next Caps.
Yeah.
But I think, he's so good, but the other players as well are playing really good. So depends on the day.
For sure. All the players want to make up for yesterday, I'm sure, not in the least in the bot lane. And when we look at the supports, come to Malaga, I'm sure. Tony wants that as well. In the supports, I asked Mickey, right? The one you weren't supposed to worry about. Listen, to me, even in Fnatic's loss, Mickey impressed me a lot more than Lebrov yesterday, GB.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Mickey was absolutely on fire. The most memorable one, the Alistar, fantastic performance. And I think Lebrov still leaves a lot to be decided. He's the biggest question mark at G2 currently, and I still don't know fully how to feel about his performances.
Yeah, I'm on the G2 hype train, but Lebrov has not convinced me either, I'm afraid. Like, Mickey played great yesterday, and Lebrov was definitely a question mark. And just the biggest thing when it comes to this series for me, G2 versus Fnatic, is I feel like Skumon is playing at a much higher level than Razork, but the support jungle from Fnatic is performing much more coherently together. But I want to see that individual difference from G2 make it count.
Antonio, where do you think the biggest difference is? Is top lane much better for one of the other? Is it mid? Is it jungle?
I think...
But Jack, you should know firsthand as well. I'm sorry, Antonio.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, so this is where you're gonna flame me, because I got hooked by Mickey Nautilus. Yes, he's a very good Nautilus. This is why I said he was a very good Nautilus yesterday, because when I played against him, he always hit the hooks.
Yeah, what does that say about you? I don't know, bro.
Yeah, like I think overall, like the solo laners depends a lot of matchups, I guess, because sometimes yesterday, for example, Lot, if you put versus Broken Blade, you can say that Broken Blade is better.
Yeah.
But he chose. I mean, he didn't choose his matchup, but he was really confident on all the matchups, and then he was better. So depends. I think it depends.
Such a PR answer.
Really,
wow.
For me, Fnatic is the better team, but G2 can now show like Caps, Broken Blade.
So
Destroy the lane.
why do you feel then that Fnatic's a better team today?
Support jungle,
I mean, overall, I like Razork. I like they are together for more like time.
The Spanish people. Okay.
I like how they play. I like the team more.
It's because they're Spanish.
I think it's also
Razork.
touching on the support jungle
Yeah,
versus the individual talent of G2.
Makes sense.
And it's just usually the support jungle that kind of runs the whole game and sets up all the plays. So for me, yeah, Caps, BB, and Skumon having a wonderful series and topside carrying is the win confidence.
Yeah. Yes. Also, we are absolutely spoiled, I think, today because our match of the week later is absolutely hyped. But this is G2 versus Fnatic. There is usually not a more iconic matchup in the LEC. And we'll see if they can play their hearts out today, right here, right now.
Madrid, ¿cómo estáis? Hola, hola, hola. Espectacular lo que vimos ayer y espectacular lo que vamos a vivir hoy. Y encima, arrancando pues con uno de los mejores partidos que podemos tener aquí en Europa, que podemos tener aquí incluso en España. Y con dos auténticos equipazos. Turno del clásico de la LEC. Un poquito de ruido, un poquito de ruido. Nunca hay que darlos por muertos, aunque parezcan que están en un mal momento, son capaces de ganar a cualquiera. Fuerte aplauso para G2. El líder en partida que todo el mundo desea. Simpático, sonriente y bueno, muy bueno en la top lane. Broken Blade. Este chaval es un máquina, pero no de humo. Se quiere comer Europa y está aquí para demostrarlo. En la jungla, Skumon. Cada vez que pisa Madrid, hace temblar a cualquier midlaner. Todo un ejemplo de lo que es un jugador de League of Legends, el mejor jugador de la historia de Europa. ¡Caps! mejores Dravens y Calistas de toda Europa. Viene como tapado, como de carry. ¡Hansama! Vino a G2 para marcar una nueva era y hoy en el clásico de la LEC lo quiere volver a demostrar como support. ¡Labro! Ha sido la mente maestra detrás de los títulos, el que convierte el caos en sinfonía. Como entrenador, Dylan Falco. Nos dejaron ayer la mejor partida de la historia de la LEC. Nunca bajan los brazos. Quieren poner fin a la hegemonía de G2 en los clásicos de Europa. Enfrente, Fnatic. Este tío va siempre con el caballo ganador, juega en casa y no va a fallar a toda esta gente de la top lane. Oscarini. Es listo, es muy bueno, pero está loco por levantar el título de la LEC y lo quiere hacer este año como jungla. Siempre tiene un as bajo la manga, un maestro en la mente, el hombre que no te deja respirar en la mid lane. La estrella de la bot lane, todo lo que hace, lo hace bonito. Quiere dejar su huella en lo más alto, como de carry. Veteranía pura y dura, la popi más temible del mundo, como support. Desde España al corazón de Europa, formado en Superliga y ahora liderando uno de los equipos más grandes del mundo como entrenador. Madrid, todo listo para vivir el clásico de la LEC. Casi más de 10.000 personas aquí en directo. Esto va a ser una bomba. Que arranque la gran batalla.
And welcome to the Cash Desk for this incredible matchup. I'm Dracos, aka LEC Shaggy. Next to me is Dagda, aka Irish Fuego. And we are here to kick off this incredible day, try to match some of the energy that you're witnessing in Madrid. We are here in Berlin, and I gotta say, the vibe's immaculate today. The walkout's good. The signature's legible. It's incredible, incredible stuff. And I just cannot think of a better way to spend a Sunday than watching these two teams go to toe-to-toe in what is essentially a third-place match, because they both lost yesterday.
That's the thing. Like, after yesterday, you're coming in, you're like, what the hell is going to happen this weekend? Because both these teams losing yesterday in incredibly close series, and now they have to go up against each other. And as you say, like, what is essentially a third-place matchup, but it doesn't really feel like they are down and out. Like, you look at Mickey doing his anime intro there, he's coming onto the field. Like, it feels like both these teams are still feeding off the energy of the crowd.
I think they definitely are. And as much as people like to meme, like, oh, we've got more Spanish players, the desk is joking about it too, it seems like this crowd is just hyped for everyone, showing that love. Yeah, of course they're going to be a little bit louder. Razork's going to get a little bit of a longer intro, but that is the hometown nature thing, still the crowd showing love to everyone. And as we get into this series, look, a lot of questions on our minds. For Fnatic, it's easy to chalk yesterday up to, look, some questionable decisions and a poor Victor Q that might have been an auto attack. But for G2, questions in draft, questions in execution, and while GX pulled off an incredible, incredible performance, and I don't want to take anything away from G2, we're still left scratching our heads a bit as to what the level of G2 actually is.
Yeah, and I think honestly kind of what the level of Caps is, because this man got 4 kills in the early stages yesterday and was able to do very little with it. And maybe it's unfair to put that all in Caps. Like, there were several setup pieces there, like from Skumon on the Jarvan and also Labrov on the Rakan, that could have enabled him to have these big wondrous shockwaves, but it felt like every fight was very messy, very disjointed. So a lot of question marks around the cohesion that's on G2, and it's going to be on Fnatic now as we get into draft to see how they can try and crack that mid lane once more.
What is the priority going to be? Kai'Sa taken away, as is the Rumble. Upset, of course, pretty stellar Kai'Sa performance yesterday. Fnatic even willing to pick it into some of the more difficult laning opponents, like the Corki. All right, Yone also going to hit the bench. Not too surprising.
Yeah, still things like Poppy could potentially go, Maokai could potentially go, Barris still up and available as well, which I imagine will be the last ban here for Fnatic on red side. It's kind of been the go-to. And then it becomes a question of what is the priority for G2 on this first rotation.
What do they want to grab? It's a damn good question. Look, I'm going to say it. Aurora, I hate it. I think it looks terrible. I don't want to see it. I know there's context that's needed there, but I want to keep it short and simple, because now we're going to talk about the first pick with the Pantheon banned. It will be the Varus picked up, so pretty vanilla choice, obviously, but a very flexible champion overall. And I'm actually surprised to see Pantheon banned, but given how good it's been in the hands of Skumon, I can understand why you'd want to take it away.
Yeah, also just the fact that it opens up things like we saw from Oscar yesterday, like the Warwick, where you can try and play for those side lanes, so not fully surprised. Ezreal going to be taken. I personally, I was about to say, actually like Maokai whenever I see a Varus, because oftentimes he, even when he's playing at range, you can tend to lock him down or at least chase him down with that ultimate from Maokai, but going for the point and click option instead of the Vi, which has had, I would say, very mixed results, especially when Skumon's able to get his hands. I was going to say on the Maokai, the opposite side, to try and, like, as you go in with the Vi, throw out the twisted advance as well and keep her locked up, makes things significantly easier.
Yeah, it's interesting overall, because I agree with your read. Like, the Maokai in general is this strong champion to provide so much just about any competition that he's in, and Vi is a bit more of a feast or famine pick, and famine really has been the story for most of our junglers. Razork is the exception to that, right? So many perfect Q flashes, so many great early game plays. Now they're going to pair with the Taliyah, try to get probably that strong jungle mid combo, but I do get worried as we get later in the game, right? The simplicity of setup, the just raw power of the champions that G2 have brought to the table is something that's going to have to be dealt with.
Yeah, I think especially since now coming into this next rotation, G2 can ban away some of the picks that Alistar doesn't particularly find attractive in the bottom lane and make things a bit easier. I feel like you got a very strong bot side of the map. The only one maybe is banning away top laners as well for G2, so then you can have Broken Blade. You will have to blind pick here. Maybe you want to go towards something like a Gnar, so you want to get rid of things that can be a little bit difficult for the Gnar in the lane, but either way, I think G2 have set themselves up with a very strong craft. And on the Fnatic side, I imagine it'll be the Azir final ban here as well, just kind of the go-to answer to a Taliyah in a lot of these matchups.
Would just make the threat of the scaling team fight of G2 that much more lethal. The early Alistar prio, I was originally caught off guard by, but I think when you have Vi on the enemy team, when you've got a Taliyah there as well, it's nice to have a support who, post level 6 at least, doesn't just get immediately deleted the second that they overstep even, a centimeter. Instead of the Azir, though, it's actually going to be the Victor. And it would be interesting. I wouldn't mind an Azir here. It's a bit tough into the Taliyah as the dash is mitigated. But I do really want a little bit more proactive team fight engage. We hear a lot from the analyst desk and people that Alistar on his own isn't the best initial engage. It's a little too telegraphed. You know exactly what the range is. Maokai gives some of that. Wouldn't mind a little bit more for G2, but maybe they feel like they have enough as the Braum is the hover here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't mind the Alistar in these situations where you're already having the enemy team kind of have to engage in on top of you with the buy and that kind of stuff as well. And also, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of our teams don't enable Alistar particularly well either. Like, he does very well on situations where you're able to have flank angles, so then it's less telegraphed how he wants to try and make those plays. So we'll have to see if G2 can be a little bit stronger, but Jace going into the mid lane. So I actually was looking at their comp saying, okay, maybe they wanted with an Azir ban to go for a Victor and a Jace to try and make sure that they're able to have this like long range poke and they can try and keep Fnatic at bay and try and force their hand in a lot of these fights. And I think it's a good call here, especially when you already look at the Braum, not great on engage. Vi doesn't really like to be so low engage because it's very easier for her to be at range. So Fnatic have gone, well, I guess we're going to have to adapt and try and force ourselves into, I was going to say some sort of engage. I would have preferred the Ornn because then you had that guaranteed engage, but this just feels a little difficult for Fnatic now where the only person who has that go button is Razork, and there's no guarantee that he's not just going to be left out high dry as soon as this Maokai ult is answered.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, and you can understand why they would want to go for a tank, right? G2 essentially threatening a composition that is very AD heavy, while you do get some magic damage from the Varus, especially, I mean, depending on what build he goes, from the Blight stacks, from some of that on-hit damage, and from the Jax, like, it's still very, very AD heavy, and I guess they just decided K'Sante was a safe option.
I thought, the reason I liked Ornn is you're basically just going to lose in this top side. Like,
for sure.
I think that's why the flex of the Jace to mid was really smart from G2, because Jax is just going to have a great time against any sort of tank engage you bring it on the top side, but Ornn, at least, you would have that engage tool then when you got to the later fights, and you're playing against two relatively immobile AD champions that you want to try and pick off, so having that setup would have been fantastic, but now you're in this position where you're hoping your K'Sante can find some sort of access to the backline, but not really going to be guaranteed when you are playing into an Alistar, a Maokai. I mean, even things like the knockback from a Jace can just shove K'Sante out of those fights.
Well, and I think that the big thing for me right now, in addition to that, is Jax, Sunder Sky, such a strong item in general. Things like the Unending Despair have been hit a couple of times, and K'Sante's been hit, so this champ isn't quite what it once was in terms of ability to just win out on these 1v1 fights out of nowhere. But we'll have to see. First game of the day, El Clasico, a return to G2 and Fnatic before our match of the week, which is also our winner's match. If you look at this little thing as a tournament, of course it is just a piece of our regular season, but it's nice to put a little perspective on it.
I'm so excited to see these two teams face up against each other. This is going to be such a banger series. Every time they go up against each other, it has been such a fun series. And already see Broken Blade and Oscar in it. What? Baby, Oscar, how could you do that?
That was incredibly rude.
Exactly. There's supposed to be a peace treaty up there. That's not how that goes.
Okay. Guys. Oh my gosh. He's just hitting him with a lamp. Can I ask a question philosophically, Rob?
Yeah.
What is the difference between a real weapon and not a real weapon? Because while in Tofu seemed real, a lamp seems equally blunt and not. I don't really. Do you think Jax is just edgy? Like, do you think that he doesn't actually have anything to be upset about?
I don't know, because like I've seen enough kung fu movies where they turn around and go, "My hands are now lethal weapons." So clearly, at some point in training, they become weapons, and I don't know exactly when that point is. I don't know if it's like you focus your chi or whatever it is, and you hit that point. But like, there's clearly something that happens that makes something a weapon, and I don't understand what that is.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Maybe people at home can let us know. In the meantime, it's a bit of a quiet start to this game. Chill, calm, nice bit of vision, spotting out Razork on the pathing there. You see a mirror on the opposite side. Skewmont taking the Krugs. Nice little pump back from LeBron. Of course, awkward thing here about picking the Alistair so early is that Mickey gets this free Braum pick, and it might be awkward in the comp, depending on what the game looks like. But in the lane phase against melee champs, Braum, ooh, so damn good.
Yeah, very, very strong. And unfortunately, LeBron, even the heal there, used by Fnatic to just guarantee that they could continue to chase down and make him a little bit more miserable. 2 pots burned. Has the like innate heal on the passive to at least try and heal back a little bit, but it is very much less than a deal when you get immediately tap white again.
Yeah. And reminder, if you are living under a rock, there's a reason this is El Clasico. It's one of the most played matches we've ever had here in LEC history, and it has gone in favor of G2 for quite some times, but whether it's nostalgia or delusion, we still believe in Fnatic, and it's not delusion now. I do think Fnatic looked better in their series yesterday, so despite the history, despite the fact that Fnatic seemed to always lose in the end in recent years, this is still one of our more storied matchup, our most storied rivalries.
Yeah, I mean, they only lose when it matters. That's kind of the problem with it.
It's true.
You know, you get those nice sturdy leads for yourself, unfortunately, in the season finals, and it just doesn't quite go your way. But I think Fnatic definitely are like in a decent position to fight back. Their team has looked spectacular with the addition of Duffman, and like they did win out in the regular season of Winter. It was just the playoffs, unfortunately, where G2 had them. So I think it'll be curious to see if once more they can prove that they kind of own the matchup in the regular season.
And set expectations, because every time we think we have the top 4 figured out, one of these best of 3s comes along and throws everything on its head. It felt like pretty clear. G2, KC, Fnatic, and then Fnatic lost to SK. Hey, maybe it's MKOI. MKOI are losing games. Everything up in the air. Fnatic currently 4-2, G2 3-2. Teams haven't played the same amount of series. We'll see who comes out on top. But Razork setting up for a first gank here. Mickey Q flash forward, looking to lock up LeBron. 1-2, stacks 3 and 4. That's the Q flash we were talking about. Champs like LeBron gonna get taken out here. One tower shot comes through. Razork stunned up. Good damage back. Nice response from Hansama. Can they pursue another kill? The dive won't be there for the side of Fnatic. Upset walking away. An intense battle on the bottom side, but a 1-for-1.
Great turnaround by the G2 bot lane. LeBron getting the head buff underneath the tower, setting up for the return kill. Cap's going to get flicked underneath tower, will take a tower shot, but definitely controlling this match against Humanoid as Hansama forced to pop the barrier, but Skewmon in the area, and there are no flashes on this bot lane.
Potentially a bit of sunk cost fallacy here for Fnatic. Have they overstayed their welcome? No information on where Skewmon is. Bit of poke onto Upset. They need to get the hell out. LeBron hungry for a play. Nice little knockback. Mickey looking for the lockup. He's not even able to get to the back powder of the wall and flash over. He's stunned again. Dashes back to Upset. Still living for an extra moment. Skewmon Q flash forward. Upset push back as well. And Fnatic's bottom lane. The initial play so good it turns into a 1-for-1 and now punished for sticking around too long.
Yeah, but now in mid, Caps able to knock back Razork. Just looks like he's trying to pull the wave there instead of actually look for the play. But topside as well, BB looking for a huge amount of damage onto Oscar Ridden, but Olade's across the board, willing to scrap today, Dracos.
Look, I like the aggression. That's all I'm going to say. The stage, it does something to our players. For GX, it did a lot of really good things. Now we'll see if the same is true for Fnatic and G2 today. But frustrating. Early exchange for Fnatic again. Razork falling behind in gold despite being the one to kick off that initial proactive play. I guess the good news is Ezreal gets to go back. He buys a Sheen. You know, not too bad of a position. Yes, he has tier as well. We'll see how that matchup looks as we go further along. But I feel like once LeBron hits level 6, I'm just not worried for him anymore.
I was also going to say, we're not going to see the matchup because G2 are doing G2 things, which is immediately rotating Hansam and LeBron up to the top side, and now going to try and catch Oscar Ridden.
Oscar Ridden dash out. Not even a chance to use the Pathmaker. Will finally use it, but it's too late now. Flashing. Oscar walks away with his life. Ultimately, probably would have had to burn the flash anyway, but it is a little bit of an awkward sequence there. I think the Pathmaker probably just not off cooldown, so Skewmon going to grab the grubs, traded for the Drake, a classic bit of League of Legends.
You do need to TP down here as Broken Blade, but there's a lot of members of Fnatic now on the way.
Double TP. Full committal. Broken Blade, you came to the wrong part of town, buddy. The question is, can he live this? 4 stacks, stunned, knocked back there, punted into the wall. All out is Oscar in it. He can't cancel that one anymore. They're walking away, and the tower's going to finish the job. BB still manages to get one. In the meantime, Caps focusing down the mid lane tower. Fnatic just over-forcing.
How do you get a kill back in a 1v4? That should have been an easy shutdown for Fnatic, and it looked like Broken Blade was just going to be bopped all over the place, but instead they managed to get a kill. They're getting the plates mid, they're getting the waves top. Like, this is a pretty sizable pickup for Broken Blade and what should have been a disastrous moment for him.
And this is just the name of the game for G2. Fnatic, the ones consistently making these aggressive plays, trying to find the angle level 6 to level 6. Labrov here as well, Caps off to the side. They're in trouble now. Oscar has found the flank, but he doesn't have the ulti, trying to chase down Hansama. 1 and now 2 taken down. Mickey running, burning, ticking. Caps grabbing that one. Hans getting a kill as well. It just looks effortless. Again, Fnatic fumbled the first few plays, and now it's G2's turn, and they're not missing a beat.
They try to re-enter into their weak side of the map, and G2 punish Fnatic well. Now you still got Hansama that's able to push onto this top side. Skewmon is stealing away camps from Razork in his own jungle as well, and it's just gone from bad to worse. Already a 2,000 gold lead opening up.
And this is not... This is very bad. This is bad for normal reasons, and it's also bad because you're playing against a comp with so much poke, with so much reach. You do not want to give them first setup. We know what Maokai looks like when he gets to ult, when you have to walk into him, and he looks broken as Oscar finding out first ban that there's not really a good way out of this one.
He doesn't have flash.
Nope, he's dead. Ooh, the minions extending that range. The footwork keeping him safe. Flash, Q, into the E, and auto to finish the job.
Yeah, this is not working out well for Fnatic at all. I mean, one of the things I wanted to highlight was you were like, oh, their team fighting is great. I mean, the side lane split push when your Jax has that much gold in the lead, gonna go pretty well as well. So it kind of feels like it's all there for G2.
You got poke. You got side lane.
You got gusto, kid.
You got gusto. I mean, Fnatic better hope that they are outmatching them in gusto at the very least. These plays, oof. If they don't have gusto, gusto might be all they have left on the side of Fnatic, Rob. This is a tough early game. Humanoid spotted out.
Left, I don't think.
Skewmon just walking away, getting a bit of poke. But again, G2, when you have a composition with the Maokai and poke champions and you get ahead, it is so oppressive for the enemy team. You've got poke, you've got free vision, you've got an Alistar who in about just like 1 or 2 more creeps is going to be level 6 and free to face check whatever he wants. It's a tough road for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't really know how you approach this now as Fnatic. Again, like, this is kind of the downside of your only real engage tool being Razork, who is now behind. Trying to start off fights where you're looking for a pick is quite difficult. Your best bet is to try and play around Humanoid, like look for the Weaver's Wall to separate G2, and maybe you can isolate someone to finish them off, but it's still going to be very difficult, especially as you see G2 are just constantly shifting around the map, now moving towards topside to punish Oscar in again. His flash just about to come up, but Broken Blade being visited on the bottom side at the same point.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. Third play on the bottom side for Fnatic. Oscar, still Cassante. It'll be very squishy when he goes all out. Pathmaker going to be the big cooldown. Waiting for a long time. He's going to get deleted before he can even use it. He just dies. Am I missing something? Does the W key not work?
Well, wasn't able to tap it, unfortunately, which means that then the all out doesn't come through. Broken Blade now moving to the mid lane as well. He's going to be able to cover this completely abandoned bot side, so there's no hope of a trade for Fnatic. And it'll be the first tower going over to G2.
And this is an incredibly dominant performance. The good news is Humanoid is getting something back, but what I thought coming into the day, what we heard from the desk is probably going to be a Fnatic favored matchup, is an absolute slaughter in favor of G2 thus far. They hit double feats. They're going to have the boots empowered. Almost a 4K gold lead, picking up the next spawn of grubs. Despite not having the best control of lanes, will at least get one taken away to get the might spawn.
Still though, I mean, if G2 can get 5 of them here, they're going to be pretty happy with that, especially as we said, like, their split push is kind of obscene with Jax and Chase. So I don't really know how you're going to try and answer for this in a lot of situations as Fnatic Yes, you've got Jax is kind of behind when it comes to like experience in that when you compare him to mid laners, but in the isolated 1v1 against Oscarinin, he has a substantial gold lead. And Caps as well, like, should be able to push these waves relatively handily as well, because that's one of the advantages about the AD versus AP matchup in a side lane. You have to burn through a lot of your mana as an AP side laner to deal with an AD push, whereas an AD player just gets to auto attack the wave and shove it in anyway. So you can have a lot of pressure there as Caps.
Definitely can. Look, some pretty big individual discrepancies. First items, at least matched in the mid lane for Humanoid and in the jungle, but topside, Oscarinin just working with bits and pieces. Upset still doesn't even have that Trinity Force. G2 gonna grab their first Drake of the game. Humanoid trying to make a play. Weaver's walled down. Hansama isolated. We'll get the ulti off, flashing off to the side, and now it's Humanoid in trouble. Patience on the flash. Key from Hansama, stepping up. The Dragon will fall. Just the one kill, but again, what is the opposite of King Midas? What is the opposite of whatever you touch turns to gold, Rob? Every play Fnatic have started, they has put them further behind.
Yeah, it is. Look, I respect it from Humanoid, because that was kind of what we're saying, like Fnatic kind of need to make some sort of play like that.
Right. Flash response cleanse as well. Upset trying to get out Flash. That's a lot of flashes! They're trying to save the day. Upset running, getting away, but he's going to burn down in the end. Razork now needs to get the hell out as well, because there's a TP on the way in, but Labrov's Qmon going to back away.
Yeah, it's still not going well for Fnatic. Yeah. Upset getting caught there. Again, it's just G2 so quickly, immediately jumping on mid lane. And this has kind of been the talking point we've had for Fnatic, is how well they've been able to play off of mid lane push for Upset into plays. But you see here, we're talking about Humanoid needing to try and make some sort of play with a Weaver's Wall, try and go for someone that he can isolate. He thought Hansama was that person, but not respecting that Broken Blade hadn't shown on the top side, and they don't really have people on the map that can cover as well, like Razork in position to really follow up. And then Upset pushing up, thinking G2 would have shifted off into different directions of the map, but everyone on G2 going for him there.
And meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, you can see Oscarinin going all out versus Broken Blade, and Broken Blade more than happy to just walk away. Q3 ready to go. Mickey on the chase, flashing out. Just another quick hop away from Broken Blade. A few more seconds. Doesn't quite have a trinket, but he just won't need it. Walks away, hits him with the Happy Zed. Dagda, this is, you remember, okay, so yesterday, one of the big talking points was G2 just came off a loss. This is when they're their scariest. That was wrong. It's 2 losses.
Okay.
And then G2 come back and they're hella scary, because this is not close for game 1 at all.
It is an absolute demolition. And I think, like, you've already kind of illuminated it. I don't know how you're supposed to come back. Like, a 5,000 gold lead at 14 minutes into the game is absolutely insane. It's just all of your characters and champions are still waiting to get into a point where they can actually have value. Whereas you're 2 items onto Jace, you're nearly at 2 items on towards Varus, and they're just going to destroy you if you even try and contest anything.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it in draft. Part of the reason you wanted to see Ornn was another form of that reliable engage, is something you're missing with Mickey on this From. It's great for the lane. It's good against the poke as we go later in the game. But you can't just pull the trigger. And if you're the one in the lead, if you're the one with the flanking vision, if you're the one whose Cassante gets to appear from Fog of War, it's easy to see how Fnatic could have played this game. The downside is when you fall behind, Labrov is now that champion. Broken Blade is now that champion appearing from Fog of War with all of that CC backed up by the poke, which on its own in an even game state would have been frustrating. But with these kind of leads, it's damn hard to deal with.
It kind of feels like those old 90s cartoons where you pull the trigger and the cannonball just falls out the front of the cannon. And then you look over to your right and G2 have just like destroyed a building entirely with theirs. It's like, oh, well, I guess that's how we do it.
G2 are the Roadrunner and Fnatic are Wile E. Coyote, and they bought a lot of bad explosives. It's just, that shit is not working.
No. It's they're standing safely on the cliff, and it's the front part of the cliff stays in the air, and the entire rest of the mountain falls.
100%. Yeah. I mean, it feels pretty harsh to call something a Looney Tunes early game, but it, you know, kind of was a Looney Tunes early game.
But you just kind of lift up the front of Fnatic, and it just says Acme underneath.
Yep. Yeah. The Acme early game not working at all. And now it's a lull in the action. Herald, I don't think this is a great time for Fnatic to respond. Again, they need to pick up side waves. They're behind on the push, which means they're behind on the vision setup. And even in a neutral state, Maokai gets back so much of that control for free. Now, bounties are on the board, so if there was ever a path to coming back in the game, there's at least some opportunities for additional gold influx on the side of Fnatic. But right now, Jack Spector's sitting backstage saying Drake is about to talk about mid-priority, and he's right, because without Varus loses in mid-prio to no one.
Yeah. Especially a 5-kill Varus, you know? Which is kind of why he's just fine to dawdle by himself here. But the thing is, I don't even know if you really, like, at this stage as G2, you have the Rift Tower in your back pocket. You can just, I think, as you're about to see now, group as 4 or on mid and just hard force that tower. And I think that, well, they're going to do it as 3. I'm not sure if they're going to TP Caps into the play. There it is, yeah. So hard force is 4 on the tower. And then you just have the Rift Tower for the tier 2s, which is a massive sum of gold for a bunch of these players. So I think this is where you're just going to see G2 just balloon even further into the lead. And I think if you just play for Caps here off of the Rift Herald, that's just going to be a 3rd item for him, and it's not even 20 minutes into the game.
Which is crazy. Approaching your 3rd item before you even stack the tier is a sight we infrequently see. And look, normally in this game, like, gold can be misleading, right? A lot of times it's really just about item completions, more often than not, and control on the map. But Fnatic are very far behind in terms of item completions. So even though you could maybe argue a little bit of difference here and there, hey, mid lane's
what if
not
we
too
dive
bad.
Broken Blade for the 3rd time?
The first you don't succeed, try again. Hansama one-shots Razork before the fight even starts. Acme early game, striking again. Fnatic again. They have to go for plays.
Yeah.
They don't get to lose gracefully. There's no version of lose gracefully and scale. They don't have a clear path out scaling. So you know why they want to force. But G2 are ready. G2 see these plays coming, and they're in a perfect spot to respond.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, where are the actual options for Fnatic to play in? It's not going to be around Oscarinin. And it has kind of been, for the last 4 years, I want to say, hey, let's make a play on Humanoid in a side lane, right? And that has steadily changed this split with the introduction of Duffman, but it definitely feels like when the chips are down and panic is setting in, Fnatic are going for these similar plays. So all the G2 are doing is running to where Humanoid is on the map and saying, cool, we'll catch you there.
And at the same time, what the hell are you going to do in the Cassante lane? This is the problem. There's a world where this champion isn't so far behind, but again, it all goes back to, one, the option in draft, but once they pick it, fumbling that initial dive, giving up so much gold.
Maybe they can give him real weapons.
He could go all out. But Rob, hilariously, that was the problem. If it was old Cassante, he could have canceled the all out and lived from the tower shot. And now, he's not a threat at all. They're hitting the tower in his face. And there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, he's kind of getting hit on the splashback as well, because that is, like, his health bar is just immediately gone. Iceborne Gauntlet is nothing against the amount of damage that G2 have right now. There's the Rift Tower we were talking about. I think it was more of like a celebratory Rift Tower, because that tower was dead anyway. And it will also get a charge, it looks like, on the inhibitor turret as well, so... Actually, no, just interrupted there, but still. G2 run this game, and there is no hope for Fnatic.
Yeah. 5.4k gold lead. Look, I would love to tell you a different story. I would love to hear the crowd go crazy for some amazing comeback play, but Otacon in 13 seconds. Ruinous, so it's going to enhance the objectives. It's going to be more flowers. If G2 get that, if Fnatic steal it away and get a bunch of XP back, you know, there's beginnings of an idea of a comeback. Not a start of a comeback, it's the beginning of an idea of a comeback.
But the thing is, you have to steal it and win the ensuing fight so you can get the flowers. It's kind of the change with Otacon, is that, like, just stealing it never really feels
but here's the play. Humanoid trying to kick things off. Stopping the dashes, lockup is there, Mickey X blocking as much as he can, Oscarina coming in trying to peel, but Caps and Broken Blade are off to the side. Eyes on the counter-strike, flash in, 3-man from Broken Blade, lockup from Razork is there, but they just don't have the damage at this point in the game. G2 simply too far ahead, 2-man flick, going in, upset, good damage from the ulti, all members of Fnatic standing, but with blinking health bars. G2 still in control of the river, setting their sights on Otacon.
I think it was the seismic shove from Humanoid that interrupted Labrov there, and that may have just saved Fnatic, because he was about to get a headbutt pulverized to end all headbutt pulverizes, but G2 will just barely be out of reach, but they will still go down for the Otacon.
Take their time with it, don't lose anyone in the exchange, and they will get all the flowers. Well, Broken Blade will. That is his job. But yeah, you see the start of the fight here. Fnatic trying to force this, looking for the angle.
And there's just no damage. Like, Humanoid flashes away from the Brobs, who doesn't get sent back into the team, but the actual DPS into Skewmon, into Broken Blade just isn't really a thing. But I want you to watch, as they finish off here, watch the Brobs. I think oh no, actually it looks like it was Oscar Rinnan's Q3 that ends up interrupting him. And it's just, that could have been game ending right there. The fact that Fnatic, you get 2-3 kills off the back of that, plus you get Otacon and it starts to move in. Well, more game ending I should say, but good interruption from Oscar Rinnan to just barely keep Fnatic alive.
Very true. Now XP advantages. Humanoid at least staying a little bit ahead of the curve, but Upset you can see about a level behind Han Sama, about to tick over to 2-level difference between them. And it's rough. Look, the start of the fight, Humanoid, you can see why he's aggressive, but he just doesn't have the follow-up. Razork wasn't there, and with a champion like Braum, he goes in, he lays down the minefield. He can't flick anymore because there's suddenly a big cow and a big tree in front of his face.
There's also, it's so difficult to just get through. Like, the Brawl popping Unbreakable Will, Skewmon even having to do an Ending Despair gives him a lot of tankiness as well. Like, just getting through the front line of G2, because they've been so far accelerated, is just really difficult. Like, look at the Maokai versus Vi, it's just a full item ahead.
Yep.
Like, even with the Liandry's Anguish, it's just tank Maokai for this regular point in the game, plus some AP to boot. Like, this is just so hard for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Plated Steel Cap, such an excellent buy against the Ezreal and the Vi being a lot of that burst damage. Sure, you know, Humanoid's going to hurt a bit, but he hasn't been in range, and if he burns his combo on you, I think you win the fight.
Well, we've seen a lot, like even, oh, hang on.
Humanoid again, looking for the angle. Lebrov walking in menacingly. No real follow from G2. Lebrov likely to fall here. Unbreakable fading away now. Follow up there. Pick back. Nice little something to give some hope to the side of Fnatic, but it is still third Drake to G2. Cloud Soul 5 minutes out. Baron 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen a lot of tank gear members, whenever you're playing against Leah, actually just forego magic resist. Because it's like, yes, her initial burst hurts, and like, say you're an Orin or a Scion or something like this, you will lose about a quarter or fifth of your health bar. But her DPS just isn't consistent enough to really do anything to you. So the fact that you're just prioritizing armor, I think, is the right call here from Skewmon, where realistically it will be Upset's consistent DPS or Razork that actually cause you issues. And as long as there's no follow-up for a Humanoid, you're going to be completely quiet.
And has been completely fine thus far. 2-0-2. G2, 10 kills to 3. 5K gold lead. You can read that, but it's, you know, it's good to remind people. Third item around the corner for Humanoid, but without burst damage, without follow-up, it's hard to envision how Fnatic can find one of these fights. They're trying to get side lane control. We've got 2 members placed top side, but as you see, G2 already have mid lane prio and are already removing what vision Fnatic does have from this pit area.
They would like to try and remove a couple of Fnatic members from this area as well, but at the moment just playing it slow, making sure they're actually clearing out all the vision. There's no way that someone like Oscar Rinnan can TP in behind them. But I think you're fine. Like, just wait until these objectives are up. You've got 3 minutes until a potential Cloud Soul. Baron just about to spawn. And you're not, again, under pressure as G2. It's not like Fnatic hit a late game point and they outscale you. You basically go tit for tat, and honestly in side lanes with the Jacks, you kind of just win out anyway.
That's true. I mean, once that Zhonya's gets there for that Jax, even just that Seekers, becomes so impossible to find that pick on him. Maybe things get easier once K'Sante has a second item, but again,
he's just so far behind.
Yeah. But people get mad at Casher for narrative, but this is what they should get mad at us for, is just trying to find a way.
Yeah.
Because it will require G2 to fumble a little bit. It will require Fnatic to think of an angle that G2 just didn't even think was possible. And right now, they don't have that angle. They're broke. They're probably not very excited about being broke. They spent Razork's Vi in this game, which is going to be frustrating in the context of Fearless.
They're trying so hard to get any kind of vision that G2 just will not allow. Mickey goes up with the Unbreakable. Again, like, I actually am surprised G2 are playing it this calm. But maybe it's kind of a, hey, we fumbled the Baron yesterday, let's not do it again.
I mean, discipline, yeah, seems to be the name of the game, despite the gold lead that they have. I think you're right. They could go for more aggressive plays. They see the Unbreakable gone. Maybe that's a cue for them to go in. But respect to Humanoid's potential damage as he once again looks to set up a wall. That's the engage, kicking things off. Razor manages to find his target, but it's only the Ezreal ult to follow. Now the Vi deleted. The Maokai ult beautifully splits up the fight. All of Fnatic taken out. 3 members retreating now. Mid-jungle gone, and again, Fnatic try to find the proactive play, but G2 more than happy to just punish.
And G2 now moving over towards the Baron. Lebrov going to try and play up into this corner and see if he can catch Fnatic if they try and contest, but I think they know what side their bread is buttered on. They're just going to walk away.
Both sides, it would appear. That bread is covered in butter.
They have some extra in the fridge as
They've
well. They've got some for the popcorn. It's everywhere.
There's so much butter for G2. They're rolling in it. Lettuce, cheddar, butter. They've literally got all of it, Rob. Hans Sama is now level 16. And again, you see the fight, you see the vision.
But again, like this is what we're talking about. As soon as the fight goes in, it's this just straight across the fight. That Maokai ultimate splits it up perfectly. You can't really follow up as Fnatic. And it buys that space for Caps, for Hans Sam in the backline to just continue going forward. And this is why, like, when Vi started to become meta, we saw Maokai just be the de facto answer to her, is because you just press her at the same time and nobody can follow up on Vi.
Well, you can try, is what we've learned.
Yeah.
You can throw bodies, but it was not a quick path to success. And even Upset, struggling to do much in these fights. You can see he's playing Vampire Survivors. He's his own little bullet hell, just trying to dodge all the random projectiles going at him while also dealing damage. G2, I mean, good discipline, good punishes in the early game. I think draft overall feels so much simpler to execute, but they did such a great job just punishing Fnatic on all 3 or 4 of those early plays and then making just better plays of their own.
Yeah, I think it's the, as you say, the rotations from G2, which has kind of been, for me, the most impressive part of their game.
Razork started the fight. Hans Sama finds an initial bit of lockdown. Double knock up onto Hans. Maybe finally they can get that kill in the midst of the fight. The shutdown is there. Hans taking the equation. Caps completely untouched on the side, and now it's Mickey who will fall. Oscar in it. Q3 ready to go. Manages to clip Caps. Maybe enough damage as he finally goes all out, dashing through Caps. Ready to go back in. Q3 gonna go, but the Xante just doesn't have the damage. Broken Blade still standing. Flashes forward, but will not get the stun. Humanoid retreating. Fnatic. Not a great fight, but they're not out of it yet.
You're going to have the TP coming back in from both solo laners on G2 though. Caps moving down to the tri-bush on the bottom side. G2 looks like they want to try and commit for more here.
Zoned away by the TP of Caps, or Broken Blade, excuse me. Looking for the flick and will not find it. That'll be Soul to the side of G2. Finally, we see what Fnatic were looking for there. Combo, layered ultimates. Hans Sama deleted instantly, but in the ensuing fight, they just don't have the damage to get things done.
Yeah, the game has just slipped away too far. A good attempt from Fnatic, but now Soul for G2 makes it a little bit more difficult to try and lock down people like Caps or even Skewmont, who can now chase you down relentlessly after popping that ultimate. So Fnatic, they kind of need to find that plus more, and at this stage they're starting to lose control of their own jungle.
That they are. I mean, they were already starting to lose control of their own jungle.
Yeah.
They've lost control of most things, but grouping, force. I mean, the problem is this play is good. It's just 15 minutes too late. 5,000 gold too late.
Yeah, and I think it's like, as you say, they immediately get on towards Hans Sama, but crucially, like, Upset is actually able to follow up on the damage there. It does get rooted on the back line as a result, but Caps managing to go in. Goes a little bit too far, I will say, but Oscarinin just doesn't quite have the damage, especially as the to the skies, and then the form swap to get that empowered auto attack just to finish off Oscarinin. And Broken Blade doing a good job of keeping Upset and Humanoid away from Caps as he was that low.
Also ults him out of the flick back from Humanoid. And if he just had another half an item, if he wasn't quite so far behind, probably would have been able to finish that kill on the Caps. The Xante burst damage and all out is still incredible. Wall used to clear at least this way, but the tower still falls. G2 continuing to walk up. And again, I think that the threat of 2 towers is really the only thing that's stopping G2 from just ending the game here. 10k gold lead.
You still have like good wave clear on Fnatic as well, so I think it will be kind of wait for Baron in 2 minutes time and then look to play through. But I will say this is a much more confident showing from G2, and like the things I was looking out for yesterday for G2 was how they use these lane swaps, and you heard me kind of talking about it a lot at the start of the games, were how they are doing this 4.5 minute rotation to try and get good positions for Hansama, get good positions for Broken Blade. And yesterday it didn't pay off so well, but you're seeing like when they get these leads, this is when G2 feel at their most confident, is rotating around the map, playing through these strong points of the map, like crucially Hansama getting those early kills, Broken Blade being able to survive and outplaying on the dives. It just sets them off so well, and then they know how to control the game and just deny Fnatic any sort of even look-in or a chance at a look-in back into this game.
I mean, you could argue, if you want to be really pedantic in the last fights, hey, maybe a little positioning could have been better, but the amount of fights where G2 outplay, where they force Fnatic into these losing positions, far outweigh a single death here or there. Again, not a perfect game, but it feels almost as oppressive as a perfect game. The 4 kills and 2 towers, the little bits and bobs Fnatic have gotten back just feel meaningless in the face of the lead that G2 have amassed. Razork on the flank, but I think every single member on this lineup just too powerful. The fight will start anyway. Broken Blade zoning off. Now looks like he might just get locked up. Tower down. Humanoid coming in off to the side, but they just instantly turn their attention back. Caps good damage. LeBron there as well. Finds the stun. Flick back. Razork now down. Hansama still standing. All the health bars remaining on the side of Fnatic are blinking, and they're about to be deleted. Oscarinen goes all out, but he's all out of options. He's all out of base. He's all out of teammates. And G2 gonna make quick work of this game 1.
32 minutes. But it was a domination from minute 2 for G2 as they look towards taking the Nexus turrets.
It was a slaughter. Fnatic thought they had some angles on some early plays. They fumbled it. And at that moment, G2 never gave them away back into the game. Dominance from G2 in game 1. Even as they take their time on the fountain time. What a way to kick things off.
Very impressive stuff from G2. Again, like, great rotations on the map. Broken Blade outplaying completely on the dives and just setting themselves up entirely to run that game.
That they did. Good looks overall. You can still see high fives from Fnatic boys as they leave. We'll see how they can recover, how they can refocus, because G2 are looking like a terrifying threat. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, game 2, G2 versus Fnatic.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Doesn't have flash.
Nope, he's dead. Ooh, the minions extending that range. The footwork keeping him safe. Flash, Q into the E and auto to finish the job.
Can you tank it? Go on them, go on right, go on right. Yeah.
That's even okay. That's even.
I'm moving slowly. It's good.
Very good.
Nice.
Good job.
Vi's looking for the
holding.
She's alone. Vi's alone.
Skiller.
No flash. I'm fine here. Yeah. Guys, no. Ganache.
Well, we had bangers only in Madrid until now, and it's Fnatic's fault, and I blame them. Bring Worlds to Spain. You know what? Last time we had good memories. I'm not against it.
I would love to have Worlds in Spain, but let's talk a little bit about Lebrov, because he
Okay, you really want to talk about Lebrov?
I want to talk about Lebrov,
okay.
because we started the day off with, I wanted to hype up G2, and then you said, Lebrov, and I couldn't even hype him up.
No, you agreed with me.
I couldn't hype him up.
You agreed.
But his gameplay today was just insane. He was everywhere on the map. He was making plays left and right and set his team up for success, and it's maybe his best game of spring.
Yeah, I think what makes it even better is how synergized he was with the team while he was doing it. He was first on the roam to the top side. He was actually making plays with Scuman, and this is why he got the nickname Labrov James, because he was dunking on them today.
And it was so nice to see this roam up towards top. He gets the flash, and then BB TPs towards his bot side. He buys so much time and actually trades 1-for-1 here with Oscar, because BB is kind of juking left and right. And this was what set up G2 so well for success, because they're getting to hit top tower right now. They're getting Void Grubs. On your screen, you might think, oh, Fnatic are making a good play. But it's everywhere else that the map is falling apart for Fnatic. And then G2 pounce on the opportunity, taking full control of enemy topside, giving them even more.
And I'm from the future. Fnatic did not make a good play. It was, honestly, I was really disappointed. I'm not going to lie. And I think you're right. A lot of it was because of Lebrov is doing great. They were just first on the play. And it just felt like they were so lifeless to me. And I think that is, I don't get that. When are you going to get a chance to play here again?
No, I mean, I think they certainly tried to be full of life in the beginning.
Yeah.
It just went a bit wrong. Razok died in that first gank. Didn't help the bot lane situation. I think that draft left a lot to be decided. Essentially, in the playmaking tool, I don't think they had enough against the poke composition that could create so much space. But I'm not done talking about Lebrov, because I think it's great. I agree with you.
Yeah.
He had a fantastic first game in this series.
Where are you going with this?
It's not enough.
Yeah, okay,
it's not enough. I need to see this more consistently from him, because I've seen too many times where he's got insanely high highs, but the floor is also low. And I need that floor consistently to be higher, especially when you're playing for a team like G2. This was a good start in an arena to get the momentum back in your court, but it has to continue.
It goes for everybody for me, right? We hold G2 to a very high standard. We know that they are embarrassed after what happened in winter, so that's the way we look at them. I think for Caps goes the same thing, although, of course, he also had a better game. But Yeah, you're right. And I think that's unfortunately the curse if you are a team of that pedigree. And the same thing goes for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, we want to hold Lebrov to a higher standard, and he certainly hasn't met it. But at the same time, it's like, you got to start somewhere. Right?
For sure. And that's what,
we're not going to flame him for doing
me,
well.
What's always going to be nice is when you start off poorly, like yesterday, in front of a crowd, he doesn't do the best. The fact that he can bounce back with a fresh mentality today and just think to himself, new game, new me, and actually show up today, it shows a lot of mental resilience, a lot of strength, and I love to see it.
Have to see it as well. Of course, he's got a great guy next to him in the bot lane. Hansama versus Upset is not a matchup we talked too much about, but I feel like Upset for me, he's almost always solid. I think, again, in this game, you saw how he was really trying. I think yesterday, he had a phenomenal series despite them losing, and it definitely wasn't on him. But Hansama for G2 is also a rock most of the time.
Yeah, certainly Mr. Reliable at the moment. And I think he's one of those players where, yeah, sometimes he doesn't make too many highlight plays.
Yeah.
But there's also not that many lowlights either. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths for Hansama.
I feel like Hansama and Upset have actually become more and more similar players as they've developed. I feel like Hansama used to play much more aggressive champions, but now I feel like their champion pool is starting to more interlock. And they kind of have the same very stable, very consistent play style. And that's kind of what separates them from me with Kalist, who's willing to be a bit more limit testing, do a little bit more crazy things, which sometimes results in him hinting, but also allows him to have crazy highs that I feel like these players don't always have.
That's interesting, because perhaps if we pull up the standings, right, we see a couple of things. KC is at the top of those standings, and I know we've said that they've made some up and down matches, but you're right. When you have a player that is willing to play on the edge, you are most likely to come ahead in those situations where it is a bit murky in the mid game.
And it feels weird that KC is #1, because in my head, they had like the shakiest start to the season.
They did.
Early games were really weird, but somehow they're by far #1.
Yeah, I mean, you say start of season, just last week they were struggling against GX, and while GX did get some victories lately, it's still... Yeah, exactly. It's still the fact you're thinking it's not good enough, right? But it's still a young team, and I think we're very hopeful about it.
Also, I think this is like revisionist history, because they won Winter, right? If G2 was where KC is now with the matches that KC played and the way they played them, but was at 5-1, you would have said, it's G2 in the regular season. They're gonna peak in playoffs. So why don't you say that about KC?
G2 have the, like, they were playing for fun. They have that excuse. They've built that up through years of hard work and branding.
Okay, just checking your bias, that's all. I like to do that sometimes.
No.
But what we also saw in those standings, right, is that at this game between G2 and Fnatic, it's so weird because it should be the hypest one of the split, but I think because of what happened yesterday with Movistar Koi and Giant X, and that just being, for me, the hypest matchup of the weekend now, it doesn't feel the same, but we have to remember when we get out of here of this arena, you're fighting for playoffs, you're fighting for a spot at MSI at the end of spring, and that's why I think I really wanted to see the best between these two teams, and that's ultimately why I'm pissed at Fnatic.
No, I get it, because I agree. You even heard Antonio earlier coming in today saying that, I think Fnatic is the best team coming into the weekend. And before some of the games, I did agree with him as well. And I think it's not good enough from either of them with what we've seen so far if you want to win a title. We still need to see more. As you said earlier, Jack, it's a good place to start, but I think it's fair to have some disappointments.
And it feels weird that we have a G2 versus Fnatic, but it's not a team of or not a game of who's the best in the league. It's like, we still have, KC, GX, and MKOI that have all beaten them. So it's like, who's the best team in our region, really?
We don't know. KC probably, they would say right now, when they come back to the league or come back to play. We're going to be doing picks and bans here. And Fnatic have selected blue side. Now, GB, I know that you were not particularly enamored with their draft.
No, I mean, usually I like to see an early Razork Vi. You pair it up with Talia, great. But then what comes after? Oh, Ezreal, a bit low damage. Surely top side's going to do more. Cassante on 5. And then also a Braum. I didn't love it. I think it didn't give them anything they needed when Fnatic's at the best, when Razork's at his best on the Vi. So I'm hoping going into this one that... Well, actually, what am I hoping? I still want to see like Kai'Sa upset or something like that allows you to go hard.
Would be great. I also do agree. I just think, for me, the biggest thing is the Cassante pick. It's fallen out of favor. We've mostly been seeing Sion as the premier tank pick, just because of Cassante. Numerous nerfs now have pushed him out of the meta. A bit of a strange pickup to me, and it doesn't even win lane into the Jax, so BB just got kind of a free game. I also think the Maokai for the Skumond, he's now 6-0 on it, and it's a very easy poke composition that G2 has here, so I really want to see Fnatic go back to the drawing board. I don't think it's as easy creating a dive comp now that the Vi Talia combo is out. So maybe you go for something like the Azir, something more front to back.
But you still have the Pantheon, right? Fnatic was the one that was banning that out themselves this time around. And I think that still allows you to have a semi-dive combo if you're looking for it. But you're right, it's not Premier with the Mai.
No, the Maokai is a good point that Hayden, our stats King, reminded us of, that it is kind of a band-aid that only has remained in Europe, and it seems that whenever Skumon picks it, he wins. He's 7-0 on the champion. So when G2 need a little help, they can go there, but not 2 games in a row, unfortunately.
No, absolutely not. The champion's just perfect for competitive. You don't have to face check, you have long range engage. What more would you want? Junglers available right now. We still have a ton. What do you think rises in priority here? We still got the Sin Sao, there's still the Pantheon. I think that's the biggest one.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the Pantheon, because for me, that's like Skumon's champ, you know? So I'm thinking
but what did you see yesterday? You saw them steal the homework, didn't you, Jay?
That's
you
true.
saw them wall Pantheon.
That's true.
And that was the one victory they had yesterday.
That is very true. I also think Sejuani is another very strong one. We saw that with a Sejuani Yone could be a combo coming out, incredibly obnoxious mid-jungle. And then it's like, the thing with the Azir now is you kind of have to pair it up with probably a Xin Sao as the Maokai is out, which isn't as strong, but still, like, Azir's Azir, you know, it's going to scale up to 3 items.
We need Yamato, he says that perfectly. I don't know, I'm not feeling it for Fnatic. I don't know. I'm glad that they changed and that they're going on the blue side.
I don't know why, I feel the same as you.
I do. I think it's because yesterday we were so spoiled with the games and so spoiled as to how some players really stepped up to the momentum. And this, for me, will always be a momentum-driven team because, you know, it's got to be to the members that are remaining on it, right?
But if there's one thing they have today that I don't think Fnatic have had in God knows how many years, they actually have the crowd with them today.
That's true.
They are by far louder for Fnatic. If you need something to bring you back on that stage, it's this arena.
It's true.
It was pretty quiet while G2 was dominating.
Was winning, yes. And I can't remember the last time that happened.
Also, we have a bit of an audio issue on stage, I think, so we're trying to resolve that as well. Do you remember that Grabs, before they played MKOI, did say that he was going to sing on stage if in some universe Fnatic lost to MKOI in Madrid?
Just happens to be our universe.
He hasn't, and then he came back, and of course it's understandable because he's a coach who has to prepare for his next match.
Yeah.
Well, I think he was better off singing at this point.
But he will sing after this BO3 or not?
I don't know.
Well, you know what they say, it's not over till Grams sing, eh?
Yeah, Grams sings on stage in Madrid. Okay, let's see. I don't know. We went into draft talk, so what do we talk about now?
Well, you like bot lane. You want to talk about the bot lane pool right now? Varus was left open, which has been very interesting. That has been permabanned. Kai'Sa has been banned as well.
I was surprised that the Varus was open for Alsama. It's just been a really good laning early pick, and you could see it, right? He got a pretty decent lead on it, despite the Ezreal answer from Upset. I do think now what I'd like to see from Fnatic is just a stronger team identity and ideally more of a winning bot lane. I think they did have the Braum counterpick against the Varus Alistar, but at the end of the day, your 3v3 is quite weak, so it was hard for them to really leverage it. I don't think Fnatic is a team that really wins 2v2 that hard. They're a good 2v2 bot lane, but it's more about involving Razork and that Mickey-Razork combo that makes the magic happen.
And when it doesn't happen, there's not a lot of magic. Hey, we fixed the audio issue, but there's another one.
Wait, hold up! She's a liar!
I am such a liar.
Okay, so a little Draven ban, classic against Hansama. Probably going to be followed up by Kalista ban from the side of G2, I would presume. Yes, it is. And then the Pantheon, actually, is going to be picked out by Fnatic. They don't want to first pick it. What do you think about that, GB?
Yeah, well, I think it still leaves open options like you talked about. DSC is one thing, but also Yoning. That was something they banned themselves on red side. Something you can lean into and build a composition around. I liked your point around Sejuani. High priority too. So there's still lots of options there.
Yeah, and they ban out the Aurora as well. That could be setting up for a Gwen first pick in my head now that Rumble, Jax, and Aurora are out. Or it could be a Yone first pick.
I mean, this comes down to their priorities, right? I have seen some Gwens be punished when it has been B1.
Yeah.
I've also seen it come back. Thank you, Merwin, yesterday for that performance.
Oh, they actually decided to go for the Azir with the Yone ban.
Humanoid on Azir, I'm so surprised.
I mean, the thing with now, like the best answer into Azir is the Talia, but it's already taken out. So you're kind of forced to go either this like assassin all-in comp with something like the Akali or the Sylas, or you go just another control mage to try to bully it out in the early game. Because if the Azir gets the 3, 4, 5 items, the champions become such a menace because he has everything in his kit.
But this is also where the way that I think we all want to see a bit of a redemption performance from Caps.
Yeah.
He played it against BDS, he played it against GX, and to not very great success. I know they just had a very good first game here. You're looking at him to see him kind of redeem the faults he had in his past series.
And Caps was kind of the first person to bring Wei out in the LEC. I remember when it came out, he wasn't really a high priority, and then Caps started dominating on it.
Humanoid was also good on it, so
Yeah.
he knows the matchup very well.
And then it's going to be the Sin style lock-in. First game also very strong mid-jungle 2v2, and I think G2, they really want to try to punish this Azir early on and get Caps ahead.
I don't really know for Fnatic, like, you got the Sejuani up, doesn't pair too well with the Azir, but it still gives you that team fighting and easy identity that we're talking about. But there's also crazier picks that you can go in and actually fight the priority from the mid lane with the 2v2.
Yeah, I like something like the Nefiri or the Wukong, some AD jungler that can actually fight the early game. We saw Elioya with great success on it, and it's an overall champion that has been big success overall,
yeah,
I'd say.
I think because of Berserk, no, I seem to remember, wasn't he the first jungler that brought it out and they got stomped in that game?
Yeah,
but it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't his fault, doesn't matter. Forever in my mind.
And there it is, going on 3. Yeah, you mentioned it earlier as well, Jack.
Yeah.
Jack's already out of the table.
Yeah.
So the best answer is already gone.
Yeah, I'm curious if they want to go for something like the Akali, or if they want to go for just like a Bruiser to match Gwen later on. I think, for me, the only person that scales that insanely on the Gwen has been Merwin.
Yeah.
He was hitting those ultis like they were point and click.
You said nobody else actually hits them.
Nobody is. We can see this game. We can count and see how
We're gonna
many
have a tracker.
ults hits.
I like the Rel on 3. Alistar's out as well, so that just means that one of the better players into
Don't
that
worry,
is
it's
gone.
coming back.
Oh, wait, what is...
It just dropped and came back up because we didn't actually
Ooh.
denominate that G2 already won a game.
Ah, fair enough. Well, there
It's
it
on
is.
there now.
But yeah, but I do like Rel on 3. Alistar's gone, and now you have the opportunity to just ban out the worst matchups.
And it's Labrov on Rel. I mean, it's
his career stats have been kind of good in that champion too.
It's kind of his best champion, so I'm glad to see him pick it.
Warwick ban is crazy into Gwen as well. I'll be honest, I don't know enough about Warwick's matchups to know how good they actually are. But it's a nice respect ban to BB.
He has all good matchups into melee champions is the vibe I get, but just into range he struggles. But it's interesting to see the prior kind of rise, and I don't think I've seen it anywhere else in the world. Got a little own thing, Warwick thing going.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what support Mickey will decide to opt for here. In general, what bot lane they want to go for.
I was thinking about the same thing. Like, what is it that Drafts really want? Because, I mean, you don't have the strongest frontliner in the top side, so you kind of need a bit
any front.
Yeah. What do you... Is this a Jhin angle?
It could be Mr. U, aka Mr. Useful, not useless.
Yeah, it depends on the game.
So I think Jhin could be great because you really want a lot of setup from the side of Fnatic. And then a kind of tanky boy for Mikix. But the problem is that Alistar's out, who you'd really want as your main frontline. But maybe something like the Leona could be great. But into Kai'Sa, you don't really want to play the Jhin, so it's a tough spot here for Fnatic.
Yeah,
I think
thinking the same thing.
Tristana could be an angle here for upset, or the Xayah. Those are the two picks that I'm definitely thinking of.
But what is Mickey thinking of? Is it a Nautilus into this one? Yeah, well, possibly that as well. But let's see if he can be the antagonist or protagonist of that story.
Oh?
He decides to go for the Jhin. It's not the most favorable matchup into the Kai'Sa. You do win early game, but Kai'Sa can always ult on you later on. And when you're standing still ulti, this is an incredibly hard to play call from Fnatic here. They are 5 squishy champions with a ton of burst, but with no frontline and very, very little CC.
And 1 game away from having no victories in Madrid. So that's when they decide to play this comp, Jack Spectra.
Yeah, it makes me worried, and I love this Galio top answer. I think it can really absorb the engage from Fnatic very well.
Yeah, not only that, I love the skirmishing power that you're getting from G2 as well. 1 CC, you know, Skewman finding a pig in the jungle, Galio on top of it, Kai'Sa to come around. Like, if you are not respecting G2's tempo as Fnatic, you're gonna die. And that's already quite complicated when we've already mentioned that their composition's a little bit hard to play.
All right, and said again, G2, they really got some confidence I can only gather from that first game. And Fnatic, their momentum is probably in the dumpster, so they probably think if we can pull this off,
They can pull
Then
anything
we're
out.
good. Otherwise, we're simply going home. Let's see. I believe our casters will be ready in Berlin. Thank you so much. Any last notes on this draft, you two?
If Fnatic win, I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Fnatic.
What are you going to do if they win with this comp? You going to do something special?
I don't know. I didn't think about it.
All right.
I'm choking it.
We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Or we'll leave it to Dracos and
yeah, if Dracos has any ideas.
Yeah.
That's a great question, Jack Spectator. Time to get your skin in the game, buddy.
Maybe that's it. He has to shave his hair.
Oh, yes, no hair. He loves his hair. I vote no hair.
I
you are in the chat or on social media, please let Shocks, Goldberg, or Jack Spectra know it's the things that we value most that we must put on the line for a bet. And I know for a fact Jack Spectra loves his hair. Struggle to pronounce hair there. There's a lot of letters.
We let that go. We let that go.
Okay, but to his point, if you're just joining us, why would he say if they win this game, 2-1? It's because this draft is insanely hard to play. And their last draft was insanely hard to play because it was kind of bad, but this one is insanely hard to play. And while I also don't love it, like, you can envision the path to victory. It's just that the path requires you to be a top-level LPL or LCK team.
Well, even like the teams that do play it tend to have something that like facilitates it in the mid lane. You have an Ahri, or I personally tend more towards like a Rise, where it's like the point-and-click CC, which is just guaranteed to set up the Neferi. But you don't have that here, so trying to play through mid to look for early kills is going to be pretty tough. I do think the best version of this right now with the... Oh, hang on.
Flash forward. Upset cleanse. Might be forced to flash as well. It's going to be okay. So aggressive level 1 here. Lebrov wants to get as much damage down as possible, knowing that it doesn't really get easier for the Rel, as Mickey will hold on to that range advantage and just continue to harass.
Yeah, has the Hex Flash though, so could try and Hex Flash out of this bush if he wants to and look for the all-in on towards upset, but at least being able to contest the level 2 somewhat okay. They will obviously fall behind, but not in the worst of spots here.
Hex Flash forward, not going to burn anything. Mickey staying calm. We'll see if there's any kind of level 2 all-in, but in the meantime, top lane. Broken Blade getting aggressive on his level 2. Early levels, not surprised to see him winning out on some of these trades. Gwen's going to need a few levels under her belt. Phase Rush just to make sure that he can get in and out on those quick trades. Okay, so back to comps. G2, look, I see what they want to do. They got long-range artillery combined with a Kai'Sa dive. And the Hui's a little awkward here, I'll give you that. The Hui's a little awkward. Everyone else wants to dive in, right? Simple, straightforward. Fnatic, kind of some people want to dive in, some people don't want to dive in. It's a bit of a mixed bag. It's all kind of context dependent.
I think a lot of it is going to revolve around this Neferi pick, which is we need to invade. And in theory, the way you do that is by having pushing lanes. And in theory, bot lane should be a pushing lane for you. But the way G2 played that early game actually means that you don't really get it. And you aren't really having much control over the mid lane at the moment either. So finding these moments for Razork, which I think he needs to invade, play for pushing Skewmon out of the game, and having that support from his team isn't really a thing. And you don't really have setup in the lanes either. Like maybe around bot lane, but even that's going to be tough. So I think this Neferi pick is just kind of useless in the position that she's in, and I don't really see the value that it's going to add. So I think for G2, it's going to be fairly simple to just play this dive comp into everyone on Fnatic that is going to be kind of caught out by it. And I don't think there's much backline threat for Caps to really be worried because he's just severing bolts from a million miles away.
Is an option. The Galio as well. Historically, Galio as a mid lane option back in 2019 in the Silas Akali era was always really strong because that taunt, similar to Jack's Counter-Strike, if you hold it, even if Razork pushes his little intangibility and vulnerability, it might not be enough. So we see Skewmon now a bit in trouble, forced to flash away. So a positive early look from the side of Fnatic. And again, individuals can be the thing that makes the difference here. We have to call it out, right? Humanoid on Azir. Shox sounded not very excited about it, and it's because she's seen it a lot. But the thing that we have to mention is it's because he's good at this champion. It's an OG humanoid iconic pick, and if Razork can pop off on this Neferi, we saw how good Elioya looked yesterday. He did lose that game, as you reminded me, but he did look really good for the parts that they were winning the game. So there's still some room to make the composition come together.
Yeah, it's just like when I see this pick work well, it's because it's like gifted a ton of early kills and then it just snowballs out of control. Even like in matchups where it's like, oh, we have the Gwen top lane. Gwen is gifting kills the Neferi. That's how like critical it is for this Neferi to get rolling, and I just don't really feel like it's going to be here as the Brav. Early roams once more, but matched by Mickey.
Good match by Mickey. Now Upset isolated the 1v1 against Broken Blade. Battle of Wave Clear Galio. Should be able to keep that pressure. And Classic, you mentioned it in the previous game, we've seen it a lot, right? This 5-minute swap, 4.5-minute swap. G2 and Fnatic have both used this extensively. And this time at least Fnatic partially matching, sending Mickey up. But it is a bit unfortunate. I think G2 do get the better of this swap in the end because like you want your Jhin Nico to get value in the laning phase. You don't want to let LeBron just skate through like he did in the previous game and be this team fight monster.
But I think it's also the fact that because you've moved Mickey to the top side now to cover with the melee top laner, you're now losing the push there. You don't really have the opportunity to, yes, you like win push as Upset, but trying to invade as Upset and Razork is not going to be a good time against Broken Blade is about to take over to 6 and Skewmont. So in this position, even if G2 aren't winning out massively in the play, they're still winning because they're nullifying what Razork.
Crashdown Heal came out there for extra movement speed. I think they have kill pressure on Han Sama. Barrier forced. Oscar had already used the Miststone. He might just get cut down. First blood. Easy pickup. Mickey now running. There's nowhere he can go. He can flash. Sends back the bars, but Hans flashes over it. Quick double kill. And I don't think we're getting to game 3, folks. It's falling apart fast. Razork trying to make the difference on the bottom side, but the rest of G2 is already backed away. They know they're on the weak side. They're not risking anything.
I don't understand going for the all-in, though, on top side. Like, you don't have level 6 for Oscar in. Like, if you cleared this wave and then gone, I could have seen it. But, like, this is really weird. Mickey out of position. You don't really get much. Like, yeah, you get some damage onto Han Sama, but I don't even think that Tango bar's really hit. Like, Han Sama's got barrier still. Like, there's very little that you can do here.
Perhaps miscommunication around barrier being up, if we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, or more optimism about what abilities were and weren't going to land. But the second that mist is gone, that's a tough exchange. Gwen doesn't have an item. But the terror Gwen doesn't start for a while.
And I was going to say, even if you had, like, Ghost or Exhaust or Ignite, like another, so because Ghost you can keep toe-to-toe with Han Sama when you need to buy that space. If you have Ignite or Exhaust, then you can definitely win out of the fight, but not hitting 6 and also not having then the combat summoner spell there was just really strange to me.
In a situation where they prioritize this early Gwen, they prioritize what is considered by most to be a power pick, and it does have an individual gold lead, but we can see, one, it wasn't laning against the Galio at that point, but what we can see is that the cost of that is that Han Sama is now about 600 gold ahead, has a BF sword. Looks like it will be the crit Kaisa. There is a lot of magic damage, so it makes sense, but definitely not Jack Spectra's favorite build, and I'm inclined to agree.
But I think it's also sorry, not about the build, but the fact that you lose out on top now means G2 gets three groves. Now they're rotating their bot lane back down to bot side, and they're going to be able to get Dragon. Like, these are now kind of the snowball effects off of that misplay from Fnatic. And sure, Upset has the experience lead in the bottom side and can maybe try to look to bully through that level advantage, but it's not going to be very easy to do, especially with BB having that level 6 open and available.
It's also tricky. I mean, look, Humanoid is kept mid, pushed in Fnatic's favor for most of this early game, keeping caps low as well, so he can't really participate in the fights. Will now reset. He's going to be spotted out there by the clone from Mickey. So far, really, really quiet early game. Again, the big plays that have come through. Aired on the side of G2 is Humanoid now caught out. Q there, severing both their quick flash from Humanoid. The grasping Maw will not connect, so he just walk away, but they get the flash.
Still, just getting control over mid, and it's just for the Dragon, right? You can see the pings going down on it now, and the quicker reset from Han Sama on top side means he's uncontested on the push in bot lane, so Upset will be able to farm under tower, but it means that G2 gets the Dragon. So 2 big objectives in the early stages already going to G2, even if they're not getting this massive gold lead like we saw in the last game.
I think one thing that will be different in this game, however, is that even if G2 get a lead, they won't quietly win. They got a lot of dive threat. It's going to be very explosive as Oscar tries to find the all-in, forces the flash out of Broken Blade. One more skip and slash. Not going to come out. But we do see that as time goes on, Oscar will be a bigger and bigger threat. Oh, I feel in my bones he's going to go for a dive.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the damage.
I don't think he should, but I feel it in my bones.
because taunt as well, giving you magic resist.
Ooh,
okay, that's
he's fancy with it. Split fight, meanwhile, bottom side, Razor calling out the extra dogs. Baha Men reporting. That's the kill! I felt it in my bones! I didn't think it was going to work, but apparently it will. Now Caps is moving in. But Gwen, what's the timer remaining on the mist? Flash forward from Caps. Grasping, has the mist, walks away. These are the kind of plays that Fnatic need. Upset with the 4-shot, though, has now been pulled back. Shumon ready to get things kicked off. That's the ulti going in for Razor. Intangible for a brief moment as he manages to step backwards. Xin Zhao out fading. 4-shot there for Upset. Big damage onto Skumon. Humanoid from behind. They surely stick around for this one. Razork ready.
Curtain calls ready.
Dashing forward. One finding the bleed. Second dagger connecting. Labrov in trouble. Razork getting the kill. Upset not going to get anything but 2 over to the dog in the jungle.
And you can hear the crowd, Fnatic, coming alive when it started to look like it was slipping away from them. Oscar Runen with the outplay top, and Fnatic outplaying in the mobile bot lane as well.
And I'll be honest, I didn't think it was going to happen.
No.
I was ready. I was Mr. Doom and Gloom himself. After that bot play went so poorly, I thought that had to be it. But the mental fortitude, the confidence, Fnatic not phased by fumbling when they were down a game, keeping this one going. And that was without Humanoid for most of the play, who should have been their only strong points. The Nefiri, 2-0-0. The fight well played. Can they keep this momentum going?
But I think this is where we were kind of talking about, like, that's what you want to see from Fnatic, being able to play around Razork on looking for these early skirmishes, and the fact he managed to get 2 kills off the back of that is massive for the Nefarian being able to continue pressuring in this game. I think we're already kind of seeing it again, like Mickey now starting to get these deep wards, getting a better understanding of 1, when camps are going to respawn, and 2, where the hell Skumon is on the map, so you can actually start to be a bit more of a nuisance.
Labrov trying to decide if he can pet that dog. The answer is yes, but there's no point. Yeah, it's a fake one, sadly. Look, this is now they're good, right? We didn't know how they were going to get a lead. It didn't seem super viable, but now they found one, and this is where the comp feels pretty great. They've got good pick tools. They've got poke. They have some control over the bottom lane. Humanoid's doing well in the mid lane matchup, which was the case before they had this lead. Now what can they get done, though? Because G2 still managed to get the first 2 objectives for free.
You're still getting a good amount of plates, though, on the bottom side for Upset, which is at least nice for him. It's not really answering for the gold, though, because you've already got the 2 kills on Hansama, but it is just him free farming, which is actually evened up. Like, a 0-0-2 Jin should not be this close to a 2-kill Kai'Sa.
No, shouldn't be the case. But then again, we have a 1.3k individual gold lead for the Gwen, and she hasn't completed an item yet. So I imagine that when people go back to shop, the scoreboard, at least, will look very different. I think one of the downsides for G2 in the position they are with the AD Kai'Sa is that if they do start to fall further behind, this has been brought up a few times, right? The hybrid build Kai'Sa, the AP Kai'Sa, pokes really well. She scales really gracefully regardless of game state, whereas AD Kai'Sa really wants you to be in a winning position. Needs to be able to auto-attack in fights, which against a Fed Nefiri and a Gwen, you know?
Yeah.
It's not an easy task.
Yeah, I think, though, like, you're now in a position where Fnatic can actually contest for topside groups off the back of having that early success in the bottom side. Skumon, though, looking to contest, and Humanoid is bottom lane, so...
This was bold from Razork. They didn't have mid push, and top push was in favor of BB, so he'll take 1 away at least. So denying the feet for objectives and 6 grubs, but not going to be able to get anything else other than that.
Yeah, I thought Humanoid was sticking around in mid lane to enable push to then come across and help them take them, but he started to shift to bot lane, so trying to set up Upset in the mid lane as well, or instead for Fnatic, was more their call, but it does mean it is 5 now of those groups for G2. They're not in lanes that innately get big value out of it, like Broken Blade will continue to lose to Oscar in a side lane, and it's kind of difficult for Caps to make full use out of it, but it just means that if you ever are trying to set up for an objective and you leave, say, the Kai'Sa alone on the top side like she's at the moment, she can start to rip through these towers very quickly.
Oscar there to cover. So at the end of the day, the trade really was giving more time to Humanoid to farm bot lane uncontested in exchange for 1 plate top side and the grubs. Pretty important that they did steal away 1, at least, to stop 6 grubs from going over, as Oscar needs to be careful here. Not expecting the cheese, does drop the ward though, respects it anyway. Now turning back with the ulti. Oscar decent damage. Labrov now in trouble, TP on the way in, Skumon here as well. That's the miss taken out. Mickey running forward. be able to get anything. That's the ult to flash forward. Manages to lock him too. Humanoid on the way, and he's going to slide his way in. Doesn't even need the ulti. Rest of the team watching them go down, but there it is. Shuffled out, but caught under tower. But still, he'll manage to live. Fnatic on the top side, dominating. And now the dogs all out on the bottom, chasing down a juicy looking chicken, but he's going to fly to safety. And no chickens can do that.
It's kind of lucky for Razork. You know, chicken bone's not great for dogs, but either way, Fnatic, that was fantastic. So pulling up to the top side of the map, Oscarinin using the slow from the needlework to enable Mickey to get in range as well, burning that flash early, plus Mickey even catching Hans Sama with the Pop Blossom. So you can see here, it's G2 trying to make the play, Oscarinin spots it out, but immediately it's all hands on deck, moving from mid lane to make sure you can get into position to cover for this. And now Mickey, with the extra speed, Pop Blossom flashes it.
Another fight in the picture-in-picture, but important context there. You can see in the minimap, Galio Justice Punch, maybe a 1/10 of a second away from canceling Humanoid's TP. Just the slightest of margin, allowing that fight to come through. Broken Blade backing away, Humanoid off to the side. Just gonna go for a bit more poke here, but the Azir getting scarier and scarier, and despite the 2-kill injection at the start of the game, Hans Sama dead even with Upset. Just giving more credence to what the devs talked about, right? Hans Sama definitely a flashier game overall, but Upset, very stable player.
Yeah, and I think this is where you will get to see kind of Upset show his stuff. The fact that you have the Jhin now, and you are in the lead of this game. It'll be G2 starting to come out and trying to fight back through a lot of these choke points that are in the jungle, which he then gets a lot of value from Curtain Call and Deadly Flourishes and these kind of things, enabling Oscarinin to step up and really be that incredible burst damage Gwen in the front line, and just making it very difficult when you've got the needlework for people like this Kai'Sa to try and push up, to try and have any sort of impact in the game.
Yeah. And look, even without the initial snowball or the gank support from lanes that we normally like to see from the Fury when she finds success in other leagues, Fnatic found that first bottom side fight, and that really was the turning point in the game. Now we have this Naafiri who's in a much more comfortable position, despite G2 getting a pretty positive swap to the top side and a big overstep from Fnatic, making it look like we were going to get a carbon copy of Game 1. Fnatic weathered that storm, have a sizable lead, and this is where it just gets really tough for G2 to play, because as good as the Galio is into a lot of these options, the Gwen we know will be scarier, and the side lanes don't look easy. Hwei does a lot of things from very far away. Does not like to clear minions up close.
Definitely not. But I think as well, it's what we saw just before the pause kicked off. It's Fnatic kind of playing through, okay, now we have control. Let's move into this bottom side jungle. Let's steal away all the camps from Skumond, make him more uncomfortable. Let's get Vision down and deny G2 access to swing through their own jungle. And we can now play off of what is the push on bot side for Humanoid, plus also having that good control over mid thanks to Upset. It makes it just very difficult for G2 to defend the tier 2s, and once the tier 2 falls, well, now you're looking at, well, how the hell do we try and contest any more of these, like Rift Heralds that are starting to come up, these other objectives that are in the game.
Of course, energy here in Madrid, palpable. Taste in the air. And I'm in Berlin. You can see how jazzed people are. But we are still in a pause. Fnatic initiated a pause. As we get more information, we'll be sure to update you. But pretty much all the information we have is at the bottom of your screen. So, potential bug reported, league officials now reviewing. As we know more, we'll tell you more. In the meantime, you can enjoy the sights, the sounds of Let's Go G2 chants running in the background. And I think they need that momentum, although they do have the advantage of a single game. And what's crazy is, as intense and hype as this series is, these are both our teams who lost on day one. How insane is that? GX and MCOY, the two victors. I don't think that was on anyone's bingo card except for maybe the Antonio and some people who were very big fans of Spanish League of Legends. And yet here we are, Rob. Crazy time.
And you're still fighting for the King of Spain as well. Like we put it up yesterday, it's like you get 3 points if you can 2-0, which we'll have to see if G2 can kind of manage that because they need some extra wins back on the board. But for the likes of MCOY and Giant X to kind of be sitting there and first and second tied is going to be pretty nice for yourself, you know?
Fnatic, a potential bug exploit has been reported to league officials who are now reviewing. Again, just reading the screen. As is usually, or is often the case, we'll wait for official investigation before we speculate as to what it was. It wasn't like a crazy state of game, so
Yeah.
Uncertain.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what's happening, but yeah, I think it's nice to see Fnatic at least fighting back in this game.
Oh yeah.
Because especially after the loss yesterday, like coming into this weekend, I was pretty hyped to see what Fnatic were going to bring to the table. Because like we were talking about the whole Duffman thing, but honestly, it's just like this is the first time in a while where I've been able to look at Fnatic and see, hey, there is deliberate improvements in parts of their game. When it's we're moving into a side lane before the objective sets up to clear out that side wave so we can have a better fight at this objective. Or we are deliberately having Mickey cheat tempo on mid wave, so then he can get deeper vision and we can actually use that to find a pick, right? And these are the kind of things that, like, as an analyst, that I just get really excited about for the league, and especially when I see these teams. That's why I was like a big fan of BDS as well. Was back last year, you could see the incremental things that they were improving on, and I think that's the part for Fnatic that I was most excited to see. And I didn't really get all of that yesterday,
and
it just didn't really work out.
So. Can't quite read what's on the prompter, but I'll give you full context in a moment once we scroll.
So apparently Mickey X bought a restricted item on Nico and has been forced to go back to base itself.
Oh, got it. There you go. So league officials, looks like technically an administrative pause then. There is an item not allowed on Nico. I'm sure it's somewhere out there on the subreddit, but we won't talk about it here.
Yeah.
Not encouraging anyone to bad behavior.
Yeah.
But plenty of bug hunters out there, so. Regardless, continue forward in this game. An unfortunate mishap as it will cost Mickey, I imagine, some gold in the process of selling it.
It was his support item, which means that I don't think he's actually lost that much gold. Because he went back and had the World Atlas, I think it's called. Basically the support item before you upgrade it.
Yeah.
So I think he's just gone back and sold the support item and now has the Salted.
There you go.
Yeah.
We'll leave the speculation for the rest of the world.
I don't know what the bug is. That's just
people can scroll back to the VOD, find out what they want to find out. For now, we're back into the game where Fnatic still in a damn comfortable position. You can see that gold lead is huge. It's a carbon copy of Game 1. It's just we've changed which team is insanely far ahead. The difference, of course, I think G2 have some angles to come back into this game. But with Oscar in, Humanoid, and Razork looking pretty damn powerful, it's a tall task.
Well, G2 want to try and find that pick onto Oscar in him, but it is a Gwen, which always makes it a little bit more difficult. And you've got Mickey trying to just see who he can fish out for. So, though, I think for Fnatic, they're in a fine spot. As you're saying, you play off of Upset being able to push mid. Hasn't gone for the static build, which is okay.
All right, quick catch onto Oscar, pull back on the ulti. He's going to flash out. Hansama attempted to follow, push back on the bottom side as Humanoid getting aggressive onto Broken Blade, who will TP out, knowing that he does not win that particular fight, but also knowing that Humanoid just burned his one and only piece of hard CC, his only tool to interrupt that TP. Herald now using the bottom side. Pace of the game accelerating pretty rapidly. Fnatic, yes, they did not get the kill on the top side, but they're pushing in that wave, and they might be able to force that tower down, but Fnatic are still so far ahead.
That's why I like the play from Fnatic. Like, oh, actually, TP now top side. That might have been a mistake, Oscar did.
Oscar uses the miss. This time he's not quite so fortunate. He doesn't have a TP. Upset is on the way in. Mickey's here as well, but that tower is already gone.
Yet you were already winning on the map as Fnatic. You were taking the tier 2 for the tier 1. Fantastic. And then you can overload mid because you've taken the tier 2 quicker on the bottom side and look for the tier 1 in mid and gone for that trade. But Fnatic hard forcing on the top side where Oscar in means that Upset is now called up to the top side to try and help, and there's just nothing that they can do.
And I gotta wonder if you're just a little too much hype. You know, you're in front of this incredible crowd. You hear him cheering for you as a Spanish player. España. You know, you're getting the vibes, excuse me. About to just drop some swears.
Is that how you cheer?
España. Well, I don't speak Spanish. I could just say Fnatic. I mean, I tried to, you know, whenever you say España as a non-Spanish speaker, it always feels like it should be said sexy. So I had to do it. Anyway,
yeah,
my point.
Pedro Pascal.
Where's Pedro Pascal? That's what we need. We had Mark Ruffalo Buffalo. Where's Pedro Pascal? Okay. Mickey, quick flash out. Look, ultimately, all I'm trying to say is that was questionable from Oscar. He has to chill, take a deep breath, because G2 happy to have that access back into the game, right? Now that gold lead starting to shrink a bit as G2 one tower after another, and they're trading across the map. Maybe Fnatic can respond with a fight here, but Humanoid just continues to be a demon in the side lanes. No one is going to match him. G2 setup on Drake seems to be what they're prioritizing here. But Humanoid is just hoovering up CS. This man is playing a game of hungry, hungry hippos.
Yeah, I think for Humanoid it works out well. He's getting the CS, but I do think for G2 as a whole, the fact you're getting these side lane turrets down does help out quite a bit. And like a lot of what you want is Broken Blade being able to play in towards mid lane off of a side lane push. So the fact you're getting these turrets down is fantastic. Now, BB still loses out, as you can see, to basically both of the side laners, but oh, hang on, Hansama.
Hansama, Lebrov. Severing Bolt won't hit. Mickey is able to walk away. Humanoid still just poking. Otacon leashed. As Razork diving face first into Caps. Caps is where it gets tricky. Root isn't going to come through, but the curtain call well. Flash to the side, going in from Caps. Razork forced away from the tower. One more bullet. Where's it going to go? Nice footwork from Caps to stay standing. Crisis averted.
G2 covering mid as well with Hansama and Skumon, so they won't lose the tower immediately as Caps will need to reset. Can teleport back out onto the fight, but Fnatic on Dragon, look, they'll be able to secure it after they were able to cover G2's attack on the top side.
Mickey. Cheating now. Clone giving him the vision. Still the Drake to the side of Fnatic. Cloud Soul certainly powerful on a comp with this much mobility, as Lebrov once again spotted out by the very convenient clone.
Razork also kind of hiding in this bot side jungle. I think he wasn't spotted on the ward, it's behind the wall, but they were fishing for Caps, who they assumed was going to move down and pick up that bot wave, but he's reset now to pick up his Liandry's Anguish on top of the Blackfire Torch. So Caps kind of hitting a spike, which is quite a lot of damage off the double burn items, but we'll have to see if they get a chance to really use it, because Otacon is kind of the only item that's up and available as of right now, and Fnatic are happy to just keep moving Razork around the map and trying to fish for these picks off of this strong Neferi.
I mean, he's level 13, about to tick over to level 14. Skumon is level 11, halfway to level 12.
But it's the two items as well. Like having that Black Cleaver, you so quickly rip through the armor. The cooldown is really nice as well for just being able to chase down people. But G2 are kind of just using this three-man squad of Skumon, Hansama, and Lebrov to try and chase different members of Fnatic and Razork around the map.
I mean, one of the really strong things they do have is this Galio taunt, right? Just stops almost all of that dive threat. If Razork tries to channel ulti, very telegraphed ability, so many tools to stop him from getting into the midst of the fight. Fnatic now taking control of mid. Oscar first push on that bot side wave, now moving up towards mid lane.
And that's what I mean. This is kind of the change that we've seen in Fnatic, whereas usually what you'd see around this time is, hey, we're going to push mid and overload one side of the map for Humanoid. But now they're just like, okay, cool, let's use the waves to our advantage, where push in on bot side, then we can hover Oscar in and out of vision, and now we set up for a play on mid where G2 can't really contest the wave until we know where Oscar is. But Oscar's now moving to mid to support Fnatic on this play.
Krug does spot the Hex Splash, stops Lebrov in his tracks. Teleport, excuse me, not teleport, tower set up mid lane from the Sun Disc. The Severing Bolt comes down. I mean, G2 are just getting, again, what a weird series. Compared to yesterday, it was so back and forth. Game 1, slaughter in favor of G2. So far, Game 2, outside of that first fumble on the top side, where Oscar and Mickey kind of overplayed their hand, Fnatic have just been winning every exchange.
And I don't think it's going to end. Like, the biggest issue for G2 is they don't have a way to contest sides. Oscar Rinen's just too big at the moment. And even when you look at Humanoid as well, like level 15, halfway to level 16, you can't send someone solo to deal with him. And that's where we're talking about this like trio of Lebrov, Hansama, and Skumon. But now they're going to spot the Fnatic have just taken Otacon.
But they can spot. Ooh, they see Skumon, know he's too far away. That's Voracious Otacon picked up. Oscar versus Caps. Massive slow onto Oscar, and it's Skumon now trying to follow. Oscar trying to heal as much as he can, but Caps has been rooted in the meantime. And in goes the dog. Caps, quick fear to try to survive. But Razork is ready to follow up. Everything they can do from Lebrov, everything coming out, but it's just not enough to stop the pick. The reset's going in. Broken Blade finally here, but it might not matter because Mickey, the perfect follow through, the three-man. And all of Fnatic watches G2 fall to pieces. The triple for upset. Looking to make it a quadra, but Broken Blade manages to walk away.
Fnatic were mauled by the dog until they went up. Fnatic find everyone there. And now they will march towards this inhibitor.
No hair of the dog to save this one. Fnatic probably break open the base here as well. And that little ward recalling did manage to hit quite an impressive 3-man ult. We mentioned it with this composition, the power that they have to dive. G2 don't have, it's not the Maokai Varus. They can't absorb the initial engage in the same way, much harder. The desk critical of the use of Maokai. And it's certainly a champion that G2 would have loved to have here.
It could have worked out well, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Unfortunately, it's not the case. As Fnatic starting to get back onto the map, I don't understand how you're supposed to try and cover this as G2. Like, Oscar Innen is in a good... Does end up overextending a little bit trying to get caps, but that deadly flourish locks down caps. Then you've got Razork who immediately follows through. And this is where G2 desperately try to hold on to everyone, but the reset on the ultimate from Razork giving Axe to Sam and Mickey, take a bow, lad. That was beautiful. And it's easy then for Fnatic to just follow on through.
And I mean, with two compositions that are both happy to dive, it's kind of whoever goes for it first, right? Broken Blade wasn't in that fight at all. G2 immediately, once Fnatic start to play, are so split that they can't find their footing.
It's also the intargetability on Razork means he's able to play deep, but doesn't get caught out now.
First shot going in. Taunt still channeled, interrupting Razork for a brief moment, but now Broken Blade needs to get the hell out. Skewmon already dead. Reset on the ulti is there. Razork not going to risk it this time around. Knows that Baron is his prize, rightfully earned. Fnatic 10k up, 26 minutes. Might not be able to make up for game one, but they can try to outpace G2 in their win at the very least.
Well, trying to see if they can get on towards Caps here. Does end up just skirting away from that one. Dragon is available. Oscar Innen.
Rob, nice initial engage. Oscar Innen caught out by Hansama. Hansama starting to hurt, but Mickey once again managing to find the 3-man. Goes golden, courtesy of the Seekers. In the blink of an eye, Hansama gone. Now Caps on his lonesome. Broken Blade cannot peel. He just tries to justice punch himself back. Fnatic just keep running them down. Razork intangible, dashes over the wall, makes it look easy. The Dog's now moving in. Black Cleaver fully stacked. Caps, the only person in despair here right now is him. Razork set to finish the kill, but forced backwards. The grasping maw, the passive, but no. Goes untargetable, and Fnatic upset dominating. Fnatic dominating. Looks like they'll just close it out here.
I was gonna say it's over. Fnatic, they just find pick after pick. Hansama performed a magic trick, and it's his Nexus that disappears.
And here we go, game 3. Wouldn't have it any other way. A classic LEC matchup going the distance as Fnatic fire back. Firing back doesn't feel like enough to describe how dominant that game was, but we end this game with as many questions as we have answers. Can Razork play Nefiri? Hell yes. Can G2 win without Maokai? Maybe not. There's a lot of things we're wondering. I'm sure the desk will illuminate us when we return. For now, we're sending it to a quick break. When we return, game 3 in Madrid.
Okay.
Nice move.
Nice slow.
Go away from
Nice.
Okay.
Nice one. Holy.
Okay,
Yeah,
slowly.
keep fighting.
I have Atakan.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Kaisa. Kaisa dead. Shin. Nice, guys.
Nice.
There we go. They've woken up Fnatic and given us, I think, as convincing as a game as G2 dealt them in game 1. I was a little bit harsh on them, but they're awake. We kicked them awake.
Yeah, and I ended off the draft of this game saying, if Fnatic wins this, I think the series is going to be 2-1 for Fnatic. Because I thought there was no way they could win with a team composition that is all squishy, with very little engage and very little CC overall.
So how did they pull it off? The heist?
I don't know.
What do
They
you
just
mean you don't
played
know?
so much better, and they just had the aggression in every single lane. And it felt like Oscar woke up after a tough early game and just was making plays left and right alongside Mickey, who made, like, Nico was making way more engages than the Rel.
Yeah, it felt like there were so many members that thought game 1, that was ass. We gotta really come back into it and prove ourselves. And I think Mickey really did this game on the Nico. I think Oscar as well on the Gwen. It's either the champion or it's Oscar. I'm gonna choose to be an Oscar defender. I'm just saying he did well. He had some great performances after that little oopsie where he solo just went up and got plays happening.
Yeah, we gotta praise it. Also, of course, you've heard it a lot, but he's one of the 2 Spanish players on the roster, so it would be quite embarrassing if they went out like that. And his Gwen, it's very dependable.
Yeah, for sure. But you only get one of those games. And Gwen, I feel like, is one of those champions that just gets the job done. But it still takes someone to pilot it. You still gotta hit those R. You wanted to count the Rs. How many did he hit?
He hit quite a few. I think he was piloting the champion very well despite the rough early game. And I also think it's kind of sad because we talked about Lebrov and we said, you know, he played a great game 1, but we need to see him continue that moving forward. As you expect, a higher standard in G2, and he looked pretty invisible this game overall.
Yeah, I think there was one good side in the beginning, but I didn't see the same map movement. I didn't see the same synergy, and that's really what leaves you wondering. But yeah, Oscar, just solo against BB. Like, BB's having a rough one as well, I gotta say. Like, we saw him have some issues against Lot.
Yeah.
Now it's Oscar. Oh, it's a...
That's starting to get embarrassing.
Yeah, a little
He's
bit,
not performing how we'd want at all, for sure. And I'm wondering if it's maybe just like the nerves of G2, feeling like you should be in a much better position than you are in, because it's like, especially against Lot, you know, you'd expect a veteran like BB to handle that pressure of the crowd much, much better.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's faltering.
It's usually their forte also, so it's not right now. But we got kind of two times the enemy team got banged out, I want to say. And in game 3, hopefully we'll get all of them playing to the max, maybe in the support situation as well. We introduced this matchup a little bit with Mickey and the one they told you not to worry about, and Lebrov. A lot of praises for Lebrov. I don't really think it was on him, but it was definitely on Mickey. And on upset again, you know, he's Mr. Reliable. He always is. But Mickey's engages on Nico are beautiful. I think often when a Nico gets picked, I think we talked about it yesterday also when Mkoy had it and Alvaro was on it, right?
Yeah.
That Nico has to have a great game for that game to succeed, and Mickey did.
Yeah, so the thing with the Nico is it just provides such a good laning phase while also having really nice engage. And you can see here, Mickey transforms into Nefiri. He's able to follow up this play beautifully and find so many great flash ult engages.
3 people minimum every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really about playing on the edge on Nico because it seems easy to land a flash ultimate, but so many times we've all seen it miss. And Mickey, this game, he didn't miss.
Yeah, and I just think overall it's a great bounce back win for Fnatic. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic in the series where it feels like game 1, super stomp, G2. Game 2, super stomp for Fnatic. Game 3, I'm maybe feeling more Fnatic now.
You are. You said it though.
You were feeling 100% Fnatic.
I mean, at the beginning of the day, I was feeling G2. But pulling off such a comp like this that doesn't have the normal tools that you'd expect, just through kind of pure mechanical individual skill, which was what I said G2 was in the winning side on. I thought Fnatic would win through superior support jungle, moving around, but they're just finding windows and plays on their own.
Yeah, are they a team where they kind of live and die by it though, right? If in the early game those plays work out, if Razor can have those confidence moments, I think it often parlays much better into obviously better game states, but a situation in which they feel confident And I have such a hard time trusting them. I literally have as many trust issues with Fnatic as with my first boyfriend. Like,
I mean,
it is
wow.
really bad.
Jesus. Do you want to talk about that?
No,
Okay.
I want to trust them so bad.
I think it's funny you say that, but I do actually trust them a lot over what I've seen over the course of spring. The ones where I have trust issues with right now is Skewman and Labrov together, more than I'm having with Razork and Mickey. But you are right, it's so dependent on that early game going well. But you look at this game, you could say the same thing for G2. Skewman had that one engage around Scuttle, where that almost went wrong immediately from the early game. And I think that's really what's going to be the difference maker for this series.
So it's, I feel like I have, Skewman and Labrov together is kind of something that you take issue to, because I feel like Skewman has been pretty
Skewman
reliable,
individually,
right?
super good.
Yeah.
But you can only do so much as a jungler in competitive.
Yeah, they haven't been linking up how you'd want to see them at all. And I think a lot of that comes from just Labrov's instability and inconsistency. But I also want to touch on the Kai'Sa build. Because as soon as you saw the grid Kai'Sa...
Are you going to sit down? Are you going to stand up?
No. Because this game, it's actually not bad. Because he's forced to go AD Kai'Sa because he has the AP in the mid and the top lane department. I do think I still prefer to go the on-hit route where you go Kraken into Rageblade into Terminus. That way he could be a lot tankier. But the problem is when you play Kai'Sa in a game like this, what you'd want is that later on, if you could go AP, you could match the Jhin range. But the problem is when you go AD, you have a very one-dimensional playstyle. Either you get that engage off or you don't.
Okay, but short. Did it matter at the end of this game?
No, I just want to talk about Kai'Sa.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that a problem? Is that a problem?
No, that's not a problem. I love hearing you talk about Kai'Sa.
G2, so like blue side, where are we? By the way, I want to ask something about this, because whenever I play games, right, I hate that my hands are even a little bit like sticky or dirty or sweaty or whatever, and they are touching 100 sweaty palms before they step on stage.
Not to break your momentum here, but pro players are not known to have, you know, the most perfect.
Yeah, I was going to say, why are you assuming it's that way around?
Really?
Yeah. I think most pro players, isn't the meme is that they're like sweaty, greasy nerds.
Also,
I mean, you can certainly speak for that, Jack.
Hey,
What do you think?
sweaty? No.
What are you saying?
I'm Mr. Clean, on and off the rim.
Oh my God.
Like Ezreal, maybe also like Mr. Clean. I would have the
Where are we
biggest.
going with this?
I would have the biggest like bottle of disinfectant also on my desk before I start. I mean, the pandemic was just a few years ago.
That's fair
Serious
enough.
Sorry. Anyways, I don't want.
I did actually. I played with a few players, and they were very like adamant that they need to wash their hands before they played.
I get. Also, Crumbs used to have a little towelette.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, let's talk about the draft a little bit. Caps watch. How do we feel? Hey, I didn't notice him in the last game, but
I think he didn't really do much, but at the same
No.
time, it's like
on the way
it's
that you
just
thought
the
was going to be
support
good.
jungle that kind of fell apart.
For sure, it wasn't that game where you looked at him just get caught and you were just puzzled about what he was thinking. That's not what we saw. So that's still better than yesterday.
Yeah, it's just it feels like a game like that. It's hard to really put the pin on him at all.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Like, is there another time and place where he could have just changed the game through this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, if he thought to himself, all right, I'm locking in Akali and I'm play for me this game, Akali against Azir, sure. But you're playing Wei, it's so much about that front to back, and that matters a lot with the gold department. The moment you fall back, you're just not going to do as much as the Azir in those team fights.
Oh, it's Broken Blade pointing at. He's typing something. He's typing a joke, I'm
Broken
sure.
Blade is locking
He's
in.
always
He's
up
like,
to no
guys,
good.
We got to focus up.
Yes.
The team cap? No?
I believe so. Rodrigo also has the amazing little notebook that has all the secrets to the draft, but unlock it for me. Game 3, the last game that these two teams are going to play, the last chance for them to really show it in this house of the enemy of MKOI. So what are we going to see?
I'm not really sure. The thing is, a lot of the classic strong power picks for both teams are kind of out now with the Azir, with the Vi, with the I think actually
Pantheon is still open. Yone is still open. We still have, wait, I was
Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista, Sejuani.
Yeah, so there are actually a few ones that definitely I could see both teams looking
I think there's
prioritized.
pieces you can build around. You get Yone, you know how you build around it, right?
Yeah.
You get Pantheon, you know how to build around
I'd be
it.
really surprised if they can get Yone, though.
Yeah,
I think that's for sure going
that
to be
is going banned for sure.
But maybe a Pantheon could be something, and then you try to pair that up with something like an Orianna, something like a Victor.
Yeah, I think Rumble probably has to be banned as well, just because of the fact that Galio's now out of the picture, so you don't really have that immediate response to it. But there are still a lot of power picks that's just been banned.
Yeah.
LeBron James, what do you got for us? Gonna do something special?
I think a Blitzcrank could be great.
Oh,
If Blitzcrank's not
and that,
crazy.
okay, his Blitzcrank is crazy.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. you can't blind any
can't
shot
blind
against
it.
them.
Says you. Maybe he can.
Trux, can you pull up all of GB's good takes?
Okay, well, we're not on camera. We're not on camera, but there's nothing on the thing that I'm holding up. Oh, he's gonna feel bullied. Hey, this is, by the way, our Spanish co-streamer desk. They've been doing amazing, keeping the energy up in the arena. I mean, they have 5 people. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And I think they're
I thought
gonna
they
have
had
6
6 to
later.
do, yeah.
They might have 6 later, but that's insane. Like, we can't even. We talk over each other all the time, and we're only 3.
That's true. Maybe we got to work on our flow.
Yeah, imagine they have 5 people. It's cool though. Maybe for France, 5 people
Yeah, I'm down.
at the desk,
Bring
on,
it.
on a couch perhaps.
Bring
just
the entire crew.
talking, inviting players over. I can see it.
Wow.
Just PRing.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Big
Get us a
fan of-
couch.
Big fan of sitting on the couch. Regardless though,
I do want to go a bit back on the draft
Yeah, of
now,
course,
because I
go
do
ahead.
think some of the consequences you can talk about after this game too is that Fnatic are comfortable playing more unique type of drafts where...
oh look, it's too loud. It's blowing out his ears. Did you see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's more about just having strong individual champs rather than maybe 5 champions that are that good together, which opens up more possibilities to just playing pure individual strong power picks and maybe mid jungles that normally wouldn't be seen that much together. So maybe like something like the Pantheon Akali, just full damage, full send it. Something like a Jarvan Orianna, just full send, full aggression, where you're really clear that you're just gonna outplay the opponent and go in, rather than necessarily having a normal like front to back with something like the Sejuani, or like necessarily having this tanky front line in the Sion. You just draft full damage and you're willing to play that type of composition.
All or nothing in game 3. I like it for sure. It's funny, we aren't allowed to speculate about issues on stage, but that was definitely Dylan. He has this, it's called a bolero, I think, the walkie that he communicates with each other and with his players, and it was way too loud. That sucks.
Yeah. You hate when you get something really loud in your ears.
Yeah, have you guys experienced that lately?
Not at all.
No.
Okay, Rodrigo always styling. I'm really out of things to say about the draft, honestly, before it starts. I mean, I was out of things to say from the start, because I don't know anything.
So what do you want to see in the E2 draft department at Gold Board?
Convince us.
I would actually love, because I think one of the things that's cool about our 280 carries is they've both brought out a Caitlyn every now and then.
That's true.
When it came down. And when you were talking about, oh, what if they just went for something specific, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that could be a cool bot lane to kind of catch someone off guard if you're playing around that. You don't even need a strong bruise or anything. You just like you can just do like on in the top side if you want that strong support pairing, right?
I think Sion maybe makes more sense,
but you're a Sion hater, so that's why I didn't want to say it.
But I do think it's still probably the best tank after K'Sante being kind of useless.
I have a hope. I have a hope that, you know, G2 was often kind of known for insane picks in important moments.
Yeah.
They've kind of lost that.
They have been playing very boring champions so far.
Hold on. We've been doing some Yasuo drafts.
Yeah, but it looked pretty bad. So.
Yeah, but in an arena, in a game 3 versus Fnatic is what I'm talking about. I'm holding out hope. That's just my little pepper and salt for this draft.
Oh, MF first pick for G2 here after 2 ADCs being taken out by Fnatic.
Oh my god, are we going to see Lulu on 3?
I mean, it would be cool to see maybe a Jarvan for the side of Fnatic here, because I do think maybe G2 will be forced to lock in a mobile.
If you go Jarvan here, then Skewman can probably just go Poppy instead, and then you're still kind of fine with that. So
that's true, yeah. Like, I think Jarvan Orianna could be definitely an option, but they might also just choose to go the Corki. Does have a very low overall win rate, but they actually go for the Nautilus instead.
That means Labrov still has his Leona, but historically, he hasn't been too fond of that champion compared to the other engaged supports. He's often skied away for it a little bit.
Despite the loss, Mickey's Nautilus yesterday was one for the ages. It was great.
Yeah, it was good. And he has a very good Nautilus. I will still
Jack
say
can
that
say
he's
that
very good.
firsthand.
Yeah, he fisted me on Nautilus.
My god.
It's more an anchor.
Arena things. Corki.
Yeah, so probably going to be Corki bot lane here. I mean, Corki Nautilus, very strong lane. Probably going to be the Leona answer, I would presume, for side G2, like you speculated. And then maybe a jungle pickup for the side of G2. Could be a Pantheon. That's not bad, no? That's not bad.
I keep double checking the graphic, but
I think Pantheon here makes a lot of sense for G2. The only thing is you don't have this craziest wombo combo Another pairing you see a lot with MF is the Lilia, because you can sleep them and then ult them with the MF. But you don't really have that many 80 mids available, so I'd be surprised if they want to go for an AP jungler. But they could.
They could. Yeah. I'm still like Sejuani's here, but that's high Mertred's value as well. I mean, I think they might think about it. I like that.
Oh,
I like it.
Syra.
Oh,
wow. So we haven't
you're going to have to fish a bit for some AD mid laners as well, going into the second ban phase. That's a risk. So I wonder how much Fnatic can shoot down in the second ban phase.
Champs that come to mind for me are Tristana, Lucian. We saw Nuke play that. But other than that, I'm not sure if there's that many AD mids that are really that strong right now. There's also the Yasuo that you could flex to the mid lane. But Yasuo in general right now, I think not the strongest.
But there's 3 of them available. There's Jace, Lucian, Tristana. So no matter what, he can
Jace is out.
He played in game 1. Right. Sorry, you're right.
And Pantheon taken from Fnatic here. I think these Fnatic 3 champs looking real strong right now.
Yeah, they're looking very nice.
Really curious to see what they'll be able to scramble up here on 4-5 for G2, because it's not obvious for me at all what they're going to end the competition with.
I don't even know. Like, what are we looking for in 4 here as well for Fnatic? Are we just blind picking Oscar, banning out? Yeah, it looks like that's what we're doing here. Now Bans comes through, and then save that R5 potentially for Humanoid.
I mean, they don't have the greatest tank killing possibility, so you could be looking for something like the Scion, especially with the Narban. Could also be looking for something like the Renekton, but you do get kind of kited by the Syra and the plants.
I do really like it.
Silas or something?
Ooh, that would be nice as well, but they are also banning out. I mean, if you want to play Silas, you don't really want to ban now because you do want to steal that ultimate.
Yeah.
But I do really like with the Pantheon winning topside. It just makes the map so much easier to play.
I do think blinding mid makes a lot more sense, but they might be scared that Caps has something crazy up in his pocket there.
But I'm hoping.
And they do decide to ban out the Tristana, which is the most like obvious AD mid that they could play.
All right, if it's not the Lucian, what other AD mid does he have available? You wanted a freaky pick, something that we don't see often.
I mean, Zed.
Call it what you want.
Zed could be an option.
Oh, that would be. But
did you say Zed or Zed?
Zed,
Okay.
the assassin ninja.
Okay.
I do think he's not like he got a buff recently, and he's actually not that weak, but he's just always been pretty hard to pull off in competitive. This could be a Scion pick. I think especially now the Zed doesn't really make a whole lot of sense with 2 tanks on side of Fnatic.
Also just CC with point and click, like
point and click CC, not the best.
Yeah, you don't really like that.
Yes, I think you really want some DPS, further DPS for the side of G2, because MF doesn't love to play into tanks. She mostly relies on that wombo combo ultimate. So let's see what Caps has.
Dylan, we have to.
No way. This would be crazy.
That would be hype. That would be really, really hype.
Have we ever outshone him?
I
We
think
probably
once.
have, but that would be insane.
Ooh.
Okay, the boring topic, Aatrox, classic. Really good into the tanks on the side of Fnatic. Now let's see what Cap's got. I hope he could actually just lock in an AP mid, and the comp is not that bad.
No, you're right. It would be fine.
But I do hope he has some spicy AD pick, because I think their comp is much better if he plays an AD champion, because Mertred's value is pretty high against the Leona Zyra. Come on, Caps.
Yes,
No?
great.
What?
Wait. Is this Gragas mid or Aatrox mid?
This is Gragas mid lane, I think, because Gragas is not the best into Scion. Usually you pick tanks into the Gragas.
Hey, I was right. It was kind of spicy.
But that's a crazy blind pick.
That's a very strange blind pick. I'm not sure what the thought process is here behind this Gragas pick. Maybe this is some sort of... No way. Aurelion Sol! Wow!
That's becoming a humanoid classic at this point. He has been doing very well on this champion as well as of late.
What's this lane look like, guys?
I mean, so the idea between I can't even speak. Around the A-Sol is you're just picking it into this Gragas, hoping to freely scale up, and then you get to stack up, and eventually you'll become a complete monster. I don't know what the idea behind the Gragas is. I'm assuming it's to try to set up for the Syra, try to move around the map, have priority, and playmake. So I think Caps really wants to try to snowball this game and try to end it before this ASO gets
Is there
too
any
dramatic.
direction we're missing, maybe, that they're specifically trying to counter on the side of Fnatic with the
I mean,
disruption?
Gragas and MF are very anti-synergetic because they push their
against each other. You disperse. No, stay together in a nice cone shape, please.
Yeah, so I'm not really seeing it, but maybe it's just something about the laning matchup or something inherently to the champion that
Listen,
Caps
you
knows.
main bots and you also main bots, so maybe you're not supposed to know.
Yeah, I mean, multiple. I'm in top lane right now, going back to 80. You're right, I'm main bot, but I think the Gragas...
Glad we got that on record.
Yeah, well, you know, I was trying to brag, but I didn't want to do it anyway.
Anyways, nobody here knows what it's supposed to do. Perhaps our beautiful casters do, because they are very well educated.
We are indeed very well educated, and it's simple, friends. While most Gragases will totally ruin wombo combos, Caps is a master of mathematics. He knows the perfect angles, the trigonometry, the sines, the cos, the tan, the geometry as well. It's been a long time since I took math, believe it or not.
Every time someone says geometry, I just remember that 2.5 Men episode where Candy says geometry. And that's all that's in my head. And I think that's what Zyra says when she walks around.
Yeah. Look at the callback. There will be an opportunity. So here we are, the final game of this incredible series before our match of the week between unexpected victors of day one, GX and MCoy. That one will be a banger. But this one has been pretty entertaining thus far. We are hoping for a closer game 3. Game 1 was the G2 show from start to finish, and game 2 just about the same for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Gragas brought out. I mean, the last time we saw it was for Scowie in Winter Finals 2024, but that was like him being secret agent Gragas. It was fighting all these crazy flanks, and I think he actually won the game, if I remember correctly, but getting into these really obscure positions to get flanks and set up for picks. But I don't know if that's exactly how this comp is going to operate for G2, but we'll have to see, because like the Gragas can have decent wave push. It can do okay in kind of disrupting fights. But as the desk was saying, like, you kind of want Fnatic to be grouped up. So unless you're hitting people back into the bullet time, I'm not entirely sure how this Gragas cast is going to work.
Nor am I, Rob, nor am I. Perhaps it's just a tool to protect Skewmont and Hansama. We do have double damage threats, right? We're not as used to seeing AP junglers on this patch as we were previously. So maybe just another BP champ to protect the front line as yet another hook connects from Mickey X. That's 2 in a row. First one hitting LeBron, second one hitting Hansama. You can see these trades, unsurprisingly, pretty close, but slightly in favor of the Corki Nautilus at level 1.
Yeah, it's the Gatling gun reducing armor makes these trades very much in favor of the Corki on the level 1. And even when you can get like the double tap and you've got decent damage, just base damages as the MF, but early barrier blown and you're still behind, whereas you still got the cleanse on the other side. So G2 have to be a little careful with how they play over the next couple of minutes.
That they do. Auto Q, not quite able to get that extra auto off as Lebrov has gone a bit too far forward. Forced to flash. Just the first 2 levels of lane phase, that is rough.
I think it's a good mind game from Upset though, because usually you level the Phosphorus Bomb level 2 to get push and be able to trade effectively with it, but actually taking the Valkyrie level 2 meant that when LeBron went for the all-in, he just got dragged way further back, plus across the Valkyrie damage, which again, base damage is relatively high, so forced to flash away, now on the reset, means that you kind of have to give up a lot of this control for G2 on the bottom lane.
Now a little bit more pressure on Skewmon to at least be around the bottom side of the map. With that flash down, the barrier for Hansama down as well. What is his focus going to be? Hans, wrap around here. Will spot Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's a perfect predict! He's living in his head! He doesn't even pay rent! Oh my god!
Mickey, that was sick! I mean, look! He played with Hansama for a good old while. He knows this man inside and out and just showed it right there.
We were too focused on math. We didn't think enough about reading proficiency, my man.
It's the psychology of the situation.
Psychology. That was an incredible start to the game. Excellent read from Mickey X, bringing life back into the audience as we have a rinse and repeat here in the mid lane. Caps, nice body slam actually gets him out. Slow coming in from the cast, but Razork happy to pick up the follow-up kill. And a disastrous start for G2.
I was surprised that Caps went in with the body slam. Like, Skewmon maybe could have flashed over, but it looked like there wasn't communication there. Razork now in trouble, though.
Razork caught out, doesn't have the Aegis Assault still for another second. Ignite ticking. Lebrov still has that after the previous play. Aegis Assault there, it's too late. Nice response kill from G2.
Nice roam from Lebrov. Wasn't really needed in bot lane. His Hansama was only making his way back, so you do get something back. But I thought Caps would just body slam away, get away from the position, and Skewmon can then lock up with the E. But not the case, and at least it's something back for Fnatic, but still a kill over towards the Pantheon nice and early.
Definitely so. You can see TPs both used from the top laners to reset on the bottom side of the map. Both teams, it's almost, it's like a, you know, they've done this dance. They know the steps to the waltz. They're no strangers to the 1-2-3, 1-2-3 of TPing your top laners down bot. sending your bot lanes up top, just in time for grub spawns. That said, it was Hansama getting their second, so Upset first push in the lane. Does make things a little bit more awkward as the rest of the map pretty comfortable for Fnatic.
But it's also like, sure, there's 4 CS there for Hansama to pick up, but losing that kill, he's more than 14 CS behind, so even if he picks up all these, still a 10 CS difference already for Upset. And especially in a matchup which is very much about trying to bully out in the early stages, going to be helpful, although losing half your health bar, not the best of trades for Upset.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is the double tap, as well as the quick MFQ, just makes short trades at the very least pretty favorable, even despite the initial deficit. An extra longsword there for Upset in exchange for the tier and boots, or excuse me, for Hansama in exchange for the tier and boots on Upset. Humanoid still just sitting pretty in the mid lane. Once Skewmon is around, you can see the angle where there's good gank setup onto Cerulean Soul, but Razork and Mickey are there first, as long as they respect the pressure here from G2.
Yeah, this was one of the things I was curious about with the Gragas, because a while ago he was changed where he just has less inbuilt sustain to his passive.
Yeah.
And it was one of the reasons we actually saw him fall out of some of the matchups that he was doing well in the top side. And I was curious, like, does he still just have enough to deal with some of the poke and push coming through from a ranged mid laner? And it kind of feels a little bit like the answer's no. Like, you're not exactly running away with the damage you picked up on Humanoid, but he's still kind of putting Caps into an awkward spot where he's losing a lot of the pressure and is struggling to contest some of these wave states. Already a 10 CS lead opening up in the mid lane. Like, I'm still waiting to see what value this blind Gragas was supposed to add.
And I imagine it does get easier. I assume it will be Roa first once you get that catalyst just to survive in lane, right? Because you highlighted Happy Hour, the cooldown got nerfed, the percentage health it heals got nerfed, just because it was essentially just infinite sustain, almost like a third of a health pot every 8 seconds just for existing in lane is...
For doing what you wanted to do, product abilities.
Yeah, push your buttons. Yeah, it feels pretty good. And we'll regain some of that when he manages to pick up the catalyst. But for now, Humanoid's sitting pretty. 48 stacks, not bad. And this is what you mentioned when we saw the pick locked in, right? Easy way to stack. Comfortable lane is Upset now a little bit less comfortable until his support arrives. And Skewmon, while Zyro was the early prio and does have the kill, we haven't seen it do too much yet. Upset locked up, but Pantheon is here. Hansama finding out quickly where that spear can go. Lebrav running now for his life. The plant's not enough to dissuade the play here. And again, a situation where Fnatic finding the angles to make these ones happen. Humanoid on the way in just manages to find a little bit more damage as Mickey claims the kill.
The Ignite managing to tick over there and pick off Lebrav, but that's a little bit upsetting. If you're G2, you thought you were going to be able to turn that play around. They were kind of baiting Fnatic in, but didn't realize that Razork had level 6 and was already in the vicinity. Good turnaround from Fnatic.
Definitely was. Momentum continues to be in their favor. Broken Blade now trying to fire back, however. Q3, Otto doesn't quite have the Deathbringer stance back, so can't finish the kill. Frustrating for BB now. Flashless, and Razork is here. Decimating Smash. Broken Blade, no ulti, no flash.
So much healing off the pot and the biscuits, though. It feels a bit doomed.
Unstoppable. Q charge, but will not connect. Razork there. Yeah, Broken Blade should just fall here. One more auto. Razork has flash as well. BB will try to get a kill back. Nice Umbral dash. Glides out, hits the Q3. Mickey's here as well. Fnatic feel like they're everywhere on the map. Mickey almost gets another one, but this time gives it over to Razork. And while Hansama is free hitting the bottom tower, Fnatic are getting kill after kill after kill. But now they want to make a play happen in the mid lane. LeBron looking for the fall. Humanoid flashing out. The Zenith Blade just can't hit. It hits his big old tail, but it's technically not a part of the hitbox.
No hitbox and no luck for G2. Mickey now standing in the mid lane to make sure that it'll all go smoothly now for Humanoid. G2 feel like they just can't get anything, although with Skewmon coming, maybe they can.
Star called down. Mickey interrupting. Mickey very likely to die here. Looking for the hook out to safety, but everyone stepping up to body block. Pull back there. Damage coming through. Mickey will fall. Good response from G2 to at least get something back.
And desperately needed as well. 2 kills on the AD carry of Fnatic and the jungle. They needed something to start going their way. It looks like it will be the mid jungle that G2 are going to need to try and continue to play through, because at this point, Fnatic still with a 1k gold lead, just coming up to the 10-minute mark.
Not a bad position to be in, but the Aatrox will get more and more terrifying as this game progresses. Other than the Aurelian Soul, everyone else doing mostly physical damage. Soul Furnace from the Scion. The W is going to do a bit of magic. Otherwise, pretty easy game in terms of itemization as we have another pause. How are Fnatic allowed to do it? They did it and they won game 2, and now game 3, there's been another pause. From who, we don't know.
What did Mickey buy this game?
He's not 07 on Nautilus, and League officials are suspicious. They must check his PC. No, I have no idea what the pause is. We'll, of course, give you official updates as we know more. In the meantime, loving the energy here in Madrid. Only getting higher and higher as the day has progressed. A little bit, it was chill at the start of the day. You know, they're easing in.
It is cool to see it packed out, though, because it's a fairly sizable stadium. I think 9,000 was the number that I heard yesterday for the amount of people that are there, which is just insane.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm going to say that sounds like a good number. Make it 10. There's 10,000
Just
people
round it
there.
out, yeah.
Yeah, heck yeah. I don't know. Half the people watching don't know. A little fake info. Could be more, could be less.
I mean, I'm seeing at least 100,000 people on the screen.
Yeah, if you're not there to count in person, can I really take your word for it? So, reminder, Madrid, I think pre-registration happened today. We saw that earlier from the analyst desk. We wait this. So if you are keen to get Madrid tickets, they're not on sale yet, but you can pre-register for those tickets now. Good opportunity to do so. You could be experiencing something like this, but instead of it being, you know, a regular season best-of-3 with stakes, but not the craziest stakes, it could be some sort of do-or-die best-of-5 matchup, which will be pretty sick. We're about to resume. Fnatic did initiate the pause. They have invoked. This is a testament to how strong G2 are as opposition, that Fnatic had to invoke the sacred powers of their organization. 2 sacred powers. 1, the Fnatic pause hack. 2, the chokey choke.
Yeah, but just like in D&D, you only get 2 of them a day.
Yeah.
So you've kind of run out of them now. So they have to wait for a long rest, or
they really do need the long rest.
Yeah. I don't think short rest gives it back to you. I'll have to read the.
Yeah, I have to read the patch notes. I'll check with
Yeah.
Larian. Caps hasn't used his GOAT superpower yet either, and he is playing a weird champion, so it now does seem like the time. But we'll have to see as the mid-game unfolds. Where's my LEC collectible card game? That's all I'm saying. It wouldn't be off topic if we found a way to make it on topic.
Yeah, I mean, getting like a shiny Caps card is kind of cool.
Shiny Caps?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Limited edition 1 of 1 shiny Caps.
Yeah. It's just him playing Vayne.
Yeah, I don't know if they had to go Gragas, but I'm ready to see what it can do in the fights.
See, if I hadn't seen it pick blind, I'd be like jumping into the, oh my god, it's this and this matchup in these positions, but now they're in a bad position.
Bob finds quick take, forces the flash out from Mickey at the very least. Razor caught up, forced to use an early Aegis assault, which means he's incredibly vulnerable. Ulti now coming from Mickey off to the side. They're trying to burn through Schemon as fast as they can. Hansama versus Upset. In the meantime, LeBron running for the hills. He cannot finish off. The Cap's already found Razor. Body slam into the face of a dragon. He does not give a damn. The star's falling though. Oh, and he's spitting on fire. He's winning the freestyle battle. Humanoid double kill.
Humanoid got left to his lonesome on the top side against LeBron, and is able to churn through the health bars. Fnatic again coming out on top in these early skirmishes, and G2 left wanting.
Managed to get a little something, but it's not enough. 2.3k gold. Broken Blade continues to be dominant in this 1v1 matchup, but Sion just clears the wave so well that BB can't really mitigate the gold deficit that they're in.
I will say, the last time BB played Aatrox into Sion went pretty well. This time needs to go better.
World Ender, sidestep, Q through, Decimating Smash is there. There's just nowhere for him to go. Healing?
Heal!
Okay, not enough. Sundered Sky, that might have been a different story, but Broken Blade will go down, and this is the power of the semi-global of the Pantheon. Skewmont does respond. Will get, it looks like, all 6 scrubs, which is big for G2, but I don't know if it's going to matter.
Yeah, again, G2 trying to force the play here, thinking, okay, we've got control here for Hansama to move into position, but it just does not work out. Like, no real follow-up onto Razork at the back of the play. LeBron gets left as lonesome against Humanoid on the bottom side of the fight as well. Upset going toe-to-toe. Oh, hang on.
Mickey, backstep. Humanoid winning over the wall, but surely the Nautilus just dies here. 1 kill picked up. Knockup going to follow as well to stop Humanoid from chasing. The TP is there from Oscar.
And Upset's on the way.
A little bit too late. Body slam onto Upset. Slow there. Perfectly layered CC. The fall damage not quite there, though. He retreats back into his team. Cass knocking Upset back into the combo. That's what they were looking for, but they don't have the damage to finish it. Lebrov running. Hansama without an ult. And down goes Lebrov.
G2 constantly trying to force these plays.
Not done. Caps running. The skies descending. nature itself stacked against
the burn?
him.
Blackfire Torch?
Blackfire, there's no way Blackfire Torch.
No. I got excited.
Have it, Caps. Oscar. Okay, he's recalling. He can just take a drinky poo if he needs an extra 5% of his HP, but he won't, and he will return. This is getting rough.
Yeah.
Humanoid 303. Like, Aurelion Sol is not a champion we see people do things on very often. Usually it's a sit quietly kind of champion. It is a very bad sign when this champion participates.
That's what I was going to say, though. Look at, like, when you look at the champions that are on G2's side, you think, oh, skirmishes will inevitably go our way. This is going to be fantastic. But they have just not been in position all at once to try and follow up. So they get the initial play here on towards Mickey, which is really nice. But they end up using a huge of it, like the Zyra ult and the Leona ult to make that play happen. And then it's Fnatic come into this, which is still a 3v3. You don't really have the lock of the chamber upset. It's a good cleanse immediately onto the lockdown from Zyra as well. But then they're just able to follow up, and this is why Sion is so strong. Like that beefy front line that just does not die, being able to buy so much space, so you can't really follow up onto upset who's so low.
Yeah, and Humanoid just continues to stack, continues to scale. You can see that the CC is plentiful for G2 on this lineup, but the damage lagging a little bit behind. First out of Bloodthirst for Hansama means that he's safer than he would be, able to sustain against a lot of the poke that a Corki will bring. We'll need a few more items to really match in that raw damage potential. G2 full setup on the top side to defend this tier 1 tower. Bot lane Oscar clearing the wave. Fnatic just going to respect it. Again, job's not done. Still need to see that discipline from Fnatic. As much as we, in moments where they've already had a good early game, want to look at the mid games where they've also done well. Fnatic, a team known to be overeager, known to falter. But rinsing and repeating is the name of the game right now as they try to find another bot side play. TP coming in from Caps. Pregame a lot more healing now that the Sundered Sky is there. So they'll protect the tower at the cost of the TP. Excuse me, the cost of the ultis, but they get Caps' TP out as well.
A lot of members of G2 in towards the mid lane and actually starting to roam down towards bot, so I don't think G2 have given up on this tower yet.
Pregame continuing to step up. Infernal Chains won't quite match. Caps taking down the tower. Broken Blade healing. Flash forward for Magic to get out of the Solar Flare. Angus Assault there just in time. Q pulled back. Razor getting lower though. Ticking. Ignited. Still trying to find healing. He's got a Sundered Sky of his own and now he's scooting his boot out of there. Does not want anything to do with that fight. Will fall here in a moment. But gets a bit of healing back in the meantime. Shut down to Skewmon. Scrappy fight in the bottom lane. But Humanoid still just pushing away.
I never thought that Razor was going to kill BB on the back of that fight. I assumed that was going to be the kill, and you could even see Caps thinking the same thing as he threw that ult in to try and finish off and pull Oscar in and back out from underneath the tower. But G2 fishing for too much means that Fnatic end up with the 1-for-1. Initially, it's a good play. You've got to push it mid, transition Labrov and Labrov and Hansama at the bottom side. But Razor flashes in, and then at this stage, like Caps is considering, hey, Razor is dead. I'm going to move on. But Razor steps forward out of the sweet spot and then gets that Sundered Sky proc, which means he's able to survive. Just barely executes Aatrox with that Q damage. And it's a bit of a mess for G2 again.
Yeah. Again, the initial vision, they get the tower. Think that they have the angle, but this is one of the reasons we see Pantheon be so impactful, right? Semi-global presence, the immunity to damage, that paired with Sundered Sky, which it's not Gore Drinker, but it gets pretty close in a lot of these fights, in a lot of these moments where you can just heal so much back up, especially those low thresholds. Broken Blade potentially caught out here. Brilliant Soul.
Riley's finished.
Rylai's is there, additional slow going in. Flash forward from BB though, he wants to turn this back. Flash out from Humanoid in the meantime. Stranglethorns are there, decent damage onto Broken Blade, but he's fine thus far. Powered Spear Shot, not gonna hit. In the meantime, Hansama's running for his life because he's caught in a 1v1 with a very angry Lumberjack who's gonna hit the Q3. Labrov is here too, but he's unstoppable. I don't even know if Locket's gonna be enough. They call the power of the sun down upon him. But he's Hugh Jackman out there in the wilderness.
He's a Lumberjack, he's used to being in the sun.
This is what Monty Python wrote the song about. He's okay. He works all night, he sleeps all day, walks out of ganks, eats his lunch. I've never been impressed by a Scion, but it does feel very impactful here. That said, he cannot fight 3 people in a horde of Void Might, so he will give up the tower.
How dare you? 3 people can't fight him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Razork We'll grab a Drake in the meantime, but G2, good look. They get the tower. They're now set up. Top prio in control of this Herald. A nice way to try to get things back in their control as Caps now looking for an angle about side. Body slam, flash, laying down the cast. Good damage and a shutdown to close it out. Humanoid not respecting the Gragas E-flash.
Didn't realize that G2 would even be making a play on the bottom side, because everyone was seen on that top half of the map, but disrespects what Caps can do, and Caps shows him what it's worth. Immediately being able to pick up the shutdown is crucial as well, because at this stage, Gragas, you have the Rod of Ages, you still want to be able to finish off the second item and have like these big impactful casts, and Lichbane going to be the next one, so auto attack's about to hurt from this Gragas.
And he's going to be fast. Swifties, Lichbane, this man is zooming. I will say, 4-2-1 for Caps. Picks like that on the side lane, getting that extra money. It's the way for G2 back in. We were looking at like a 3K gold lead just a couple minutes ago. Now it's down to 1.5. It is soul point for Fnatic, but the good news for G2 is it's Chem Soul. It does make Razork much scarier, but otherwise I don't think they're too concerned.
I think the worry for G2 is the fact that even though you got the shutdown, it's still going to be a 3-item Aurelion Sol very soon, which is just absolutely absurd. Plus the Grand Skyfall going to be coming through. You're starting to tick up towards those higher levels as well, where that's going to hurt, but they're trying to focus him now.
For the angle. Oh, Mickey spots him. The rest of the team is behind him though, so G2 don't want to overcommit, which makes sense. Skewmon on the way though. Mickey may be forced to flash out of the pit. Humanoid here as well. Body slam. Nice sidestep going in. Slow down. Knock back to the wall into Humanoid, but it just doesn't matter. Cap's now locked up in the meantime. Humanoid throwing down an ulti of his. The skies once again descending. LeBron taking out Fnatic, routing G2 in that instance, but Humanoid wants to keep chasing. This is a bit crazy, but Humanoid is nothing if not crazy. Hansama flashes in, ultis to get a kill back. Cap's still standing, Skewmon running. Razork not taking any damage, courtesy of the Aegis Assault. Caps tries to make it the impossible possible, but it does not happen. Shutdown comes through, and Oscar just continues his assault in the mid lane.
Humanoid thought a dragon versus a pirate, and he liked those odds, but misjudged it a little bit. Still wins the fight for Fnatic, and with mid-tower and Adakan going across, plus that Leandri's Anguish now finished, I think Humanoid's going to be smiling all the way to the bank.
Going to be feeling good about that one. You said it, 3 items, is terrifying dragon, and he's already stepping so far forward. And here's how it starts.
Yeah, you can see good sidestep from Humanoid, but also the cast doesn't push Humanoid back into the solar flare, and at this stage that Humanoid is fine, and in a 3v4, the skies descend, cripples G2 in this play, and they have to all but run away. Now Hansama ends up getting the brunt of the damage, but Love Tap and the BT definitely helping out as he just opens up with the ultimate to make sure that he can finish off Humanoid, and they will finish off Caps on the way out too for Fnatic.
Overall, Fnatic, those leads really paying off, and again, this is the power of their champions. The Gragas, we mentioned it, it's not perfectly coordinated. In that case, it wasn't. The Gragas, big anti-synergy with these ults. It's a lazy point, you know what I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think. But it does matter. If you're drafting a comp, it's all about putting people in a very tiny circle. You don't want a champ who's going to make that worse. Is now Sion just keeps running, but he will not find the connection. Still the ulti going in from Humanoid, an extra 15 stack. Strangle Thorns down, double knockup. Carries rooted. Razork trying to jump back in. Stop Broken Blade from getting on his backline, and he will be successful. 1 for 1, 2 for 1 overall in favor of Fnatic as Humanoid drops the cost of BB and LeBron's lives.
Yeah, there is so much CC for this Aatrox. It is impossible for him to really get access out of the backline. He gives his life to get Humanoids, but Fnatic once more coming out on top in the fight. And it's just spreading the love now. 5-0-5 for upset. Oscar in continuing to push on this bottom side. And this is again why I think Sion is undervalued in our league. The ability, even though he misses his ultimate entirely, he just takes G2 and separates the fight completely. So then it's just, okay, deal with the squishier front line of G2, and then we can continue on. And you'll see it in this fight as this is Mickey going in. Does end up a little bit too far, but you've already got the setup from Humanoid to just try and separate out LeBron. It goes in onto the back line. Oscar and Mitch's, but he's just pulling Skewmon back. He's pulling Caps can't really follow up as either. And then it's just deal with the front line as he starts to walk through.
And even Broken Blade, right? Pretty powerful in the context of this game, despite 0-4-2 being his scoreline. It doesn't matter because the rest of his team just can't get involved in the fight. So hard for G2 to play this out. The zone control from the Sion, like you mentioned. The Nautilus. The stars coming down from Humanoid. Tricky one to play out. Herald summoned. Slowed up by the Aurelion Soul. And now the call is collapse onto Broken Blade, but who's getting collapsed on? First, just the tower charge. Fnatic retreating. Again, 8 seconds. Tell Chemsoul. G2 trying to treat tempo in the mid lane. Get one wave pushed in. Mid lane will be relatively even. Bot wave pushing in Fnatic's favor. Broken Blade doesn't really have anywhere to go. Needs the rest of the team to be ready if Fnatic overcommit on the flank. Soul point in the eyes of Fnatic, but they want the kills first. They don't want to flip it. Skumon still standing. No flash for LeBron, no flash for Hansama. Crucially, Humanoid still has his. Set also flashless. If there was a time for G2 to find the combo, the time is now. Broken Blade, again on the flank. Eyes on Caps. G2 have a bit of time before they pull the trigger. When will they go? They spot Broken Blade. Retreat now going in. They want to collapse on the flanker. All of Fnatic turning back. G2 trying to prioritize, trying to move in. Work with the space gained here. Bit of damage down onto Oscar. Ulti down for the Leona. TP coming in as well. Broken Blade regrouping for the full 5v5. Mickey managed to find the hook onto Caps. Knockup going into Hansama and onto Broken Blade. The damage is there, but Hansama is firing back. The Strangle Thorns combined with the MF Bolt. Is it going to be enough? Ulti back from Humanoid. Breathing light into G2. Fnatic holding on. Gatling gun. Pushing in, looking for a few more rockets. Dashes into the midst of the fight, but might just give his life. Hansama taking out and kicking the auto down. Skumon burned by the Leandries, by the Black Fire, and the Dragon will go to Fnatic.
Oscarinin, I don't think you win this against Broken Blade. BB should be able to chop him down as he stands, although the rest of Fnatic, here comes the ultimate from Razork.
He doesn't have time to win it, and that's the problem, but he tries to style. It's just not enough. Humanoid puts him under the threshold. The Black Hole does the rest.
And it's a very split out fight, but Mickey landing the hook here onto Caps. Caps flashes forward to try and make something happen, but at the bullet time, shreds through Fnatic. But again, Oscarinin stays standing and gives the front line with this beautiful ultimate from Humanoid, hitting onto everyone left standing on G2. And at that stage, it's Fnatic running through everyone that they can to finish off anyone left standing.
I mean, Skumon connected on the roots, on the way out, on the ulti. It just wasn't enough. Fnatic too powerful at this point of the game, now empowered by a Chemtech Soul. Razork was already feeling unkillable with just a Sundered Sky. It's not getting any easier.
And this is the thing, a lot of the champions that we look at on G2 side are Skumon wants to be played into. Caps honestly kind of wants to be played into as well, so we can split up the fight, and even to a certain extent Hansama with the ultimate, but Fnatic constantly spreading out into multiple different areas of attack. Being able to have Humanoid attack from a very, very far range, especially now with the level 16 just being ticked over to, that ultimate is going to hurt. And G2 just can't really set up the fight in the manner that they want to.
No, they can't. So instead, they'll try to force something in the mid lane. Nice combo going in. Cast to knock back. Stun is there. Humanoid knows that he's been taken down. Excellent pick from G2 mid lane as Caps takes that one.
The bases get tatters though. Fnatic, they don't really care. They're just going to keep going. A reset from Razork though means that these three members of Fnatic are
stepping behind. Still kept the Banshees. A little bit of extra damage. And you can see, even as they're retreating, the poke that they're laying down is so much to deal with. TP there. G2, if they can win this fight, they've got a chance to come back to this game. Caps, body slam forward, lays down the cast, give a little bit of extra slow. Razork face first into the enemy team, trying to buy space for the rest of the lineup. Running now, knows that he's done for. Turns back onto Hansama though, bit of extra healing coming in. Not enough to keep him standing though. Aegis Assault won't come up in time. Shut down onto Razork. G2 weathering the storm of the Baron by being aggressive.
They will get 2 picks, but that top inhibitor falls down. I thought to make a rain from Hansama maybe had slowed Fnatic enough for Lebrov to close the distance, but it just wasn't quite enough. And still, I think you're okay as Fnatic. You still have a 7k gold lead. You still have Soul. You have still cracked open the base of G2. And a couple of picks aren't really going to stop that.
It's very true. I mean, the gold lead is still disgusting. They have the Otacon on top of the numerous objectives and now the Soul that they have, which means it's that much harder for G2 to finish those kills, right? Chemtech, no one's first choice, but even in a game like this where so much is in those initial cooldowns, BP caught, gonna poke there, will be able to walk away. It's tough for G2. I like the look mid lane. You see the signs of greatness for G2, those angles that they managed to find with creative picks like this, but it's just a little bit too late in this game. And it's not balancing out what was a very rough early game, a very rough lane phase for a pick like this Gragas.
Yeah. And a loss here will put them at 3-3, sitting base in the middle of the pack with BDS, Movistar, Koi. You still yet to play Heretics in there as well, playing tomorrow. Not exactly where G2 would have liked to have been. Well, a little bit over the halfway mark through spring.
And if we had just come off a split that they won, like they had every single split in 2024, we would give them that benefit of the doubt. So now you start to raise the question that's rarely raised with how dominant G2 has been as an organization. Do they still have it? Do they still have what it takes to be #1 when the pressure is on? This is just a single best of 3, but it's a question we'll come back to as the split progresses.
Whereas for Fnatic, I mean, game 1, little ropey, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
but 2 and 3?
2 and 3
have been good.
Yeah.
Like, this has been clean, it has been good skirmishing, it has been reacting quicker than G2, being in the positions that you need to, and it has really put the hurt onto G2, and now they're taking this slow once more. They have value in the super creeps on that top side. Let the super creeps do the work. Having Oscar push in mid so we can group as 4 on the bottom side. Not letting G2 find that pick like they just did onto Humanoid. Keeping those crucial carries together to keep them safe. And G2 now, sure, will make it a little bit outside of base as the pressure's let up from Fnatic, but it's just to look for this Elder dragging it a minute and a half.
And you can see how little space G2 control. Caps, so many players would have walked up to take that wave. Our observer is beautifully highlighting that he doesn't. He waits until it pushes more into him because he doesn't want to risk being the one to get picked out before a fight. He knows that if he goes down, if that Elder goes down, then might just be all hope lost here for G2 in this best of 3. And remember, for both of these teams, they lost yesterday, right? And there's one thing, if you lose day 1, you come back, you win game, or your second series against a title contender, you can kind of laugh it off, like, hey, look at Oopsie, but a good weekend overall. If you lose both,
it's not a good look. And the fact as well that you've got all these items now starting to be complete on Fnatic's side only makes that so much worse. Like, you're very close to void staff for Humanoid. The Last Whisper has just been picked up by Upset as well, giving him some of that armor pen. And even though you don't have anyone that's particularly tanky on the side of G2, it still is going to help with just that the armor you get naturally through those levels. Fnatic hurt and hit like a truck, and G2 need to find some way to keep them at bay.
That they do. 17 seconds till the Elder. That's as good a time as any to not remember how the graphics tablet works. Never mind. Hold that thought. Game going in. Mickey finding the engage. Humanoid ready to respond. Hasn't altered quite yet. Perfect catch in the middle of the lane. G2's bot lane gone in the blink of an eye. Skewmon the next. Caps and BB. All that stands between Fnatic and victory.
And I don't, like, Fnatic oh wait, TP behind?
TP behind.
Caps, he wanted the wave.
Clearing the wave. Alting, knocking back, decent damage onto Upset, but he's just not taking it, but he manages to live. Is that enough time? 34 seconds, 29 seconds, there's no way. Surely Fnatic still end it.
Oscar can just tank it. Look at his items. He's not, like, he's probably going to heal off of this tower, to be perfectly honest. They don't need the wave. They've got an undead war machine at the front.
5 seconds to LeBron. Alti there. Fnatic on the march to victory. They couldn't find it day 1, but it looks like they will find it against G2. Broken Blade and LeBron, the last 2 left standing, but Broken Blade will fall. LeBron will fall. Hansama is finally arrived, but it's just too late. A triple kill for the Pantheon. It looks like they want to beat him the Quadra, maybe even the Penta, but Upset won't let it happen. Fnatic in Madrid take down G2. And what do we have left to say? An incredible moment. Let's 10 things down to Shocks.
Monumental victory for Fnatic. After the heartbreak yesterday of that 3rd game versus Movistar Koi, they go up against their eternal foes in G2. They get pushed to a 3rd game and they do not drop the ball. They drive it home. This is incredible, and this is monumental, I think, for 2 reasons. The first being the Fnatic victory, the second being the 3rd best of loss in a row for G2. Something that hasn't happened in a very long time.
I mean, it's monumental because they also just conquered their demons in an arena where we are so used to seeing them choke specifically against G2. And as you're saying, it Shocks, unimaginable feat from Fnatic.
And it's so crazy the way they did it as well. They just looked better across the board. I feel like this game, it didn't look at any point
really winnable for G2.
No.
And G2 look like a shell of themselves right now, not playing really too aggressive at all. And when they do play aggressive, they overforce, they're pressured, they're indecisive.
And you know the wall they keep running into?
What?
Michael Melee. Mickey Masterclass. Mickey Masterclass. And I know it's like, especially in this matchup, it's phenomenal. By the way, we're getting Mickey and Upset to join us on the desk, but they have a ways to go. But it's true, man. The guy's
He is, and I think what Mickey really brought this series well, it was the big plays we saw in the Nico, but in this game specifically, it was the proactive plays. It was the fact that he was first. They were rolling the ball around him, but also Razor's Pantheon. And G2, all they were left to do is play proactive. We saw a couple TPs where they just tried to play a reactive way themselves, but G2 didn't really get anything of it, and Fnatic just got so much for themselves.
We can ask Mickey specifically and Upset about that later as well, but I do want to hear it from you as well, Jack. Like, what is going on with G2?
It's really hard for me to say. They looked so discoordinated and really lack of confidence is the biggest thing. When I see, for me, Caps and BB both are trying to do uncharacteristic over-forcing plays, and that to me sounds and feels like a team that is not believing in each other, and they're forcing plays on their own.
And Giotto wins here in Madrid.
Oh my God.
G2 can't. Giotto gave that famous quote, infamous, I want to say now, about them not making worlds.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, the storylines are shaping up to be unbelievable here.
Now, what a
the
split
LEC.
we're having here. You know, we started winter with
It's
that.
an all-timer.
It must feel good because it's been a long time coming. And yeah, I guess 2025 is just a year of hating. Like, apparently it works.
Hate watching, no. Okay, we're getting Mickey and Upset here. Wow, what a phenomenal victory if you look across it, right? And you're right, it wasn't close at any point in the game. Oh, they made it here so quickly.
Wow.
Hi.
Welcome,
Your headset
welcome.
is over there.
Two
Hello.
headsets here for you too. GG's. Handshake. GG's. Handshake.
You can get fist bumps.
Okay, you can put the headset on, guys. Here we go. Yeah, Mickey, I'll go to you first. How does this one feel, mate?
Well, this one feels pretty nice. Yeah, my week has been salvaged after yesterday.
Yeah?
I'm completely out of breath. Yeah, but that was a long process.
It is far.
But that game was looking rough. But yeah.
Are we on broadcast?
Yeah,
Yes.
This is live?
This is live.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
Hey, we're not out of breath.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
Well, we're just saying to Mickey how monumental this victory is for him, but for you as well, Upset. I mean, in an arena versus G2 in a game 3 after yesterday, you know, what does it mean?
I mean, it means a lot, I think, especially for Mickey, because he's like such a goated support player, and not being in the team anymore is pretty sad. So having him by my side and getting him the victory was really a great feeling today.
Yeah, Nico play was insane.
Yeah.
Nautilus play
was actually the final, but it's fine. We can have it again.
It's okay. It kind of feels like a fight. Do you feel like in a way this does prepare you?
Insane.
Do you feel that this might prepare you because you know, you both, and Fnatic, I want to say, had a couple of hurdles, right, when it comes to some of those playoff matches. So is this in a way going to help, this experience?
I mean, I kept telling myself yesterday that at least it wasn't a final, because if this would have happened in a final, 1 HP Nexus, because Marek forgot to buy Lich Pen, like, it would have been over.
But Upset, also for you, you've like, for you to come back, I mean, if we take a look at the historically, you've kind of hit rock bottom like a couple of years ago, and like coming back in Fnatic, finally playing an arena like this again. What does it mean to you that you're able to actually finally reignite your career in front of such a big audience?
I mean, it's an amazing feeling, of course. Like, always playing in front of such huge crowds is like, it's uncomparable, I think. So it's a really, really great feeling, and yeah, I'm happy to be back, happy to have such a good support. That's why I shine so much now, and it's a great feeling.
And I wanted to ask, Upset, Mickey's Nautilus gets memed, but I think he has insane Nautilus and he has crazy good hooks. What do you think?
I mean, the problem with Mickey is that he always ins on Nautilus.
Yeah.
Like a lot, he gets caught a lot.
Okay.
But he only does it because he thinks he's too good at the champ, which leads to the other point that he's very good at hitting hooks, right?
Okay,
so I hate to play against, I hated to play always against Mickey's Nautilus because he's really fucking good at throwing the hook. Well, it's support role, it's kind of easy, but still he's very good at it. So yeah, if he stops the in thing, then he's for sure the best Nautilus.
You're not getting rid of the allegations, Jack.
No, you're not.
Oh, beautiful.
But that is beautiful.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
This was really lovely.
Yeah, I just had
another one. That looked a bit personal.
Yeah.
It did.
Hans is a hook magnet in this one.
Hans that needs this morning. Breakfast.
Jeez.
Jack was also singing your praises, Upset, yesterday. how you're really thriving in this environment. I think, well, you've had a stellar split already, right? You're incredibly stable. And he was saying, look at him, he's flashing forward, he's going, he's getting the kills. It's just great to see. In that vein, do you feel like you were a bit of a, I don't want to say different player because I know you are like that, but it brought out kind of the best in you?
I mean, playing in front of a big crowd definitely, I feel like, brings a lot of energy to me. So I think it brings out the best in me. I feel like a lot more in the zone because it's such a big moment that you just like fall into it, I feel like. So I really, really loved it. And yeah, that's it.
I think it's for me actually. Like, I think especially the Nico game, usually if it was just like in LEC studio, I'd probably just be like, yeah, I'm going here. But here I was like, I had to actually scream very loud so my team would actually hear me. That was, yeah.
And if it was a scrim, you would be like dead 3 times, like face checking them and like, oh, they can be here again.
I'd be like, it sucks.
Mickey, you are also our Kia player of the series. How poetic.
That is quite poetic. Yeah.
What a narrative.
We're just narrative junkies over here.
Yeah.
Also, you know, Duffman behind you, of course. So are you going to celebrate this together? You must be extra proud.
For sure, yeah. I think we already when he came on stage, was like, we got him.
We got him.
It was nice, yeah.
But I also wanted to ask you, Mickey, what do you think is going wrong with G2? Because they've now lost 3 series in a row, and they're looking like, I feel like in this series today, they didn't really look like themselves. Very passive overall, and just disjointed.
I think it's the support thing. Like, they need a glue guy. This guy has all the glue. I don't know where he gets it from. He can't answer that. I'm his lawyer right now. I think he would be in big trouble if he would say the truth, but...
You want to be Humanoid's lawyer for yesterday, or...?
No, the case is lost already. He's going to prison. 25 years for life.
25 only?
And he's like in the 7th circle of hell, and he just has to buy Lich Bane all over. It just doesn't work. The shop keeps malfunctioning.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy. Any final words? Do you want to give a prediction for the next match, actually?
Who's playing?
MCOY versus GX.
MCOY.
It's the match of the week.
Well, GX looked much better yesterday.
They thrive on stage, I think.
Yeah, they thrive in Spain, but they're against another Spanish team.
True.
So a lot of
thriving.
A lot of Spain. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think both are decent teams for sure. At least the GX that showed up yesterday. So it's just a pretty close game, I think. But I would give the edge to Koi maybe.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Giants then.
Okay.
I believe in my boy Jackie. This guy was like completely everywhere yesterday. Like he was sometimes way too aggressive. Like he was just flashing in on cooldown. So I want to see it again.
Yeah, I was smurfing it yesterday, and you were smurfing it today. Congratulations, a huge victory for Fnatic. We are going to kick it over to a quick break, and then we'll come back with our match of the week and the last week here in this, the last match rather, of the week in this amazing arena. Movistar Koi versus Giant X.
Hans, wrap around here. We'll spot Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's the perfect predict! He's living in his head! He doesn't even pay rent!
I can ulti, guys. I'm ulting. Go, keep going. It's good, I think. Kill the Syra. Syra no flash.
No flash, gonna cast, no flash, gonna cast.
He's dead. Syra no flash too, okay?
I'm flying on these two. Syra. Can I get him? Nice. Good soul.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own meaning.
the week. Giant X versus Movistar Koi from this beautiful arena in Madrid. This is what they've been waiting for. Even though there were many Fnatic fans, this Mickey is the main event. Is it weird? Because usually there's so many Fnatic fans, but it's understandable, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely observed that the El Clasico was not the main event. But yeah, this one is going to be hyped to watch as well, especially because they're both the winners of yesterday. So I'm looking forward to it.
The script turned out beautifully with them winning and looking great in both of their series. I'm really excited for Jackie specifically. I feel like he really showed up yesterday. You talked about it as well, right? And that matchup against JoJo.
Well, I'm really excited about JoJo, and I have to be because they gave me the shirt, so I'm going to sell him right now. I mean,
Gave it to you? Didn't you ask for it?
I mean, I didn't ask for it. Someone else asked for it. I may have asked them about it. It's a real chain. Well, that's the difference between you and I. It's a really nice shirt. But Mickey, you got to face JoJo yesterday as well. That's the most useful 3-item Silas I've ever seen in my life.
It was all about the vision, yeah.
Yeah.
The vision control was out of control that series, so we couldn't really like come back when we were like even. They just had control everywhere with his pink ward and his elixirs. So yeah, let's see if he can pull it off again.
Yeah, Jackie's looks a bit more useful here with this.
I mean, Jonas seems very fair, I think. Let's see who gets the Yon in this series.
Yeah, I do want to highlight a little bit of the story of the match of the week. And we were kind of asking the question of GX being the invited team, and we had Grayson on Twitter as well speaking to me about it. And the fact is that Giant X is one of the oldest organizations. They have a humongous fan base in Spain. They have a really big connection to the scene. And so for them to be in this matchup where they're coming off such a big victory versus G2 versus MKoi, who come off such a monumental victory versus Fnatic, Goldberg is just the perfect matchup, I feel.
It is, and we talked about it from the get-go. They have nothing to lose, right? Like, they're coming in with this big, massive fan base. They have their support, and they've already gained something yesterday by beating G2, going up against MKoi in their home stadium, and if they were able to take him down, chasing that last road to playoffs, that would be insane.
Losing to the last place team or winning as the last place team, it's one hell of a momentum, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And, you know, maybe they kick some other team out of the playoffs. Maybe G2 since they're, 3-3, but that'd be kind of funny. That'd be kind of hilarious.
Do you think there's a world where G2 doesn't make playoffs?
No. It's a funny world. If
Don't pull a Gyotto, because he was like, they won't make it to Worlds, and then someone is like, they won't make it to playoffs, they won't make it to tomorrow. Well, they're not playing tomorrow, so.
I think GX versus Koi, it's like the old Kings of Spain versus the new ones that have come in and taken over everything. I think it's so fascinating to see just Koi's rise. The fact that they can host this event in and of itself is just so insane. I couldn't be more happy to see this matchup.
It's incredible. I'm glad you said it because Ibai has actually joined the co-streamer booth now. It's I think he flew in from the US or something and he just made it, and it is absolutely unbelievable. And I think when you just think about that fact alone, right, where we had a time a decade ago almost where we were alongside the LVP, where Ibai was coming up and doing a phenomenal job. He went out on a limb on his own and built something incredible that now I think made esports more viable in the big world, in the mainstream world, in part because of him. He grounds this organization that can put on an event like this that reigns in a new era.
Yeah,
for
I think
League
so too.
Esports, I think it's incredible.
I feel like this for sure seems like the start of a new beginning. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts, Mickey. Do you think like these road shows, how does it feel as a player? Do you feel like this is gonna, maybe Fnatic is gonna, host
I mean, I would hope so, yeah. Like, for me,
me.
it's always the most fun, like just traveling with your whole team and just playing in a big arena. That's like kind of why you become a pro player, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
I think just when you kind of repeat playing in the studio, it gets kind of monotone, kind of boring, kind of loses the flavor.
Agreed.
So yeah, for me, always fun to have a roadshow, yeah.
For sure, and I think it's just the future in general, right? Like the fans are rallying behind either an influencer like Ibai, Kameto, also Cadril now with Los Ratones. These are the teams that's going to pay the wave, which fan passion that you just don't get elsewhere. So for sure, this is the future.
Yes, and I hope it gets capped off by a fantastic best of 3 between these two teams. There's always a possibility that it's a little bit dookie, but let's hope not. That's what I thought during the first best of 3. I was like, this first game was a stomp, the second game was a
I mean, it's
stomp,
hard to top yesterday. Yesterday was
oh my god,
insanity.
For MKoi, like to walk, sorry, to walk. Like, holy, I've never seen Mirwin like that.
Yeah.
But
Did you watch some of the clips of Mirwin? He was standing up out of his chair. He was screaming.
I refuse to watch that. That thing is deleted from him.
He was aiming a lot at you with those Gwen ults, and they were all landing.
He was actually, yeah. He was a fan.
little bit of spice in this mid lane matchup also. We forgot, but we had Jackie's on the desk yesterday. He said something about JoJo, so let's take a look. I hope. I hope.
I'm looking. Why is it that makes you have less trust in him, Koi?
Because for me, okay, I feel like Jojo Pin was already choking already in Berlin.
Oh.
And now since there is, I think, same as Isma, he has a big chip on his shoulder. And since I said this, he can either prove himself, right? And then I will apologize on Twitter if he wants. You know? For me, he has to prove himself way more.
Huh. Was that the Antonio on the trumpet? I'm not
But
sure.
do you agree, Mickey? Do you think JoJo's been choking in Berlin?
I'm not sure. I guess. I mean, I'm not sure if it's choke, if it's like if you don't have the highs. But I think it's kind of just been all right from what I've seen. And I think
maybe
yesterday
would
was
you
kind of
say,
same.
or?
I think okay. So the problem with JoJo, I think, is his champion pool is like a little bit small. I would say. I think he plays like 3 champs well, and then that's about it.
Yeah, I think it's like Talia, Yone. I forget there it is, right? That's the 3. But the moment you don't see him on that, and in a fearless format, that's not good enough for what's currently happening.
Yeah.
That's true. We have the walkout soon. Do you know if Grabs is gonna sing or not?
I don't know, but he has to, right?
He lost the bet.
I'll go fetch him afterward and tell him.
Yeah.
Pull him into it.
You will?
Are you gonna sing? You have a beautiful singing
It
voice.
is
I know
true.
as well. When are we getting that, Mickey?
Maybe if I can make a bet, yeah, but
No,
not making
we
it.
gotta find a bet with Mickey.
Not making
Okay.
Another match, I think, when it comes to these road trips and these kind of unexpected things, there's always players that are going to thrive and players that are going to fall flat. I was very surprised. This sounds much meaner than I meant it. But Lot had an unbelievable day yesterday, right? And he had been struggling, Goldberg, and the fact that he stepped up, and to me, in part, was a big reason why they won that series.
Yeah, let's take a look at the matches he's been playing. All right, he had to play against Kana. That was a bit rough. Then he won against BB. Today he's going up against Mirwin. These are some of 3 of the most complicated top laners in our league that you can play against. And the way that he performed yesterday in an arena as a rookie, having to go for a mental reset. I mean, it was indescribable. It was perfect for him. So I really hope going up against Mirwin, he keeps the same drive as yesterday.
Yeah?
They have to...
You're rubbing your hands?
Yes, it's not fun actually for the viewer, but it might be. We have a 10 minutes delay.
Okay.
So what we can do is we can go to a break, or we can just talk, baby. We can podcast, we can co-stream. I'm Cadril now, and I'm a pro player. We can talk about whatever we want. Where are we starting?
What have you got for us, Mickey?
I don't know. We should have Grabs fill in the 10 minutes with his.
Yeah, the sing. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Upset was here. We sent him off because it was only going to be 4 minutes. But alas.
What do you think of Spain?
Yeah, it's pretty chill, pretty warm.
Yeah, better than Berlin, maybe?
Yeah, it's kind of even.
Kind of even?
Kind of even.
I'm offended at that.
I think the food is quite even, yeah.
Nah.
Wait, what did you just say?
The food is quite even.
Between Berlin and Madrid? Yeah. Is that what you said?
What have you eaten so far in Madrid?
What the hell?
Okay, let's say the first day I got here, we had...
Don't judge by the cafeteria
Taco
here.
Bell.
We had Taco Bell!
Are you serious?
Then I had
That's like
Subway.
going to McDonald's and being
Then I
like,
had a pizza at the restaurant at the hotel.
An Italian
And then I ate
dish?
here.
Okay, sorry. Are
And
you
then I had
just
breakfast in the hotel.
Are you just
sorry for
comparing fast food chains here? So you're comparing German Taco Bell with Spanish Taco Bell?
There's no Taco Bell
I
in
have
Berlin.
no idea. Okay, well, about Subway. Is that what you're comparing?
Yeah. It was both pretty shit, though.
This is incredible. It's very, yeah.
the mind of a pro
The
player.
mind, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I don't have time to go to restaurants and stuff, guys. Like, I have to play the game.
Actually, you do now, but we're keeping you because they have to change
True.
something
I can't
on
actually
stage.
experience it.
Unfortunately.
Spanish cuisine.
No,
Thanks,
it's
guys.
true. How long are you going to keep riding this high, you think,
This high?
of this victory?
I don't know. For the day, I guess. And then I'm back to reality.
All right. Jack Spectra, open it up. You have a bot lane expert, and you're a bot laner, and we have time. You're
Yeah.
always yapping about how good Jin is, and
Yeah.
how...
I think, okay, let's
Wait,
talk about Jin.
can we show that Jack clip again and just have Mickey's perspective on
No.
Oh, me getting...
We have it?
Yeah, sure. Let's watch it, if we have it. It's
They're going to take a look.
2023 Team Heretics versus G2 Esports Spring Split.
it? Do you remember it?
The only time I remember playing as Jack was when he was playing Lucian against my Nautilus. And he had
That's the
That's the
exact
clip.
game.
That's the clip.
They're trying to find it,
That's the
but...
clip?
That's
yeah,
the clip.
we have
yes.
about 200 clips, so I don't know if they can
Yeah,
find it that
kinda get
quickly. Yeah, Jack is... there we go.
Lord.
Yeah.
What is this Lucian?
Oh
my god. You're so nervous or what?
I was very nervous.
Were you playing with
yeah.
nameplates?
Yes, I was.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's okay. Cadril canceled his ultimate. You got cooked by Mickey.
It's also we're saying that you need like an identifiable trait for your desk personality.
It's a canon event, Jack. It's a
By
canon
Mickey,
event.
Yeah. And that's why I will always defend Mickey's knowledge. You know, we made a term, Mickey hook, because you were able to find like the craziest hooks. And you remember there was
into the tower?
Probably you guys don't remember. No, not into the tower. It was like crazy because you were really good at like, let's say if there's a target here, and then like the hook goes like this and hits the person behind you, right? Because you abuse the lollipopping of the hitbox. Very nerdy right now, but keep with me. Because then we played against Vitality, and it was Neon and Kaiser, and they played Caitlyn Lux, and Mercer played Nautilus, and we played Seri Nautilus. I started boots for pot. We killed them 2v2 level 1 because Mercer hit 2 hooks back to back, and then we said it was like a Mickey hook. It was like everybody was like happy, and then Mercer studied your VODs to try to learn Nautilus like you, and that's why he's the GOAT Nautilus.
And Mercer is no longer in the lane. No, I'm just kidding.
So that's Mickey's fault, I guess.
Yeah,
Your
much more good enough.
Depends which Nautilus votes he studied.
He studied the wrong ones, baby.
Curving the hook. Do you
That
feel
did like Mickey.
if you're playing at that level for so long, do you feel like you have the game like figured out?
No.
No?
Like, I don't know. There's always like slumps that you go through, and sometimes you just think like, I don't know how to play this game. Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
That's why confidence is so important. Because
I
sometimes
guess,
you feel like you just forget everything that you know, and just the game feels unfamiliar.
Like at some point, everything you do just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, it's sometimes a bit random, but like you just have to kind of rethink your approach and actually just rewatch the games a bit and see that sometimes it's just unlucky.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes you just go in a bit of a slump. But yeah, with the Nautilus specifically, I mean, there is like times where I will just miss, because like I always want to, whenever my queue is up, when I'm walking out of base, I want to hook the map right. So I want to utilice
Brain.
to get as fast as possible.
Half
I know
CD
that
when
I'm
it hits
choking
the
if I
range,
miss the
just
wall.
kidding.
If I miss the wall, I'm like, it's looking rough this game. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, this game like that we just played, I was quite confident.
You're
after
pretty locked in,
after the
I'd
level
say.
1 trade, I was like,
Yeah, that was pretty good.
it's a good Nautilus game, this one.
Speaking of, what do you think of Corki? Because that champion has like so bad win rate in competitive in every single league. It's like 35% across the board. I think the champion is kind of fake. I feel like it's good in scrims and solo queue, but a lot worse in stage. What do you think?
I'm not actually sure, since it's not something that is played very often, I feel like. I think
I mean,
the
it
value
was
of
very
Corki
high
is the flex.
prio, but now it's kind of like dropping.
Yeah, I think the flex is the value, because for mid lane, there's always a lack of AD champions that you, because I think Zyra, Brent, like AP champs in general, Maokai,
Yeah, or you can
are
go
quite
Zyra,
strong.
Gragas.
But you always, Zyra, Gragas, not sure if that. But yeah, you kind of want AD champs, right? And Corki is good for that. But in general, just like usually wins early quite hard, Corki, like he's just OP early game. And that's sometimes all you really need from your champion. Like, it's not like his bad scaling, you know? And the dash is important. Sometimes you just need a dash on your AD carry.
And what do you think about Jhin? I think he's very useful, but he's of course not good against tanks. But the champion is bad. You know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thank you.
I just think that a lot of the times people just pick it like for fun. Like either they pick it to have
And it was
lane
very
push.
good in that game too that you guys had now. Because if you don't have an ADC that like has good setup, your comp was
the Gwen game
pretty hard.
I mean, the only reason we picked it is because we have enough damage already from Gwen and the Zero, right? So if we don't have that, then we just can't pick Jhin there.
I love how this is a checklist for you currently, Jack. So what do you think about this? Yes, I agree with that. You're just going through
Well,
it.
great minds think alike, huh?
That's very true. What do you think about the inconsistencies of the league? Because everyone beats everyone right now. What's your take on it?
Yeah, everyone's pretty bad. That's my take on it.
Oh, no,
Now say it without saying everyone's bad.
no, you can, you can.
Sometimes
challenge.
it's just unlucky.
Yes.
So it just depends on the draft, actually. It's actually just coaches. It's actually just on the coaches.
Yeah.
Pretty
so
much, yeah.
we're cooked at MSI, is that what you're saying?
Depends on the coach.
Kick him all, change him around.
But if everyone is really bad, then perspective change, everyone is really good.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I mean, as people,
For you.
as people who don't need to get, I mean, we would like Europe to do good at MSI. So, but as fans, this is fun. Like, this is the most fun I've had with the league and like the regular season in a long time.
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to jump back on the level of the league, actually, because it was something I was thinking when I was watching yesterday's series. I feel like the gameplay quality in this roadshow has been a lot higher than normal LEC. Especially yesterday, there was very few stupid mistakes, because I feel like everybody, all 10 players, were a lot more locked in and just like more in the zone, you know?
I mean, that's... Yeah, I can kind of see that, but as well, it's very hard to actually hear each other in the game.
Yeah.
So I think in our games, at least, for example, for game 1 against G2, we just didn't actually listen to each other because we actually couldn't hear each other. So we just kind of did a lot of plays uncoordinated. Like we were just walking through our jungle and died 3 before, right? We knew there are all people there, but yeah. Or like when the Gwen game where Oscar decided to all in Kai'Sa, I'm like, wait, are you getting level 6?
That was pretty random. I
And
thought
he
he
was
was
like,
hitting
he's
level
just
6
sleeping.
as
I'm
well.
like, wait, is he like getting level 6 or like why are we all in here? He's like, didn't say a word. I
You
can't
already
hear him.
used all your spells. I was like,
I guess. So yeah, there is for sure like some variety. Like people are for sure more locked in because they're more hype. I think just energy is way better. Like for me as well. I guess I think faster. Maybe. But yeah, I just don't know if it's like that much different from the usual gameplay from the LEC studio.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it kind of goes both ways.
Do you think you would kind of have finished like the game of pro play? Because you've already done everything, right? You've won Europe, you've won MSI, you haven't won Worlds, well, like no one's gonna from Europe, so that's all right. But like if you play, maybe. But if you play like let's say a summer final in an arena versus G2 best of 5, like if you had to beat, do you ever think about that?
Yeah, of course.
All the time.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I would want to. Okay, so not sure what would be more fun if I 3-0 them.
Yeah.
Or 3-2, like very close game. I think 3-0 would probably be more satisfying because I'm like completely shitting on them. That'll be way more fun. And then I can just like look at their faces after they lost. That'll be like so fun.
To be clear, you don't hate the players at all. No.
You still talk to them?
Yeah. I talk to everyone still, yeah. I guess
you BM them after you win against
of course,
them?
yeah. Like when we scrim them, me and BB every time, just like every time whoever wins, post like a GIF on Discord of the champion that they just played. Usually that's our thing, kind of.
That's amazing. We still have time. We can talk about League. We can play a little game with the whiteboards where, you hold a champion or a person and then we guess. We can...
How long is this delay?
I just got the word it's another 7 minutes. So,
okay.
So we want to do that?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but you can't... Someone have to draw someone a champion. So you...
What? No, you don't.
Why not? What are we playing?
Is it not the one that you put something here and you have to guess?
You can't put your own. Someone would have to do it for
put
you.
it for Jack, for example.
Right, yes.
But we
sure.
only have 3 whiteboards.
It's fine, we'll take
You
turns.
have to guess, you have to guess.
I guess?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what are we doing?
Shall we do a person or a champion?
Oh, yeah. Should I take off my headset?
Or team or... Oh, yes, perhaps. You do... Okay.
It's easy.
It's easy, but we're starting.
All right.
You want to show... Yeah, okay, here we
You
go.
hold it, but don't look at the camera.
Don't look at the camera, look at us. Should we...
Wait.
Do we tell them the category or not?
Right.
No!
Don't look at the camera! Don't! You have one job!
Sorry, right?
Alright, we'll do it again.
So how do I do this?
Well, you look at
I
us.
cover it with my eyes.
You have to close it, right?
But I need to show it to the camera, no?
No, we've already showed it.
Okay.
I mean,
That's how we do it. You just...
in front of you. Yeah.
But it's fine.
It's good.
He's taking his headset off. Someone pick something.
Oh, no, not this side.
Poor little face.
All right. Maybe...
Give it a good one, Mickey.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise,
let's
that's
go.
what you
Wait,
thought
this-
about.
Okay. All right, here it is. The ambiance is... This is great. It's like they're cheering for you to get this before we get
So
to the game.
you ask yes or no questions, okay?
Yeah.
And then you narrow it down till you can guess it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Am I a male champion?
Yes.
Am I an ADC?
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I Draven?
He was a former Draven one trick.
It's pretty easy though.
Okay, make him a person. Make him a person. Wait.
Well, I got Mickey to guess now.
We'll get Mickey to do one.
Again, me or someone
No,
else?
pick one for Mickey.
Pick one for me.
But you can also do a person or a player. You don't have to make it a champion.
Loving all the images from the arena, by the way. Of course, would be different if we were talking directly to them. We would be hyping them up a bit more, but the co-streamers have it covered. We're just waiting at this point. I think we're pretty close to the walkouts, and I think they're going to be pretty special. I heard that maybe Grabs is even going to do something. Maybe that's the delay.
Okay, that's cool.
That could be the delay. Who knows?
I do want to see Mickey guessing this.
All right, Mickey.
Okay.
So, am I a League of Legends champion?
No.
No. Well, no.
Am I a real person?
Yes.
Do I play in a League of Legends LEC team?
Yes.
Do I play on Fnatic?
No.
No.
Am I currently in a top 4 team in the standings?
Can we get the standings up?
No.
No.
Wait.
I don't think
wait.
so.
Hold up.
Yes.
Yes?
Kind of,
All right,
maybe.
all right.
I'm getting the standings up.
Am I from Spain?
I don't have
No.
Wi-Fi.
Then am I? Holy. Am I a support?
No. Okay, yeah, here we go.
Am I a mid laner?
Yes. Come
No.
on, Mickey.
Do I wear a blue jersey?
No.
No.
Well, you have at one point. Oops.
Okay. There's a down. Let me
That
think.
one makes it harder, I feel like, saying yes, though.
Yeah, it does.
Saying, like, has
No,
to
not
play.
for him, I think. Whoops.
Have I played in the LEC for more than 2 years?
Yes.
Caps.
Yes. All right, good job. We're only, I think, 2 minutes away from the big matchup, so I think it's best that we tap back into the energy. We've seen it. I've been so pleasantly surprised. Does anyone want to make a definitive statement as to if the Spanish fans are better than the French?
That's so random.
Probably not.
I'm going to France in 2 weeks, so I'm not doing that.
And I feel like the Spanish fans maybe
trolling.
share more the love. I feel like the French fans are like very KC fans, while here they're more like, I mean, even though like, for example...
Actually, but yesterday during Giants versus G2,
yeah,
the Giants fans were like actually very loud whenever they were winning.
That's true.
So when we were watching backstage, because we were like a bit behind, right? We were just like listening to the chants. It was like, oh, they're really happy. Oh my God, Giants is winning. Thank you, fun.
To your point, I think we are just very. Let's go. We see all the KC fans all the time, but there's tons of French fans that we've had for a very long time. So I'm really excited that we get to see the road trip to France also in a bit. Amazing energy in the arena. It's really crazy. I mean, it's just reigniting kind of the lifeblood, I think, of a lot of the league after many games in the studio, and the fact that this is our match of the week and our last one. I hope it delivers, not for me, for every single one of these fans.
For the fans, this is when I felt closest to the sport ever, was when I was a fan myself and you saw that, oh, finally an event is close to where you live. Like when it was finally in Copenhagen, for me, that was a dream come true, seeing that for the first time.
It's true.
It really is an emotional moment. It's like, there's just so much passion through all these people, and I bet you, Mickey, feel it even more, just all the support that you're being given, and the fact that all these people are here just to watch our esport, our games, our league.
Oh, God.
It's insane.
He's trying to get a voice line or something to record.
Hey, why ruin it? It was a good one.
I'm
One of
kidding.
those days, like this
Super
entire
cute.
arena's mood depends on 5 players playing a video game. Like, it's kind of crazy when
it's
you put
great.
it in that
Actually,
perspective.
but this time it's actually, because I know it's the Movistar Koi Arena and there's tons, but so many Giant X fans and like longtime Giants fans. Like it's amazing. The jerseys are a little bit similar because the Movistar Koi Special Edition jersey is also blue this time. But what we do know is that they're all lovers of Spanish League of Legando, which is awesome. What am I seeing here? Issue with lots of PCs. No, lots PC. Lots of PC on stage. The prompter's trying to remind me of some points, like there's some bets. Yeah, there is a bet. There are a lot of bets. There was the Grabs bet. There's also the Di Antonio and Skane bet, but I can't really remember what it was. It was in Spanish.
I don't.
Someone's going to do something.
Yeah.
We'll see. I wonder if Di Antonio has joined the MKOI camp as well. He has, which is cool, because you have the voices. Here we go, Skane. I'm so sorry that GX is going to beat MKOI, and I'm willing to bet anything. But if the loser has to wear the enemy's team post between our person can't say whatever the winner wants, do you accept? Could get spicy.
Could get pretty spicy.
Whatever they tweet.
Spanish people do love to say pretty crazy things.
They do. Mirwan was flaming up a storm. Could you repeat that, please? Trying to get a timing for you. I don't. 3.5 minutes.
Well, you know what they say?
What?
You have to wait for all good things? No, it's something like that.
Yes, all good things come to those who wait.
There you go.
Yeah, Fnatic fans and a title.
No.
Yeah, you guys have been waiting for a long time.
But he has it in his back pocket, right? You have like tons, so you're not really that stressed, probably.
I guess.
But just don't need the MF Lulu, maybe.
Yeah.
Make it come back.
I'll keep it in mind.
We got a 1 minute. So talking about kind of winning a title finally, the biggest comeback story of all time would be Giant X come to Madrid. They're the team that had the biggest challenge, walking away with the possible biggest reward if they beat MKOI in their own house in the match of the week. Then there's everything left to play for. I know it's very hard for them to get to playoffs, but This is what miracle runs are made of.
That is what it's made of, and if this doesn't make that happen, what will? Like, it has to start somewhere. You start in the arena, that's the momentum you're not going to get from the studio. That's what you're going to carry with you to the end of the season, and that's what a team like GX needs, because they have had issues with their synergy, with Isma coming in, but the fact that all 5 players can gel around one positive experience can change the entire team dynamic moving forward.
Isma, one of the most excited players yesterday as well.
For sure, and a win for Giant X would be incredible, but I don't think it's happening today. I think MKOI is going to take it, and that's my prediction, 2-1 MKOI.
Okay.
2-1 Giants.
I believe we...
Do you want to make a bet?
Sure, no.
Here we go. Here we go.
Queda tan solo un partido que va a ser una final, la verdad. Pero antes de arrancar lo que será el último mejor de 3 de este fin de semana, las promesas están para cumplirse. Hay gente que se las libra, como por ejemplo Skane, que apuesta y dice mucho y luego no hace nada. Pero hace unos días, Grafs, el entrenador de Fnatic, como ya sabéis, hizo una apuesta con Lola Lolita, no la influencer, sino Adam Adamou, que si perdía el partido este fin de semana aquí en Madrid contra nosotros, contra Movistar KOI, tenía que cantar una canción de Movistar KOI. Así que, por favor, que pase Grafs delante del público, que le va a tocar cantar. La gente te quiere, ¿eh? La gente te quiere.
No entiendo tampoco, porque todos perdemos, ¿eh? Así que no se le da tanto.
Bueno, la canción la sabemos todos, la vamos a cantar todos juntos y también lo va a hacer Grafs. Así que, por favor, conmigo, o con nosotros, mejor dicho.
Nosotros, sigamos.
Recorremos
kilómetros, superamos obstáculos,
solo por ti, Movistar KOI. Un aplauso a Grafs, sí señor.
Vamos.
Bueno, vamos al lío porque va a llegar el momento importante, la última serie. Y vamos allá con las presentaciones. Anoche, cuando todo parecía perdido, cuando el nexo temblaba y el reloj marcaba el último segundo, emergió el equipo que nunca se rinde. Ayer lo ganaron delante de todos vosotros y hoy quieren volver a hacerlo. Pónganse en pie, que viene Movistar. No sé si es más conocido él o su madre. Efectivamente, es el hijo de la Charo, aura absoluta, Alex Villarejo. Incansable, insaciable, incontrolable. Si hay mapa, él lo domina. Si hay objetivo, él lo roba. No necesita presentación porque ya tiene el respeto del continente en la jungla. tía no es tonto. Se fue de la peor región de Occidente para triunfar en Europa y ganar el Mundial. Viene, como no podía ser de otra manera, con su sudadera favorita, el niño travieso de Canadá. El francotirador letal. Cuando dispara, lo hace para matar. Cuando hay una teamfight, es el último en quedarse en pie. Desde Murcia, David Martínez. Las cosas más grandes que León ha dado al mundo son la catedral, la muralla romana y este chaval, el support más agresivo de Europa. El tercero en discordia, el tercer mosquetero, no lleva capa, no busca gloria, pero sin él, Movistar hoy no sería el mismo. Hoy, como entrenador, Hansen. Ayer ganaron ante el Titán, ante el Imperio de G2, cuando nadie lo creía posible, cuando los analistas ya escribían la derrota. Un equipo se alzó, vienen con las manos ensangrentadas de tanto pelear. Fuerte aplauso desde Málaga para Yaya. Llegó sin miedo, sin cartel, pero con manos de gigante. Quiere ser el futuro del equipo español en la top lane. Tiene nombre español, pero es francés. En la jungla, Isma. A este tío le gusta el show. Yone, a Cali, a Cid, da igual lo que sabe. Sabes que siempre que juega te va a hacer un TikTok en la mid lane. Letal, preciso, sus críticos no perdonan desde Corea. No.
exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Suited up, bitch, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game.
Dice que es coreano, pero todos le conocen aquí como Juanito, el especialista del Engage, como support. Jude.
Been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, good boy. Fuck with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it and next. Fuck this up, I send you back to your ex.
Viene de Portugal, pero su historia está escrita en español. El entrenador con alma ibérica y cerebro de campeón.
Firepower in this coalition, we just turned the field into a demolition. It was desolate, but I had premonition. I was training for war, every exhibition, every extra mission, every enemy listening. Get off my dick, I got bad intentions. Make it right every wrong, and I'm back with a vengeance. I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know.
Madrid es el último partido. Hay que reventar el Madrid Arena. Por favor, fuerte ruido. Que arranque ya el Movistar Koi contra Giants.
My God, what a way to kick off a series. Incredible introduction. 10 players, coaches taking to the stage. Shout out to Giotto. Despite all the flame thrown his way, that man is a showman. He knows his audience.
He knew what he was doing.
Spinning around 360, catching every bit of applause he can get. And look, GX, we didn't expect him to be in this position, coming off of a win yesterday. But now I'm starting to expect the unexpected in Madrid. Everything I thought was impossible seems possible. And while Koi probably still the favorites, it's a much closer battle than I initially expected.
Yeah, very much so, but like, I'm still expecting this to be a banger. Like, this is for the King of Spain, going off of the points that we've made up for this weekend.
100%.
And it's now between two of the biggest Spanish organizations. So I'm very excited to see this one now play out, because it feels like Giant X, especially through Jackie's, really started to pick up yesterday how they want to try and play the game. And they kind of talked about, hey, losing closer was a big issue. We've now started to figure out how we want to try and play through Isma instead. So I think Giant X are making those improvements. And for Movistar Koi, we just got to see if they can have that powerhouse early game they've kind of become renowned for and take that into the later portions of the game.
I'm hoping for some explosiveness. Series 1 are quote-unquote losers matches. Those were conveniently the two teams who lost yesterday. Two very one-sided games, Game 1, Game 2, before Game 3 being pretty explosive, but also a little one-sided. This one I want more tension, more contention, more fist fights. And you heard it from Jack and the rest of the desk, right? Yesterday, pretty good series on a mechanical level. A lot of these really highlight moments, especially from Jackie's, but I think that we've known that Jackie's has that potential. We've seen those high highs. I think the two big standouts that we're hearing this echoed everywhere, Isma and Lot. Isma, we heard from Jackie's on the desk after the day. So much more communication. You heard in the comms if you were watching the broadcast at the start of the day. If you didn't watch those clips, watch it back. That is the most hyped team comms I have heard in years. Lot as well, stepping up individually. I'm feeling really optimistic about GX.
Yeah, especially Lot stepping up on the Jacks, really controlling his lane in the early stages and then being able to bring that into a mid-game. That was really a powerhouse for a Giant X, so I'm excited to see if he can have a similar story. And it feels like those are kind of like, it's the upper half of the map that I'm kind of looking at. Like yesterday it was, can Lot stand against BB? Well, he kind of stood all over him, and now he's got to do a similar story against Mirwin, who is also one of the top laners that we have in the league at the moment. And then it's also Isma being able to control El Yoya, Jackie's been able to control Jojo Pion, who Jojo Pion also very impactful in the game yesterday as well on the Silas. So I think this is where you're going to see a lot of these players trying to get some sort of control on the game and run away with it. But even yesterday, I think that was the part that impressed me, was this was not a, hey, we're going to clean stomp this game as Movistar Koi against Fnatic in Game 3. It was slow, drawn out, be patient, find these moments for picks, and Movistar Koi were able to bring that game back from the brink. And I think that is a new side to Movistar Koi that we haven't traditionally seen from them.
No, you're right. That adaptation, that development, I think both these teams playing incredibly well in front of this crowd. And obviously home crowd advantage to a certain degree, right? Spanish orgs. and a lot of Spanish players on the side of MKOI. But also just sometimes that live stage performance doesn't work out as well, regardless of if the crowd is excited about you or not, that additional pressure, but both these teams seem to thrive in said pressure. And now we are into picks and bans. No surprise to see Callista taken off the board. Varus, mayhaps a rumble to follow. Who knows?
Yeah, Poppy immediately going to be taken off the board as well. So Movistar Koi basically saying, hey, we don't want you to interrupt Alvaro, who has been having a fantastic series on game, or fantastic games on picks like the Alistar, the Rakan, the Rel. So definitely champions that are hindered by the Poppy.
Completely agree. The Fury now also taken away. Maokai, a lot of stock standard meta stuff. Yone as well. The Fury growing in popularity, I think we've seen, and after Elio's performance yesterday, even though it was a loss, still had a great game. Do not want to give that away. So now it's Vi first pick, which in a lot of metas, in a lot of regions, I see that as a contested first pick. Not so much in ours.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you can go for a Pantheon here. Answerford, the Talia lockdown makes it very difficult for Vi to just go in with the initial vault breaker as well. So not exactly the happiest of times if you're going to be Elioya, but we'll have to get sneaky with
Okay, also not to rain on the parade too much here, but you can pick Talia and then you get whoever is left of those two champions, right?
Yeah.
And Jojo has been really good on Talia. It's been, I think, his best pick. Instead, they're going to go for the Ahri, which maybe they thought Jackie's would prioritize something different, but now they get Vi Ahri. Again, super powerful mid 2v2 combo. I would argue less powerful than Pantheon Talia in the current meta, but they've now paired it alongside the Kai'Sa, who we've seen, even if she struggles a bit in lane, can be a real menace as we get later stages of the game.
It is definitely a dive composition Movistar Koi are setting up for, but this is great adaptation from Giant X, right? Like, you see the Vi, you immediately take Talia and Pantheon, both good in dive, because especially when you dive into Pantheon, throws up the Aegis Assault and you're not really able to get that damage through. Now you've gone for the Xayah as well, incredibly safe AD carry, who just is able to pop the Feather Storm, not have to worry about any of that. So already, Giant X basically playing to absorb that pressure. Even if you wanted to, you could go for a Braum or something like that in this situation, and then look for Lot to play a bit more of a tank engage tool, or just be happy to go for an Alistar, even the Rakan, well, Rakan going to be banned away, but something along these lines that you are still fine as Giant X and just taking that pressure.
Yeah. I do wonder, in the theme of counter engage, situation where Nico can thrive. Nico, a champion that Jun has brought out more than a few times.
Most played.
Most played. And also, you know, you also got the Xayah, who can follow up good chain CC in the context of the 2v2, and with Rakan off the board, Nautilus off the board. I mean, look, you've still got Rel and Alistar. That's probably a more likely trade. But there is room for some range support counter picks if that's the direction they want to go in. Jax now also going to be banned. The final ban in phase 2. Gwen might be the call. Bold bet against Mirwin.
Yeah, I'm curious what Merwin wants to answer with. Like, he has in the past brought things like the Aurora and that into it to just try and bully in the early lane phase. Could bring out the Jace as well, but even Rumble, to be honest, is still up and available, and it looks like that is going to be the call. Something that he's done relatively well on the Rumble into it. I think he got the solo kill in the match yesterday, yes, if I remember correctly. So at this stage, Movistar Koi at least adding some, well, fire to what their threat is of that dive. But I'm still liking what Giant X have at the moment.
I like it as well, but I will say that both these compositions feel like they have a clear goal and the tools to support it at the very least. I would say even more so for MKOI. Getting that Rumble so late in the draft feels very good. You needed AP in the top lane, or would like AP in the top lane. Downside is Kai'Sa not as comfortable with the more flexible build. Zanyas would still feel pretty good in this game, so maybe forced to go full AD, the correct Kai'Sa. But whenever you have a dive comp, pairing that with a Rumble who can provide that long-range support, it's always going to feel good.
Yeah, I think it's just even if you go in with the Vi, then it almost guarantees that you're going to end up killing someone, because the lockdown with just enough damage ticking over from the Vi and the Rumble ult, plus potentially Kai'Sa with a killer instinct, means you are more than likely going to execute one of the key carries on Giant X. But Giant X at triple carry comp means that you're always going to have a lot of damage still left, and even that's not including Pantheon. So I still think you have a lot of tools on Giant X, plus Alistar are very good when you try and play into him, same when you look at Xayah. So these are not going to be easy fights by any stretch of the imagination for Movistar Koi to try and play out. I think they do need to get rolling early to try and play through Vi as this big ease of access engage tool.
Definitely, because we've seen, right, what Pantheon could bring to the table. Talia and Pantheon, I feel like in general, a more flexible version of what Ari and Vi can bring to the table. I think Ari snowballs a lot harder. Vi can snowball comparatively with Pantheon. I'm a big Pantheon fan, so I won't speak too much on this, but you're right, that pressure. A lot of teams have not been able to find those angles, have not been able to build those leads. MKOI here in Madrid will need to build those advantages. Mirwin building up a bit of heat as he starts to go to lane. Saw him linger in base for a second, so he might have done the double glowing moat start that we saw from Adam.
Yeah, it looks like it is the case, because I don't think there is abilities basically on Rumble that, like, without the glowing moat start, you can get this high of a heat on.
Yeah.
And even you can see there, just using the ease to make sure that he can keep his heat up. And it does mean you've got a very aggressive trade, but Lot opting in towards the exhaust in the early stages does mean that, like, at level 6, he should have a lot of all-in potential. And also, if Mirren ever does try to all-in, a lot of that damage can be absorbed very quickly, because you're kind of playing off that small window as Mirren, where you're overheated, you have your flamethrower going, and you're landing those auto attacks. And if you nullify that, that's where a lot of that trading power can go back in Gwent's favor.
Certainly, the second you see that bar turn red or get above the heated threshold, it's quite easy to just throw that exhaust down. Bit of a fight for control on the bottom side of the map. Alvaro level 1, the additional range you get as the Rel.
The shield as well.
Yeah, shield, it's just so good. I mean, again, but you've been here before if you've watched competitive League of Legends. Alistair level 1 in this
best
matchup.
In the game.
Yeah, best in the game. #1 headbutter and/or pulverizer. There it is. It was the pulverize. Still lost the trade. pretty terribly, actually.
By Alvaro there.
Yeah. Nothing, he just a little bit hamstrung.
Yeah, and like that's the thing, as I was gonna say, you kind of just get to keep playing forward. Jun looking for the cue, misses.
That's a bit awkward. Taking some damage back. Ooh, wants the extra proc. Level 2 there for MKOI. This is rough for the side of GX. They will be able to send their tower and catch this wave. Nice Void Seeker, though, just to add a bit more poke to Noah, make sure to cancel any potential backs.
Yoya is pathing bot, though, and of these next couple of waves, you could potentially look for a dive onto the bottom lane. You could go for red into a bot side play, if you really wanted to here as Yoya, but we'll have to see what the game plan is. No pots left for Noah, and you don't have a heal.
You have Alistair passive. You have a tiny bit more.
Heal, Summoner's Spark.
Oh, Summoner's Spark heal.
Or a barrier or something like that for Noah underneath the tower.
Yeah, Cleanse will do a lot of work for you, but in the grand scheme of things, MKOI get Prio, they get level 2 first, they trade Ghost for Ignite.
Well, that's the thing, like, actually for Noah, it's the knockdown, or the crash down is a knock up, which doesn't interact with Cleanse. Same when you get Yoya's Vault Breaker, can't be cleansed as well, because it's not a stun. So there's a lot there that the stun just doesn't really work for. So that's why I was like, I wasn't sure how aggressive Yoya wanted to be on this bottom side, but now with Noah ticking over to 3 and the push back out, actually maybe they still want to go first.
Level 4 for Yoya. Sneaking around in the shadows. 2 more seconds on that Vault Breaker cooldown. Starting to engage. Cleanse used, but it doesn't matter. The Shattering Strike, he still manages to connect. 4 stacks. Yoya just zoning, walking off to the side. They already got first blood. He didn't even have to contribute. Now the knockback is there. Extra damage onto Jun. Flash forward from Alvaro. Mount up. He gets punted back under the tower. Jun will trade 1 for 1, but that support is not where you want the money.
That was a huge play for MKOI. Yoya capitalizing well on the fact his bot lane had won out so heavily on that battle for level 2, and you'll see it here. Crash down, the cleanse doesn't really do much, so Noah tries to get away, but flashes directly in line of that Void Seeker from Supa, and Yoya then with the follow-up. Good flash to get the knockback on towards the Alistair, so it's a double kill for Supa, and that wave now going to be lost. Quick reset.
Quick reset it is. You like to see it. That man plays ARAM. Anyway,
and that's the snowball we're talking about.
And that's what we're talking about. That one death. That is objectively a good death. That is probably the best death you can go for in pro play. Dying and giving no money away to the enemy team. Supa resetting the top side alongside Alvaro. This is always a concern for any team playing against MKOI. Alvaro and Yoya off to a dominant start. We've seen it before. Most of the games where this is the case are MKOI's wins. So for GX, Need to slow the bleeding just a bit here.
It also makes things really difficult for Noah because a lot of the way Kai'Sa and Xayah play is you're trying to outplay the feathers, but if you just have more damage as Supa because you managed to peak a little bit earlier thanks to these 2 kills, a lot of those 1v1 fights will start to skew in favor of Supa as you just can't get enough feathers down quick enough to answer for a lot of Supa's early damage. So I think as Giant X, now definitely in a precarious situation, I'm going to need a bit of a bailout from Isma at some stage.
Probably need that support. Isma taking over to level 5, keeping parity with Elyoya when it comes to that jungle clear speed. You can see at the very least for the side of GX, Lot doing well in that isolated 1v1, but he is down TP. So while he does have a small CS lead, hold that thought. Isma forced to flash, quick Aegis Assault. And he was the man you wanted to bail people out, Rob. And he doesn't have flash. And who's going to bail out the bailer? That is the question. Is Lot going all in on Mirwin, has that level 6 advantage. Mirwin trying to turn back, flashing out. No exhaust needed from Lot.
But it's the smart movement from Elyoya, because if you look at the mini-map, his camp is up on the bottom side, but instead he ended up going from Raptor straight up back into this top side. Now it is obviously for Void Grubs are up, but immediately able to contest Isma as well and sync up their pathing, because at this stage all he wants to do is prevent Isma from being able to interact with that top side of the map, and it's a good read from Elyoya.
But Jackie's is clean. Top side of the map, Alvaro getting a fight kicked off. Ball breaker in, a lot of damage down to Isma. They're going to immediately try to turn it back, but Isma's ticking. He can't get the final auto down onto Supa. It might not have mattered anyway. Empowered auto from Jun will not get used. Just that quick pick onto Isma. Now the exhaust goes down. Level 6 for Mirwin, about to overheat. Lot one more auto, but he can't get in range. By the skin of his teeth, Mirwin escapes.
That was so close to being the kill. Mirwin has that ultimate available, should just use it on the wave to make sure he's able to pick up the majority of that CS, but unfortunate for Giant X. And again, topside going well as
Jojapune missed everything, but is winning because he has an ulti that does damage, and that might be enough. No,
just barely.
I mean, that's the difference with a charm hitting.
Yeah.
If he hits him with that charm, he gets that, but it's just that slight whiff. And now a pause. But yeah, credit to Jackie's. We've panned mid 2 times consecutively, and both times it's to watch him perfectly hit a combo and dodge a bunch of JoJo's damage. So individual prowess in that 1v1 matchup is paying off as Spain is alive with the sound of very steadily increasing synchronized claps. You must feel a lot of pressure when you're a league official trying to investigate a pause with this kind of clapping. I have to.
Because you've only got him to the end of the clapping to figure it out.
I expect Ibai at this point, who I just assume is the Emperor of Spain, to just like raise his finger up or down depending on how a pause is doing, and the league officials are afraid they may not make it out of this particular arena.
Still though, I love the way Movistar Koi are playing this early game. Like the fact that you are shifting around the map, matching the 2v2 to constantly keep this Kai'Sa in a position where she's ahead. And again, the pathing from Elyoya to be in that top half of the map, so then you're able to cover for when Isma's in that position and get more off the play is huge. Plus, unfortunately for Mirren on the bottom side, this is what we're talking about, the exhaust. The fact that you have this exhaust gives you so much all-in potential at level 6, and the second the exhaust goes down, you can see there's just no trade back for Mirren. And sure, he could have tried to throw down the early Rumble ultimate, but especially with the Shroud available, it just becomes very difficult to get that damage off when you're running away from the Gwen.
Well, and you have to make that call right before you overheat, right?
Exactly.
Which is a difficult call to make. I think the good news for Mirwin is, and we haven't been able to watch the lane phase a ton, but he was up TP, right? His TP, so that allows him to get back to lane after that first near-death all-in. And then for the second near-death all-in, at least he has presumably the ultimate to clear the wave. So definitely a difficult lane. We'll see if it turns around for him. Even yesterday, some of the Rumble games we saw, you're right, those first few levels can be really rough, but then by the time you have max rank Flame Spitter, before Gwen has some items, there's still room for you to find an advantage. And team fights are still.
That's what I was going to say. It's like in a team fight, it's still the, hey, Vi's going to press aura on this guy. Can you press aura on me when I hit him? And then he'll die, and that's kind of where Mirren's going to be.
That's a level of coordination that we can all aspire to. I imagine that they don't even need words for that.
Yeah.
It's just a gesture. For example, when I push my R button, I'll just know probably that you
will follow up with your R button.
Yeah, with your R button, which I think is good.
Or do I have to say R so we're actually in sync?
R. No, I know you.
Okay.
You can say or, and I will know that you mean my R. It's just a difference in accent. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, it did spawn an entire meme of RNG in the LPL.
Yeah.
You know?
Rob, I love your Irish accent. It's good we have different accents, or we feel like Betty and Nymera when people think we're the same person. They are the same person. It's actually
it's a Black Mirror episode.
It's a Black Mirror episode. It's the same consciousness uploaded into 2 different bodies. So for anyone wondering, just solve that problem for you all now. Those of you who are confused by Betty and Nymera's voices. We cue back into the game. Of course, pause was resolved very quickly without any additional issue. No additional context needed at this time. So GX trailing behind a bit in gold. The one strong point of the map for them remains this Gwen, remains Lot, but hasn't been able to build that advantage further. That said, Mirwen is about to be cyberbullied. There it is, Pantheon kicking things off. Finally, the buy gets invited, but it might be too late. We'll turn it into the 1-for-1. It's not bad for MKOI in terms of overall gold, but for Mirwen in that 1v1, it's definitely rough. Lot must have already used the first stack of the ultimate on the dive, as he does pull that out there against Elyoya.
But that's it. It's Mirren now going to fall pretty far behind because it's not only the wave he just lost. Lot is about to push in his second wave into that top side as well, which is going to make things so much worse. And Elyoya kind of predicted this. You can see he was resetting cancel to get top, but there's just nothing Mirren can do. He's already lost his flash, so at this stage he's going to just dead in the water. And Giant X happy to pick up that kill.
Definitely are. Looks like the kill in the end also goes over to Mirwen, which is kind of perfect in terms of how they'd like the gold allocated, keeping it at only a 300 discrepancy despite 17 CS lower on the side of Mirwen. The Pantheon now returning to the top lane. If at first you succeed, do it again. Pantheon kicking things off. Mirwen now overheating, tries to get some damage back into the Aegis Assault. It does not matter. Isma this time grabbing the kill as MKOI will happily make a counterplay on the bottom side of the map to pick up the first Drake of the game. Hex Tech for them, as well as the 3 grubs they got earlier. They're definitely pulling ahead in terms of objectives.
This is feeling very similar to what happened in game 1 yesterday for Mirren, where he kind of just got camped to all hell, fell behind, but at least MKOI were still able to bring that game back. But it's not a fun time if you're this Rumble, like 30 CS nerdy behind. You can see an exponential experience lead that's starting to open up. Level 9 for Lot, and he's just finished his first item. Like, you just don't get to play in the 1v1 anymore if you're Mirren. It's ult and hope for the best.
Yeah. You got a phase rush, you got Swifties, and you got a mask, so no one can see your tears. So you just run away, you wait till you maybe have a full Leandries or some other kind of hope in these matchups. You've been bullied. Unfortunately, you picked for the team, buddy. You didn't pick for that lane phase matchup. So, well done to Lot to obviously build that lead, backed up by his team. Strong topside performance from GX thus far, but of course, inversely, on the side of KOI, it's the bot lane that is so powerful. First item already completed for Supa as Jojopian lands a nice charm there, chunking out Noah. See what they can do with this strong point of their own as Jun tries to cover for Noah here. Jojopian, though, ulti not too far off, and another pause. Cheers. In España.
I was curious how the Movistar KOI were going to move around the map, because I think you're fine to just keep pushing in the top side and then just play through the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Because Ari's going to be fine to just clear these waves against Noah. So I actually think Jun kind of has to abandon Noah at this stage and move top side to help out. But
it's kind of a scary prospect though, right? Because Jojo is pretty, I mean, he's a mid laner, so he's got, I think, 2 levels just based on being a mid laner versus being a bot laner. And while Noah does have cleanse, which uniquely, while we didn't love it for the lane phase, because as you saw, it didn't stop the rel combo from coming through even when he cleansed the Shattering Strike, it is really nice when you're laning against the Ahri.
You're definitely going to help. And also just having a gigantic cow beside you going to help out. It was level 6 as well.
I feel like you need if you get the cow, I assume that Jojo should be able to trade probably his ult for maybe even cleanse and ult from Noah.
Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, you saw one combo with Electrocute half healthy Noah.
Yeah.
And if you add in ult damage into that as well, then it's lights out. So Noah would definitely have to ult early. So it's something you could try and play for, but only if Noah actually overextends in the lane.
2 very different vibes. We've seen one very chill section of crowd, and we've seen one section of crowd going completely ham with drums and whistles. I haven't heard Trumpet Guy in a while, but I assume that he's there. Shout out to Trumpet Guy, what a goat. Also bass drum people. If you've never marched in a marching band, those bass drums, heavy as hell.
I was going to say, that thing looked massive.
They are not fun. The American public education system will probably owe me money from back pain at some point in my life.
Are you a brass band guy?
I was a bit. Well, basically, if you were in drumline, everyone wanted to play snare because snare was cool, and drumline featuring Nick Cannon was hype when we were growing up.
Believe you with that.
Yeah. Everyone wanted to play snare. Snare's the cool stuff. And then if you scrubbed out of snare, you had to play bass drum, which was almost always just quarter notes.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's a very big contrast. You either got to fly close to the sun, or you sat there, you just whacked the thing for quarter notes.
Yeah. See, our sports affairs in Ireland aren't as big of a thing, so we didn't really have the big brass bands and everything to come out. It was more just like you got taken out of class to go and play your games, and no one from the school would actually like support you in any way, or even know if you were playing. Essentially,
that's a heartbreaker. I will gladly show up and play quarter notes on a bass drum for you any day, Rob.
Well, I do have some pearls on the way, so
all right,
maybe we can play at some stage. You know?
Well, if I'm ever not casting an international league event, I'll show up. We can get a big drum line together for whoever makes it that far.
I mean, I'm down for us to like just duo coordinate our own band.
I'm down. Nice charm. Jun, I don't think you're even gonna get the ult out of Jojo here. Might force it. Good patience from Jojo though. Did just use the TP, so it's a bit awkward for the lane. But Noah cannot play the game right now. He has flash cleanse and ulti available.
Jojo's still hovering here as well.
Isma starting. Oh, Yo-Yo immediately gonna step out. Huge chunk of Alvaro. Ignite already ticking. Now Lot on the chase. The exhaust down, but this is where Jojo is forced to dash away. When ult already used, however, but GX have bullied their way in. They got what they wanted.
But it's giving time for Miran to cruise to get some free CS in the bot side and some much needed gold. So yes, you're getting 2 grubs, but MKOI get 4 and they get some gold. So I'm thinking as MKOI, I'm pretty happy with the way this one's gone.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Noah, luckily for him, they chunk out Jojo Pune enough that he can stick around in this mid lane. And one of the great things about Xayah is that she provides a ton of wave clear, especially once his first item is completed. We'll see what he actually wants to go for. But once you get the cooldown reduction, you'll be able to really shred through those.
Yeah. I mean, Essence Reaper Novori is one of the ones that is just like, hey, I will wave clear all day long and never run out of any mana or have any issues. So I imagine that's kind of the direction that they're going. But at the moment, so you're kind of looking at Giant X. Hey, we got Jackie's pushing in top side. Jojo, very difficult for him to try and make a play onto Jackie's because we've always got the Unraveled Earth if Jojo tries to lead with the ultimate. So I think it's just going to be trading back and forth. So it's a lot of people trying to get control over this bottom side because Lot is kind of the position that Giant X can play through with Isma.
Nice charm. Tower shot. Flashes over the flick. Has Malignance. How long on the ulti? Just a few seconds. Flash forward. Ulti coming in from Elioyo. Follow-up CC is there. Clean shutdown going in on the top side.
Big mistake from Jackie's. Like, I was just talking about, it's difficult to really make a play there as long as Jackie's plays safe, but charmed underneath the tower, Elioyo in position. And there wasn't really any answer for Giant X on the opposite side as the wave had been fully pushed into Miran under the tower and Isma wasn't there.
Definitely rough. This is exactly what you want to avoid when you're playing against the Vi and the Ahri. We heard yesterday from Stain on the desk, I believe, look, you have the Malignance Ahri, you have to be willing to push the game forward. In so many words. I don't remember his exact words, but it's like, look, if you're going to pick this champion, you got to make stuff happen. And MKOI, at the very least, punishing. See if they can continue to accelerate this pace of game. 0-0-4, the score from Elioya on this Vi. You can just see the path to setting up these fights. So easy for the side of MKOI.
They've now sent Jackie so to try and match Jojo in the to match Miran in the bottom side, which honestly I think kind of works out fine for Miran because he can just continue to clear out the waves and not really have much issue. But it's kind of the gold lead that was pretty sizable for Lost starting to diminish because of the plays where they moved Lost around the map and the places you can see like 252 match what was picked up by Lost in the initial trade underneath the tower from Miran. So for MKOI, again, this kind of slower pace of early game, but keeping decent control. And now with Dragon about to come up, they would like to have some kind of flank opportunities, but Giant X have already positioned themselves with good movement in river and decent vision control as well.
GX fighting for that bit of vision. Oh yeah, Alvaro not certain if they can step in.
No TP for Jojo though, so I think this is a bit of a bluff more so than anything else from MKOI to just trade it for the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, they also don't really have mid. They're just now getting mid push. They didn't have bot push. There's no real way for them to walk in safely or to force a response from GX. Jojo happy to have this time on the top side. They did get 4 grubs, 3 on the first spawn, 1 on the second. So that little might making all the difference as Jojo will take his time, finish that tower, trying to deny as much CS as possible.
Yeah, now we'll be able to push this wave out. And I like the play from MKOI. A Mountain Dragon is not going to be anything to write home about, but actually being able to open up this map is crucial. Because again, Jojo, very good in the side lane on this Ahri, but also incredible at coming in on a flank angle underneath mid tower, because you can go over the wall, get a charm, set up for a play on towards Noah, and if you can get Noah off the mid tower, that is very quick to fall.
And unlike yesterday on Silas, today is a day where we need to see Jojo spend his money on himself, because in Game 3 versus Fnatic, Rob, you found this stat with the help of our incredible team and this incredible graphic. Yeah, Jojo's bizarre shopping adventures. Let's talk about that Game 3.
Because this man sat on 3 items for the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
And look at how much gold was spent. But like, the Silas was incredible. Like, his stealing of the Renata ult was crucial, and now the charm nearly crucial there on towards Jun, but this is what I mean, is like, Jojo stepped up huge for how little he had invested in items.
When the boomers say you can't buy a house because you bought a Starbucks, this is what they're talking about. Jojo, this is where all his money went. He bought pots and he bought wards. Today, none of that, Jojo. You gotta spend your money on yourself because those charms keep hitting. Alvaro with a quick ball. 4-man combo. The equalizer a little bit off, but it might not matter. Mirwin starting to burn him down. Instantly supers into the back line. Does get sunned up with it, but he still manages to finish off Jackie's. Koi taking the fight overall, but Lot finally firing back. 2 down for Supa. Supa versus Noah, and Supa comes out on top. That's 3. Looking to make it 4. Wants to get 1 more. Shut down there, but at the end of the day, it's Jojo to finish the fight. MKOI turn to the Herald.
MKOI get the picks that they need. Jojo's charm for the crash down from Alvaro and the eruption from the MKOI fans in Madrid.
And take it back, he's rich now. He can buy as many pots as he wants, he can buy as many wards as he wants. 1,500 individual lead for him as well as for Supa. That is a recipe for success.
That is so many matcha lattes for the man in the mid lane. But well earned.
We both know who that was a personal attack towards.
What do you mean?
We have a teammate who likes matcha more than other teammates.
More than another.
Or former teammate. It could be Ender. You know, we brought up drum lines earlier. He was a big fan of drum lines. Anyway, back into the game. Look, MKOI, very dominant thus far, and a great start to this fight.
But great charm from Jojo starts off. Alvaro, fantastic follow-up. And even though Mirwin's ultimate is a little over to the left, I actually like the positioning on it, because it means that it's the, if Giant X go to try and follow up on the play, that's where it is. And if they are running away, you're already going to win the fight because of the position that you're in, right? So I think it just worked out great. And as you can see, Lot kind of just corralled into a corner.
Got turned into a Funko Pop or whatever. He got turned into a little doll. And this is the struggle, right? Is that if Lot is allowed to have that angle, if that equalizer doesn't come down, he's still powerful.
Yeah.
But it's now only a 100 gold lead, and Mirwin, similar to what we saw yesterday. I mean, this is so different. Again, the growth of Mirwin is something that's been impressive to watch, because while his scoreline certainly lackluster compared to that of his teammates, he's the one that has weathered the storm and remained relevant despite all of the attention that was put towards him.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching the evolution of Mirwin. Not like, it's not only the fact to say it's like, oh, he still has the funny picks, but it's like you can see he's consistently putting in work into getting a better understanding of how these regular quote-unquote matchups work, and his position on the map, how well he can play for waves or when he needs to back off. And even when he gets a ton of attention onto him, he's still finding ways, alongside MKOI enabling him, to get back into games through, as you can see now, getting an entire side wave to himself consistently as Giant X try and make plays on the bottom side.
Yeah, globe is real. Jojo still just fishing for charms. 4K lead for Koi, making things pretty comfortable, but Jackie's can for the most part still just AFK wave clear. What happens when Gwen hits 3 items, Rob? It's still tough, right? Gwen with 3 items in exhaust, I just feel like it's hard to get away. Especially if Alvaro gets caught out. They descend upon him. GX, nice pick. Just that flank, waiting in the darkness, all of GX there, quick to punish.
Yeah, Alvaro a little quick off the mark. Mirwin had started to rotate down from that top side as they saw a lot up there, and his TP hadn't quite come up and available, so that's where Movistar Koi were looking, hey, maybe we can catch out people in and around this dragon area as it spawns, but Alvaro just moving into river a little quick. Maybe the same with Jojo.
Flick back, knockup is there, taking their time, not quite perfect. on the seismic shove. Jojo Pune just able to get that ulti out.
Still need to be a bit careful. Like, in these sorts of situations, just take the long road. It's going to add a couple of seconds on towards your trip to mid lane, but it can easily save you. It wasn't the flash, but the ulti then in that situation. And now Supa opening up on mid wave.
Ready to return to the fight if he needs. This is, of course, the Herald that they were able to secure following the earlier fight, breaking open mid lane tower. Good to have that much more space, especially for a comp. They can't be so focused around finding these picks. GX grouping is 3, 2 more on the way. Ulti going in for Jackie, Supa isolated, flash, just getting him over the wall and away from the flick back. But a nice use of the ulti, good trade. Flash forward, Jojo Pune flashing out, despite the fact that he interrupts the CC. Does still have to respect the potential follow-up, and it's just flashes burned left and right.
Early needle work though from Lot, not getting a huge amount done, so kind of summoner spells and regular abilities being traded back and forth quite a bit over this dragon, but Jojo still waiting now, just about to get his ultimate back up as he used it to escape, and that's why MKOI feel comfortable to go for this play.
Will be Ruinous Otacon this time around. For now, just the dragon picked up. Chemtech over to the side of MKOI. GX still covering bot side. Jojo Pune might play to cancel some bases here. He only gets Jun.
But look how patient this is. Like, if you came into Spring, was this the patient gameplay you would have expected from Movistar KOI? Because I sure as hell didn't. Like, you see them always over-forcing, trying to find picks, trying to find plays, and that was always to their detriment. This is Movistar KOI playing a very slow-paced game, but never really overextending and giving Giant X a foothold into the game. Finding picks, waiting for cooldowns, and they're getting the objectives as a result. Even on like side lanes again, like Miran's in a gold lead. Everyone on Movistar KOI is in a gold lead, and it's just better understanding where to be on the map and how to successfully operate in these side lanes.
And the mobility that MKOI have is it's so nice because they can kind of dictate when and where the fights happen. You saw in the earlier fight, you mentioned it, that needlework burned super early for Lot because he's ready for the full-on engage. But one cooldown, one stray ball breaker doesn't mean that all of MKOI have to commit, have to follow on these exchanges. So while side lane pressure for GX is in favor of Lot at the very least, the rest of the map in favor of MKOI, is Jojo very easily going to be able to grab this standing gold, further extending that lead, further building his individual advantage over Jackie's, now going for a bit of a luxury defensive item in the form of the spell shield. But GX, quick to fire back, however, don't have much. Elyoya's ulti taken away, denied by Lot as Supa now going all in. Noah coming back where the feather's going to go. Exhaust down onto Elyoya. Grand Starfall going in the midst of the entire team, though the flick back is good. The interrupt is good. Elyoya's still alive. Alvaro still standing. And Mirwan's starting to burn them all down. 5 members of KOI! How are they all still alive? Double kill. Jojo Pune pitching for more. Coming around the corner. Jackie's wants to fire back. But blinking health bars. Jackie's, Noah retreating together, and all of MKOI remain standing.
Limping back towards our top side of the map to try and keep themselves safe. But what a play from Supa. So the initial shroud is gone, so Supa's like, great, I'm going to go in onto Noah. I know I've got the support from Elyoya coming in. Lot has to go golden. But a flash away from Elyoya and everyone on the flick back means that they're able to continue this fight. Lot taken out immediately, Isma soon to follow, and Jackie's and Noah just can't really position in these fights to follow through onto the low health members off the back of the fights.
Yeah, I mean, just so difficult to get that space, even with Jackie's initial look seeming pretty good. Lot removing so much of that defensive utility, not giving him the space to hit a priority target either. Who do you go for? You're not sticking on Ahri. You're not sticking on the Kai'Sa either, most likely. And apparently, even when she jumps face first into you, although that play was still a bit psycho.
But the thing is, Lot is not designed to be a one-shot carry right now, right? Yeah. Like, even with the build path you've gone, you're not going to immediately kill Supa. So you're fine to go for that because you're not going to get locked down. You got your team there.
Charm onto Jun. He doesn't have his ulti. He's probably just going to fall down here. That's one kill. Jojo dominating, now ready to go over the wall, looking to follow up on Jackie's. Charm's not quite going to connect. It doesn't matter. Cleanse there out from Noah. Throws it sideways. Ball up is here. Jackie's about to get taken down. Reset now coming in for Jojo Pune. You can dash forward. Movement speed comes in from the Foxfire, but he will not pursue any further. MKOI, again, finding the skirmish, finding the angle. A 6K gold lead.
And playing off of the CC so well. The JoJo charm following up on towards the cow, to finish him off, to go over the wall, to hit Noah with the charm, force his cleanse. Like, it's so well played. Like, charm from JoJo, then the shattering strike. So Jun feels forced to win, but he doesn't have anyone to follow up. Great ultimate from Mirwin as well, means that GX have to split. And then it's just JoJo, take your pick of the litter, chasing down Jackies, setting up on Oyoya to follow through, Supa there to finish off. It is just this constant rotation of CC and follow-up that it's just impossible for Giant X to get away from.
And I was skeptical. We've seen so many great Pantheon Talia games, and we've seen so many bad Ahri Vi games, but this is not one of those times. We are seeing this combo used to the fullest potential. 1-1 and 10 from Elyoya, 6-0-3 from JoJo, Supa and Alvaro as well. Chart-topping numbers.
And also just JoJo coming alive with this crowd. Like, he has struggled, and even himself has said, hey, I've not been playing to the heights that I hold myself to, but yesterday, spending over 4,500 gold on Elixirs and wards to actually having a carry performance, and now today, crucial with the charms.
Have they overstepped here a bit on the top side? TP now in for MKoi. I guess there is a fight here. It doesn't seem like there should have been, but JoJo TP'd in just in case, ready to cover his teammates. Isma now kicking things off. Wall there from Jackies. Eyes on JoJo. 3 stacks now available. Noah with the feathers. Run it. Set up to try and punish, but Alvaro somehow manages to weave between them. And now once again, it's JoJo over the wall. There's nowhere left for Jackies to go. One more stack for JoJo. Lot gets one back in return. Goes Golden. A slow motion finish as he watches his team fall in yet another fight.
Might just be a photo finish with that one. MKoi taking the lead so magnificently in that fight, barring now to food as well. How do you answer for that? Like, they're everywhere as MKoi.
Yeah, and the thing is earlier you were like, I love it. They're tempering their aggression. They know they have a big enough lead now. They are no longer tempering their aggression. They are TPing in on a single Elyoya Vault Breaker hitting. And it's all you need. And that's the kind of aggression you need to have to balance out that caution.
I did get a little nervous because Elyoya gets stunned up here. It's like, on the flick back, it's like, uh-oh. But actually watch Supa again. He is fearless in these fights. Immediately shotgun himself into the back line, knowing that once that CC from Pantheon's down, the Alistair's down, and even that Seismic Shove is down, there's not really anyone to lock him up. So he's just getting these massive plays in the back line with also then JoJo being able to follow up with him.
I mean, it's almost a 10k gold lead at 27 minutes.
Yeah, not bad.
I thought that this series might be different in terms of, but it's reminding me a lot of our first series. But even more dominant, that's the big thing. I think this is the most kind of convincing mid-game we've seen today. Maybe Fnatic game 2 was different, but it's close.
I'm very happy to continue passing the mantle of best team in our league between about 7 different teams in our league until we
honestly, yes. Thank you. For once in like 5 years, let it just be completely unclear who the best team is. Reminder, again, I know you're skeptical. You're saying, what G2 and Fnatic played the first series? They both lost yesterday to these teams, right? And transitive properties and everything, but MKoi now obliterating GX. To be fair, KC aren't here, but MKoi, every week I feel like we change our opinion on them. Are they in the top? Are they not in the top? Well, this week they sure as hell are. When they play in front of a home crowd, when they play in front of Madrid, which seems pretty important, because if they do well, they'll be back here. They play like absolute demons.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if Movistar Koi are coming to a hometown crowd like this, like, it's inevitable that they just feel like they have that huge advantage, because that crowd, every time they so much as sneeze in the direction of Giant X is getting a cheer.
And look, we're big hyping them up right now. They're winning the game. It's so much easier to talk about them. Just real quick for GX, they have to live for really long time until they get a lot of items. Classic. So back to MKoi now.
But it's the...
Shout out to Mirwin yesterday.
Yes.
Because we praised GX's hype comms at the start of the day. We got to praise Mirwin as well. That man was doing what we have waited for. We saw Valorant players do it. We said, we need that too. He got up out of his seat and said, who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? I don't remember the exact words. It was also translated.
There was a lot of idiots and bleeped out words.
Yeah, there was a lot of bleeped out words too, but that energy, man, it's contagious, it's infectious, and for MKoi, it's only further enhanced by the level of aggression that they're showing on stage today in this game 1.
But I think it's also, again, like, oh, hang on.
Run! Starfall, Mirwin running, but that's a Swifties diff right there, baby.
And now they turn us, potentially Elyoya on the way, Supa on the way, but not quite able to connect with the Void Missile, but still, the Void Seeker, but still, it's the improvements from MKoi that make me excited about them. This slower pace, this,
Sidestep. Good movement from Noah, but doesn't stop the rest of the damage from connecting.
Yeah, very
even when the charm misses. And again, they played at a slower place when the game was in a more even state. And now they're playing a bit unhinged. But frankly,
it's working.
If you have a 14K gold lead and you let it go to Soul, you let it go to Elder, you let it go to another Baron spawn, you're just risking a comeback.
Yes.
You're risking a 50-50 smite steal to buy 5 more minutes to a 40-minute game state where your gold lead isn't nearly as impactful. So I like when MKoy with this kind of lead play. A little bit unchained, a little bit unhinged.
And Jackie's trying to be like JoJo. See if he can make the comeback with the elixirs, you see? It's affecting the league, you know?
He got to 4,525 gold JoJo spent in that game 3 on elixirs and pink wards.
Yeah, 2,500 on just elixirs.
On just elixirs. So here's the first 500 down for Jackie's. He's going to need 4 more elixirs. My man is going to be cut off. The bartender is going to say no more elixirs for you, but they're going to start playing closing time.
I was going to say, what's it, the Bioshock is going to be called. How's it going?
We have to fight a Big Daddy before he gets to the next one. Jojo Pune. Big damage onto Joe and the true damage from Ari. Makes this pretty difficult for the Alistair.
True damage.
Yep. True that. Jojo Pune dashing in. Flick back not there. Madrid alive with the sounds of Koi fans. MKoy, though, don't have a wave. So the fans will have to wait a little bit longer for this game.
No, that's doing rounds around the stadium right
You're right,
now.
sure. The wave has come all the way back to the Rift now. Jojo Pune going for the Charm Flash. Jackie's quick reaction, credit to him, but probably not enough to stop what feels like an inevitable finish. Mirwin also with the ulti. Can't just lay down the red carpet at any time, but taking his time with the poke.
Minion body blocking the charm, so Isma doesn't get hit by it, but obviously Koi, I mean, 2 waves about to show up. First one gets cleared up by Noah, but the second one's just going to be here shortly.
Jun looking for the engage. Flash headbutt pulled, certainly an option. MKoy don't want to flip it though.
So, in a minute's time. That's all they're playing for. Playing with their food, actually, to be honest, at this stage, because it kind of feels like they can do whatever they
Charm,
want.
there it is, they can!
Oh, yeah.
You didn't see it, but Dagger looked away for 1 second, as did I. And in a blink of an eye, someone disappeared. JoJo's favorite magic trick. All of GX trying to hold the line now, but that pick was probably all they need with Noah taken out of the equation. In goes Alvaro, down goes the red carpet. Everyone on GX just cut to pieces. Lot will fire back. Isma will do his best, but game 1 from MKoy was a thing of beauty. Aggressive where it needed to be. They weathered the storm in their weakest part of the map. They came back swinging the mid-game. Nothing but dominance in this first game of the day.
I didn't realize that Jojo Pune was putting all that money yesterday into a 401k for today.
That man has
got 11-0-8. That man could have bought anything he wanted.
That was the Ari we've been waiting for. That was the reason the champ is supposed to be picked. But we'll see if GX have a rebuttal, if they can fire back, because game 1 clearly belonging to MKoy. As we send it to a quick break. When we return, game 2.
Who needs a map?
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ullo. Just gonna win. Only one can carry this one.
Has nothing to win.
Like one.
You win.
Sit down, bitches!
Guys, rip.
Zero mayo. Carry the win. Go win.
I can play.
Is it Penta? What the f is this, bro? Get the f out, bro.
Go Nash. Yeah.
Oh my god, we're running out of bleep noises whenever Mirwin is playing.
No.
Unbelievable. Quick games, I have a dinner reservation. It's a giant X sign. You might get your wish, but it will be for the other team. Skate is back on the desk.
Hello.
Yesterday, you did join us after you lost game one and you were kind of depressed.
Yeah.
Now
I'm feeling really good with a good compo, with a good gameplay. I'm feeling really blessed. Our game one was really solid, so nothing bad to say. Feeling way better.
I think we all only have good things to say about MKOI in this game, right?
No, absolutely. I love the trade from the draft. I think they got everything they wanted. When we've referenced dive combo, it's very basic, but this is everything you would want. Honestly, you have the setup from mid, you have a Kai'Sa that dives in, you got Rumble Rail with Vi. I mean, this was exactly what they were lacking yesterday, that you actually talked about yesterday on desk, that they got today.
Yeah, actually, I was a bit sus because they were camping Mirwin with Rumble.
Yes.
Like, I had a deja vu. really bad deja vu. But this game, we knew how to manage it, and he came back. I don't know, like, Mirwin is popping off. And his voicers, like,
Voice
comes, I don't have anything to comment. Yeah. Everything good.
One of the things you pointed out, GB, that I thought was really smart is the fact that they banned out the Jax to kind of bait the Gwen pick because, you know, Mirwin's Gwen is crazy, right? But then they actually get the Rumble into it and Rumble Vi, insane combination. And yeah, overall, MKOI's draft I thought was fantastic.
Great stuff.
Yeah, I think that the Giants still has like a decent draft. Like they have good defensive tools with Alistar. Like the Talia, I guess, against a full and hard engage comp, I think it works well with the E.
Yeah.
Like he has some great tools. Shy as well. But I think that once you snowball with this type of comps, it's really, really hard. Like the Alistar cannot leave.
And I think that's where it was really important, the performance that Eliolia displayed in the early game as well. Yeah. Eliolia and Super, I mean, Eliolia's been on it this weekend, even yesterday with how close the series was. He's continuing that today. And I think the fact that they had a pinpoint on Noah, making sure he couldn't play the game on Saya, getting Super ahead, it was so easy for them.
Yeah, for sure. Yoya is on one. Mirwin was also saying that, you know, he's the captain and he had to really be a captain this weekend because of how important this was for Movistar KOI. And he said that meant that he is calm a little bit more and that he directs the game. Do you get that impression as well, Skate?
Yeah, I think that over on this series, I feel like the player that is struggling the most on Giants, I think it's Isma. He was like the last, I don't know how to say, you know, like he changed for closer.
Yeah.
So the change was a bit like fast. Yeah, last change. So I feel like in this type of games, Eliolia has to pop off. He's the captain. He's the one that is leading. He's the one that has the experience in Worlds, MSI, like the most experienced player. So I really love him. Like he's one of my best friends, and it feels great for him to be performing like that against his crowd, you know.
Yeah, in his crowd. Jack, Supa was also doing amazing. What a confidence game for him.
Yeah, Supa was just on it today. He looked amazing. The early game fights, really gapping Noah, to be honest, and he's having way more presence than him in all the fights. And as you said, like, the fact that when you snowball with this all-dive comp, you can do so much. But even then, I felt like he kind of went the extra mile, nearly engaging as this Kai'Sa and starting fights himself, which a lot of people, when they get fed on this Kai'Sa, if they ult in too aggressive, they just throw their lead.
Yeah, and you, Jack, you must know this for sure. Like, Kai'Sa is a champ that needs kills, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you snowball, when you get this double kill on bot lane, even if Alvaro dies, when you get this third kill on the top lane, like, the champ is so much better when you get this first item fast or the second one. And Supa, like, yesterday, like he's like this type of player, really hot, right? Going in, flashing in, but when you're fed and your comp does this, it's perfect, you know?
Speaking of someone that got fed as well, I saw an Ari do damage today. Jojo on Ari.
Malignance Ari.
Malignance, exactly. Important. I love the confidence we saw from Jojo. I loved how he was followed up by Elioya. We saw it in the top side where he was just running Jackies down, making sure that he knew, you know what, I am better.
Jackie's was flaming him yesterday.
He was.
Ooh, and Jackie's wasn't looking too hot today, as he was getting kind of caught back to back to back. But I do want to kind of bring it a little bit back to the draft for Giant X. Because as you said, Isma, the newest change in their lineup. And I do feel that what Giant X really need is less of a defensive comp, but they need more tools of their own. Because how they play with Isma is this incredibly proactive style that just wants to keep fighting. But in this game, as you can see, it's MKOI that can always choose when the fights start. And I feel like Isma does not do well reactively.
But don't you think that maybe if the first snowball didn't start, they did have some of the tools for that, though? Like, you had the Pantheon to play for, you had the Taliyah. I still think there's ways where this composition with Lot getting ahead early could have snowballed better, but I think the moment that the bot lane faltered as much as it did, it became really difficult.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely don't think their draft is bad by any means, but if I were to have both of these teams, I would definitely much rather have both of them play the left side one, because I think they need to be the ones going first.
Yeah, I actually really like your point because MKOI is a team that we need that. Like, when we cannot be proactive, it's really bad. Like, double kill on bot lane, Super 05, Alvaro 05. When we cannot get aggressive, we are like suffering on the co-streaming. So this type of comps are really perfect for us.
Speaking of suffering on the co-streaming, I want to take a look at some images from yesterday because I was very close to your booth with the base race and the second. Can you just talk me a little bit through how this has been for you all, you know, as part of Movistar going in the arena versus Fnatic in that game 3? I mean, come on.
I mean, like the last game, I actually thought that we were losing, by the way. I actually thought that this last auto attack of Victor, like Silas E, stops the auto attack. So like we were like, okay, I thought that it was lost, and then in 1 second everything changes, and then we are winning because I think that because of tempo, like we can get to their bases even if the inhibitor, like they were like so big. And I actually was saying like, I don't know. I was so emotional because I thought that we were losing and finally we were winning. And actually, like Jaime, like on the table, like the screen was, I don't know, we destroyed everything.
Broke, yeah.
I don't know, felt so good. Actually, props to Fnatic because they were playing really good. Like this series, of course, they could win for sure. Like it was one out away.
But Upset was very angry that Humanoid didn't buy Lich Bane before he TP'd in. Because if he did,
that's a thing. I didn't know that. Oh my God. Okay, thank you so much. I guess. Oh my God, that was so close.
Okay, they're walking back to the stage, so we'll have a pick and ban soon as well, which is absolutely amazing. Now, they still have to bring it home. Do you know about we have like a side tournament, which is King of Madrid? So whoever wins this best of 3 will be the King of Madrid on the LEC broadcast. So nobody knows
like
about
a title, right?
It's a title.
Okay, King of Madrid.
We invented a title.
I like it. Okay.
Mirren said he really wanted to be the King of Madrid. It was very important. Are you happy with how the weekend's going?
I mean, I think that we are getting it, right?
Yeah.
Like MKOI, you know?
Yeah, you think so?
Like, I mean, we are winning next game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are doing it.
I don't know.
I hope so. Like the first game was so convincing. I'm feeling really good towards like the second game.
It's dangerous.
I mean, G2 had a very convincing game 1 against Fnatic.
Yeah, they did, but not that convincing, or yes?
I mean, our league in general hasn't been the most convincing in series, and I think MKOI is no stranger to that either.
I don't know what you think about these guys. Do you think like the I don't know how to say it in English, the el efecto local?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
Like the atmosphere of being the host of the, like we have not the whole crowd, but maybe the 70% of the crowd is cheering for us.
Yeah.
I think that's huge.
You're the hometown heroes.
I think it makes a big difference for sure. There's definitely this effect when you're playing against a big crowd, you want to silence them, but it's like the motivation boost is much lower.
Like Mirwin dopamine is going crazy. like
he feels like the king of the world right now.
Yeah, like he's going for everything. Like Yoya feels on the spot. I don't know. I feel like when you play on your hometown, on your crowd, we don't see that much of this in League, at least in Europe and NA. Like it's a general thing. Berlin is a general thing.
Yeah.
Maybe in China, I think that they play on their own stages.
It's
but
bigger stage, yeah.
like when you play on your stage, I think it's so OP. Let's see in 2 weeks like how KC performs.
Or do you want a little? Yeah, I mean now it's a high tally. It's difficult. This has been unreal. The crowd has been unreal. You guys put on a great show, so it's kind of like we're looking at you, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard to like improve the yesterday day. You know, like it was like scripted.
Yeah.
The best League of Legends.
Third games, good level of League of Legends, like perfect games.
Base race.
Yeah.
Base race, epicness.
By the end of the year, you're going to Madrid for LEC final again.
Yeah. Are you from Madrid or are you from?
No, I'm from Barcelona.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, but I did, you know, like fun fact, like the promotion video, like we didn't know that it was for Madrid.
Really?
It was a secret.
Like, that's crazy.
Like annually we do like a content video. It's called El Barco, and we do like a content thing, and we thought that it was because of that. And today Riot comes and say, "Oh no, this is for LEC Madrid, LEC Madrid." Yeah,
that's so cool.
It's so cool. Yeah, I actually got so emotional. And people loved it. Like, I don't know. I think that you guys are enjoying the event,
Yeah, for
right?
sure. This is amazing.
Amazing.
It's insane.
We're talking so much about how it's like almost a new era, right? And I feel like it's really cool that it's a Spanish road trip and a French road trip because I feel like in arenas is where you can make new fans. And I feel like maybe there's people that haven't been to an event like this before that were a Movistar Koi fan or a G2 fan. Now they're going to come back. They're going to come to Madrid next time.
On the fan meeting, I had a lot of people saying me that it was their first event. I actually got surprised because there was a lot of people.
It's because of you guys. It really is. You're making new fans.
Maybe, yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I actually felt so good.
I think it's the same story for KC, right? Coming to bringing in so many new people to the scene. And it's like so good that they're just taking, you and KC are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah.
And bringing those passionate fans to the forefront.
It's the bomb.
I'm so hyped for the KC event. No joke.
You're going?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, oops.
I know, because
I mean, they're not here. They have to set it up, right?
And, yeah, KC is not there. Like, we're not on their event. I think it's fine. I mean,
for people that they understand, like, you have put on this whole event. You have a production crew they're doing a lot of work. They're running our kind of stream almost, our desk, your desk, the other stuff. It's really difficult and complicated situation that I think it leads me to say that I can understand that there sometimes is a bit of a delay getting into a game when a peripheral breaks here or there. I mean, I have a lot of understanding for that, you know, and you know the crew as well. They're working mega hard.
Yeah, I think that the event is like being like really good in general. So hyped for the road trip on France, on Paris. I think it's Ivry, right?
Every.
So hyped for this, and I love this kind of things. I love internationals. Like, events are really good.
This is what makes feels your passion is justified as well. Because I remember, like, if I'm showing people, oh, I really like League of Legends or things like that back in the day, they're like, okay, nerd. But then it's like you get events like this, okay, and like it becomes bigger than just yourself. It's the community around it. It's the passion that we talked about. It's following these players that we care so much about. And I just wish we had so much more of this.
And I care more now. Honestly, I feel like sometimes you can be a player that is not a superstar in the LEC, but is a mega star in Spain or a mega star in France. And I think this is necessary for us to wake up to the music. Like Giotto, for instance, he got one of the biggest applauses of anyone this weekend.
To be fair, his sign was
I mean,
he's pretty good with the crowd. Very good.
To be honest, I feel like what you said is exactly MCOI. Like, for example, in Munich, we didn't have that much hype for our game. Like, people were not cheering for us, like, no one.
Yeah.
But there is, like, the opposite. Like, everyone is cheering for us. So that's, the point. I love being there. Like, look at this. It's insane.
I need it. Like, also just seeing all the Giant X fans, like, you kind of... I mean, I almost willfully forgot. I was like, they have an insane Spanish history. They are really important in the ecosystem of Spain, which is a reason why you invited them here.
Yeah, the thing is that our whole team, like MCOI, comes from the amateur scene of Spain. Like, the whole team, Melzet as well, El Joya, like, it's like the history of this team. Actually, okay, we don't have mid laners.
Yeah.
Expect a comeback. Like, it's like
one fill role.
And we don't have mid laners, so we can't bring them. But the whole team, it's really loved for the Spanish community. It's insane. I think it's the same for Calista in France.
Yeah.
And these guys. So yeah, like loving it. I can't say any bad word. Like,
no, it's like people finally getting their day in the sun. I feel like as well, because you and a lot of the crew here, you have done this for a very long time. You have been connected to the League of Legends scene and kind of committed to it, I want to say, in the ups and downs, right? And in whatever happened with LVP and Superliga and doing your own thing to now be in an arena, and the similar thing goes for Comitos, similar thing goes for what Cadril is building as well, and I think that's tremendous, and it's only a good thing where you get the recognition you deserve.
Our whole co-streaming is what you said.
Yeah.
Like, we are all creators, and I mean, I used to be a pro player. Necro is like, yeah. Well, you know.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know Skane used to be a pro player?
I had no idea.
Bro.
Wait, AD carry.
Support! You are trolling me, right? Are you trolling? You are.
No, I'm not trolling. It's okay. It's not important. It's not important.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
why
important.
she said. She told me I was surprised Skane had a good game though.
I didn't say that. I said I was surprised how good it was. That's it.
I mean, okay, I'm 600 LPs right now. I'm not challenger, but I'm getting in, you know? Yeah, I used to be a pro player like 5 years ago.
Okay, anyway, continue your story.
Yeah, I mean, the story is that we are all creators and casters. Ibai, like, when I was playing pro play, he was casting me. Like, when he started, yeah, cool story. So, yeah, we are all from, like, the las raíces, like the roots of esports in Spain. So,
Yeah, and I mean, if we didn't have... Spain was so important for, I think, you say it right, but kind of like Peke and Mythi and the initial boost that the scene got.
Tenerife event.
Tenerife. You know a funny story about that event? So it was a random road trip in 2013 or 14?
13, 14, yeah.
And it was so hot because Tenerife is actually one of the warmest places in Europe, right? And it was like 38 degrees, and we arrived a day early, and the pro players didn't put sunscreen on, and were in the sun for the entire day. And I think 2 of them had to go to the hospital. I can't remember who, because it was bad. Gamers in Tenerife,
Yeah.
problematic.
It's so warm, but the weather is always so nice. Like, it's always like summer.
Yeah,
All the year, yeah.
weather is important.
Yeah.
Really happy
Actually,
over
for
it.
me, like, I live in like Spain, Barcelona, always good weather.
Yeah.
When I go to Berlin, really bad mood.
We've had some crazy warm summers. But the difference between Berlin and Madrid is you're equipped for the heat, or Spain is that they're equipped for the heat. Berlin really isn't.
Yeah, but you guys are used to it, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be like,
you're from Barcelona?
No? Okay. Really
It's
bad.
impossible to gauge.
Did you watch the Copa del Rey at the end?
La Copa del
Are
Rey,
you
sí.
Barcelona
Yeah,
fan or
I am.
Madrid fan?
I am. I mean, I'm Atlético de Madrid fan, but it's my second team, Barcelona, yeah.
Wait, what is
Second
this?
team.
What is this?
Atlético de Madrid, you know it.
I
like
know the
second
other team. Yeah.
But
Can you do that?
Yeah, I can. Like, Atlético de Madrid and Barcelona have good relationship, you know, because
Okay.
we are against Real Madrid, so
Yeah, both
we're
against it.
partnerships.
Yeah, I see. So
Yeah.
what was it this weekend? You think everyone was against G2? You know?
Oh, in Spain, I don't think so. It's a good question, actually. I think that G2, like the G2 army there in Spain is huge as well. I think that maybe G2 is the last one because like Fnatic is really loved here because of Razor, like the whole story of Fnatic, like with Peke and Oscar Nin. So yeah, maybe G2 is the...
What do you think about G2? They lost 3 matches in a row. That's not happened in like 2 years.
Yeah, can I say my hot take? Or?
Of course, say your hot take.
We love hot takes.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, maybe it's not a hot take, but I think that they really made a bad decision, like changing Mickey for Labrov.
Okay, that's the most lukewarm take you can bring.
It's cold or not?
I think it's pretty cold.
It's pretty cold, okay. Yeah. Like, I don't know, like in the Spanish community, it was like, at some points, a hot take, so... I don't know.
I mean, I think Mickey got a lot of flame because he's kind of like... usually the support is easily the scapegoat,
yeah,
right?
for sure.
Because
I
if you
don't
lose
know.
the games, you always die.
The thing is that I really think that G2 did good at Worlds. Like, they were really close to win
It was
against
so
T1.
close, yeah.
And against Billy, they were really close as well.
They were effed over by the draft, and I will never not mention that.
If you're striving to like getting there and you almost get there, like almost, why are you changing Yike and like Mickey?
It's
I don't understand.
It's 2 times in a row, and I do understand their reasoning where, okay, the atmosphere, sometimes you know you need a new change of atmosphere.
We're in Champs.
Oh, well, then
are we?
we're going to change our
Such hot
atmosphere to a
takes,
draft
but-
talk.
And no dog.
No dog, okay,
No
enough theory, okay. We don't see the...
No, they have to cheat.
Okay.
The screen is cut off. But you have to look at this one because it's quicker than the other one.
Yeah, Johnny for sure not getting...
Yeah,
It's not getting through today at all.
Okay, yeah.
I think it may be a Varus ban as well on 3 for MKOI. or it's going to be a first pick for Noah. It's one of his favorites.
Could be a C as well. You already got Talia out of the way because Jackie's played it. Gione's getting banned, so Jojo's third best champion for sure would be the Asia here. That could rise in quite. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it actually banned it instead.
Yeah, actually, Jojo and Jackie's, they like share champion pool a lot. Like,
yeah,
it looks quite similar. Yeah, it's a mirror matchup. I don't know. Actually, I remember, like, Jack, I was thinking about you with the Corki game. You don't like Corki, right?
Yeah.
Like, the upset, he was popping off, bro.
True, actually.
Popping off.
What do you think about Varus?
Varus very strong.
This champ is OP. Like, actually, like, he has a 70% win rate. I think it's, and he blind picks all the time. Like, a champ that is being blind picked all the time and gets 70% win rate makes 0 sense, right?
He's also ripped.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like we also need a Maokai here. No, not that. But I really wanted to talk about Maokai. It was a champion that was banned in game 1, now let through. I think if you give that over to a Varus composition, you just make it too easy to build a poke comp. So having that with a Misfortune here was really solid takeaway from MKoi.
I also think you have the Maokai locked in on the other side, and I like seeing Elioya on kind of different types of champions, but never mind. Nidalee!
Okay, it's a Nidalee game for Isma. He used to be a one trick.
Jace on 3, Jackie's Jace.
Great for Isma. He can really show off his mechanics and his aggression on this champion.
And June is really insane on Leona.
Yeah, and now they have a really strong bot
June.
lane. They can play around, they can fight around. Just need now a really strong mid laner as well to invade with this Nidalee, create a lot of action.
I love it.
I think it's good, Brad.
Isma wants, like, he wants to kind of make his legacy or remake his legacy here, right? Or build on it, because we doubted him a lot, but he was in a really difficult position. So if he slams it on this Nidalee, that would be sick.
I mean, we have seen some solid early games from him with the Nidalee. It was always the mid to late game and finishing the game that became the difficult part.
Yeah.
But I actually think this Leona is really intelligent because you know they're not going to go Braum because they're not going to go MF Braum. That's going to be horrible for them. So you get a better matchup into the Rakan, but still nice for MKoi having that.
Yeah,
and I really like the Leona Nidalee synergy. I think it's really good. Like, they have really strong bot lane. I'm a bit afraid, not gonna lie.
Maybe.
I don't like this. I don't like the guy.
Oh no.
I feel like you never like your draft, apart from last game.
Yeah, last game was good.
Yeah.
But you still had Boris, even last game, with a solid draft like that.
Yeah.
Also, the script is maybe that we get every single game, that we get 12 games in
that
the grid.
Would be insane.
That would be kind of nice.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, with 11 we are fine. You know? We're completely fine with 11. So much good. I like the Rakan, but the bad thing about Rakan, like, I think you have to get Mercs.
Yeah.
Once you get Mercs and Solari, you're fine in the game. But let's get into that.
Yeah, it takes a bit to scale up and get tanky. I'm curious though, what do you think Jackie's has here in the mid lane AD department? Maybe something like the Tristana?
Yeah, Tristana. The only ADs that you can play right now, it's either Tristana or either Yone, right? I mean, if they are open, of course. Like, I would really love like a meta when you can where you can play like the Talon mid lane. I really miss him. Like the Garen maybe or the Kled. Like Caps used to some crazy picks. Actually, Showmaker played Kled mid.
Yeah.
We still have a Jace open. Like, this could be straight out of the BS. And we're going for a Pokemon with Nidalee, Varus. Jace would be kind of...
Oh no.
What?
Oh no. Oh no.
You don't like it?
I like it. I was saying oh no for you, you know? Like,
okay.
No, I kind of agree with Jack. I think I've seen it so many times in the beginning of Spring where it was high prio and you was just left wondering, why is it high prio?
I mean, the thing with Corki mid lane is it's very good into 80 mid laners.
Never mind.
Looks like he goes for the Aurora instead. I don't like this.
Actually, who's disappeared is the Lucian mid. Like, Lucian mid, he used to be really, really good.
Nuke played Lucian mid against G2, I think it was, and didn't really do anything.
It was completely useless.
Mirwin Aurora, it's a classic.
Yeah, and actually Mirwin is really good with Aurora. Jojo not that much, so I think that we're gonna... I think that this Aurora is gonna be for top, let's see.
Yeah, I don't think the Aurora is that good into... Actually, it's not a bad matchup into Tristana mid, but if the Tristana can start to scale up, then eventually you get to a point where the Aurora can't one-shot, and you can really be a menace on side lane. You also have the Scion.
Yeah.
I quite like this Giant X draft.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I like it as well, but I prefer to not like it. Okay,
so the Aurora top,
okay, it's Corki. I think that their draft is just better, I think, but...
I mean, the thing that I'm worried about for MKoi is I don't really see them killing this Scion, because like Aurora, I feel like her damage is gonna run out. Corki is also very burst heavy, MF is very burst heavy. They do have a lot of carries, but their damage is very burst.
Yeah, I also think it's very difficult if GX is ever first on the objective and you're walking into them. Well, your MF ultimate is pretty much used on that sign and Leona. You're not reaching that backline. They got really good spacing with their tools and range.
And I feel like Giants has like not three pressure lanes because of top, I guess, but how's the matchup Sion Aurora? I think that,
I mean,
I don't know
guessing
this
Aurora
matchup,
should
but
get pushed pretty hard, and I think mid matchup as well is pretty hard for Tristana early on. But I think bot is definitely where Isma can leverage a lot of control, try to one-shot that Rakan early on.
I'm looking at Isma, man. I'm looking at him for this game. It's in Italy. He has to get it started. Giotto is hoping that he can. Yeah, we'll let you go. Good luck. Don't be too nervous.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or maybe we make it to the third game. So let's kick it over to our casters in Berlin.
Thank you, Shocks. Thank you, AD. Thank you, special guests. Gain. That was an exciting draft. And an exciting bit of time between the game. Always unfortunate to have delays, but always nice when they're filled with incredible content. We are now ready for Game 2. Loading back onto the Rift, seeing if GX can fire back and bring us to a Game 3. The 12th game. 12 out of 12 for this weekend in Madrid. Would be a beautiful thing. And based on the compositions, what we heard from the desk, and I imagine what you and I also think, Rob, the draft seems to favor GX. That said, I felt the same way about Fnatic's Game 2 and they thrashed G2 earlier today, so you never know.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel very lopsided though. Like, the fact that you kind of have this mega range between Italy and Varus, Jackie's able to try and keep a lot of people at bay on MKOI's side as well, thanks to the Buster Shot, and you just got mega tanks in front of you. Like, 3 threats, 2 tanks, this is kind of the perfect thing to bring to the table against what MKOI are trying to do, which is assassinate backline.
100%. And I have not, I mean, we had a conversation right before it came to us, right, about this Aurora. Of all the teams that have played Aurora, MKOI seemed to be one of the most convincing. Jojo and Mirwin predominantly winning.
A 75% win rate when MKOI have the Aurora.
Which is good, which I think is probably one of the best in our region, because I generally find this champion a bit underwhelming. That said, Noah on an immobile champion will be going to poke bars so we can see the comment in his runes. Will be vulnerable to these angles. Isma could be as well if he falls behind. But to a certain degree, all eyes on Isma as the Nidalee, a champion that has showed up a lot, surprisingly, here in the LEC, mostly in the hands of 113, although Isma also had some good performances on it. Now need to see if he can replicate that magic, find that success once again.
Yeah, trying to invade off of bottom side is probably where he's going to be looking to go. You have the TP on Noah, so immediately going to be able to push the wave, start to move around, and I mean, triple TP on Giant X just gives you a lot of tools to try and look for plays around Isma as he goes for these invades. So I imagine that's where the focal point of Giant X is going to be, in enabling Isma. And Isma has been a player that's been able to get rolling on this Nidalee. You heard kind of Skeens talk about it as well. It used to be a one-trick flash from Jojo.
Trying to get away from the rocket jump reset, crucially, but one more auto from Jackie's. They'll do it! The minion! The little caster! Can't finish him.
Oh
3
my
HP!
God! That went to 1.
That was so incredibly close. Jojo Pune, double TPs, perfectly in sync. Do they just go again? Both of them buying a refillable.
Fight!
Jackie's comes back with a little bit less HP, unfortunately. But now El Yoya is here.
Where is the tag team?
He's going in again. He thought it was round 2, but he doesn't know. It's 2x KO. They got another champ in the midst of him. He won't be able to rocket jump out, though. That buffer feels good.
Now, basically, Giant X are storing up their special in Isma as he's actually gone down to clear out that bottom side. So he's going to come back and be really strong as he ticks over to 4, and then he can make the play in mid. And that's what they're playing for.
Save it for the next round, but already mid lane is a bloodbath. Not something I expect necessarily, but I also don't really expect a Tristana Corki matchup. So here we are. Isma continues to just power farm. Can make an appearance in mid lane as Jackie's once again going for the reset. Can rocket jump forward one more time, but doesn't want to risk it. Could just eat a ton of damage to face mid-flight.
Yeah, good parry on the special there. Comes for Jojo as he's able to get away from that one.
We're really going to test the depths of your fighting game now.
That's about as far as it goes, my friend. So, yeah. Combo breaker coming through from Jackie.
Do you know about the Daigo parry?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Then you know all you need to know.
The moment 37? Isn't that it?
1-1-37? I don't remember that part. Never mind. It's a story for a different time. It involves a very specific fighting game, but a great fighting game moment. As Jojo Pune and Jackie's will continue to throw hands, I imagine. Mirwin, as expected, getting pushed, getting control of the top side, but not able to generate a larger advantage quite yet, as we do have a pause. So mayhaps more
You want to
time.
explain, Tycho? I don't know.
Okay, so...
I'm pretty sure it is the moment 30.
This is an iconic moment. I'm excited for 2XKO, and one of my favorite historical fighting game moments.
Evo moment number 37.
It's
Yeah.
Evo moment number 37.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So in a game called Street Fighter Third Strike, you could, if your timing was perfect, basically parry everything. And in a crazy clutch match, a guy managed to parry the entirety of a Chun-Li special. Chun-Li is the lady with thighs who kicks a lot, for those of you who don't know what the characters are called. And then turn the game around and just wampa stomp a guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I would say the equivalent is in League of Legends. It's probably like sidestepping every single Ezreal Q.
Is it just what happened yesterday? Where it's just like you hold the base last second and then immediately TP into the end? I feel like it's kind of...
Yeah, it's kind of that.
Yeah,
it's kind of that. But
I think it's 0.2 of a frame.
I'm not sure how many frames. It's almost frame perfect.
I'm pretty sure it was frame perfect.
Like
to hit everyone.
speedrunners who practice one specific glitch all the time will not be able to replicate this with the same level of success. And now it's like a mini game, I think, within the remaster when they made that all these years ago. But that's a side topic, obviously. Love me some FGC. Love anything where people are getting hyped. People are getting hyped in Madrid as now there's a bit more action in the mid lane. Jojo Pune.
There's been a lot of camera action going towards this mid, and rightfully so. Everyone has been kind of taking part in this. We're going to go to a quick pause again, but
all right,
trying to get control over this mid lane.
Just assume it's my cue to go off on topic. No, this is love the audience.
Let's move on. So AMSA is this player.
Okay, so AMSA is the red Yoshi from Melee. Yoshi, a low tier Melee. I know too much. I don't know. I'm not enough to be an expert. I'll get flamed by someone for misquoting, but I am a big fan of the FGC. I'm really excited for 2XKO, which is completely off topic, but I just thought I'd mention it. I did get a play in one of the alpha labs.
I'm so jealous.
I'm terrible. I've learned that very, very quickly, but it's cool. I'm excited. I won't say anything else for fear of leaking anything.
Oh?
Because I don't think that I know anything, but I'm never sure.
You never know, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure what I participated in was a public test, but I'm so nervous.
Yeah, because it was tested in, I think it was France and the US and a couple of other countries, but basically not in Germany, which is why we couldn't, as like the LEC guys couldn't get our hands on it. But it looks sick. And I know Raz was frothing at the mouth to get his hands on any of it and was loving life when he got to play it. So, also a big FGC guy. So
100%.
Yeah. Very, very excited. But it's also like, coming back to big, like the overlap between FGC and League. Wombo combo came from the FGC as well, which is the ubiquitous term, which is sick. Apparently it was the guy's pizza order from somewhere that was nearby, just called it a Wombo combo, and he just brought it up in the middle of a cast one day. And
that ain't Falco.
Yeah. But that's, like, I think it's cool to see, like, how commentary and casting across scenes can kind of link up like that.
Yeah. Every caster in the world has said time and time again. We never had a meeting about it. It's just every single caster in every single game says it for some reason. English, crazy language. Yeah. I wonder what the Spanish idioms are that show up in casts across every game. I bet there are some. Probably not time and time again, but Spanish. Probably some other stuff.
Yeah, you know more Spanish than I do, so I was
Son
going to say, like,
robotos. What is it? What was it Ibai said when he just said they're robots? That was a great.
I'm pretty sure everyone is just saying ballerina cappuccina and bombadillo.
That's Italian brain rot. That's not Spanish anything.
I think they use it as well. I can't be for certain, but
yeah, it's international brain rot now. Again, shout out to the incredible audience there in Madrid as we are resuming game. GX initiated the pause, but we're back in. 5 minutes in. The game incredibly close. Mid lane has been a bloodbath thus far. Supa and Noah? No, sorry, not the real 80 carries this game. Jackies and Jojo Pune.
We season 2, let's go.
Alvaro dashing forward. Nice jump out from Jackies. I like that he's always rocket jumping in. Might cost him as we go later in the game, but right now, completely the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, 1, you get damage, and 2, you get the reset as soon as you pop the bomb means you can just play super aggro on the plays, and working out relatively well. Now, though, obviously with Alvaro here, if he does land the Gleaming Quill, going to help out Jojo significantly, because unfortunately, Leona does not have that option. As you can see there, now Jojo heals, and now he's in an okay spot. But, again, like, I was surprised to see this much aggression towards the mid lane. Clearly everyone like, hey, this is quite, both AD carries quite snowbally in and of themselves. So not super surprised to see it, but more hands on deck about to arrive.
Definitely the case. Interrupt on Alvaro's first dash out. The spear doesn't hit. Awkward thing here about the lane assignments. Supa laning into Lot. Not sure how good that is for him, whereas the Varus much stronger in a 1v1 lane match. Belyoya with a knockback there. Dash forward on the twisted advance, but Isma's taking big chunks, and he's also getting spat at by this Drake. I guess it's not spit. I guess he's... Is it? They're rocks. He's throwing rocks at him. Holding that thought. As the trumpet starts to blare, GX will force MKOI out of the pit.
I don't know if it's a eulogy or a retreat sound for both these teams, though, because Giant X haven't really been able to lock anyone else in place for Isma to be able to follow up with those spears. And
flash forward from Jun, ignite down onto Elyoya. He'll once again twisted advance forward to try and block the follow-up. Jojo Pune in the area, flash forward going from Isma, quick Q to separate them, but now Jojo's gonna be in trouble. Isma ready to go back into cat forward if he needs to, doesn't quite have the cooldown for that first kill. Going over to GX, and finally they will be able to grab the objective here. MKOI overstaying.
A little messy, but point in case. Isma able to finish off the dragon, but still like a couple of spells going wide. You saw Jun missing with the Zenith Blade, even then Elyoya being able to hit with the twisted advance to dodge away from some of the follow-up from Jun. So a bit all over the place, but it is now, okay, kill going towards Jackie's, which has kind of been the big focal point of getting control of mid. Well, Giant X have successfully done that, and you can see in this position, Jun goes wide, flashes forward, twisted advance to dodge for some of the follow-up, but Isma flashing forward as well to follow through. And even here, Isma waits for the Valkyrie, but ends up missing with the spear. I think that could have been enough damage to finish off the Corki as well, which would have been nice, but still, Dragon going their way, kill going their way, now 3 grubs as well. It's a really strong start for Giant X with the composition that we already favor.
And look, I can feel the number 12. It's there. Game 3. Whistles blowing. Bass drums for a brief moment will not sound. Someone slipped that guy a $5 to play the Mordor song from Lord of the Rings. Anyway, here we are. The game so far, a little bit in the favor of GX, no doubt, in my mind. 300 gold lead for Isma, nice. Big confidence after the last game, right? Rough start to the series, but we've seen what GX look like when they get a little momentum behind them. Isma and Lot, all-star performers yesterday. Maybe can replicate that here in game 2. But it is a bit awkward. I don't know who matches Tristana on side.
I think, yeah, it does get a little weird, because also the fact just that Tristana scales so well with levels because of Trace the Beat, and she now gets solo XP is great, but Isma being invaded on here.
Hold that thought. Isma caught up for a brief moment, comboed into the ulti. Supa here as well. It's a 3-man pylon, and down goes the cat.
MKOI responding well, so abandoning wave mid to ensure that they can invade on towards bottom side, get the kill, and be back in time to collect the wave. You do have both Noah and Jun moving up towards that top side to see if they can maybe respond to some of the play, though, with getting some pressure on the top end.
I have just been told by our producer, Lena, that it is the Isengard theme, not the Mordor theme. I apologize to Tolkien and all other Tolkien fans. The GX are just going to obliterate Alvaro as he's ticking, burning, and walking away. Just kidding. Not even close, baby.
Refillable too strong. Alvaro able to escape away from that, even having the heal as well. A little unfortunate. Just an auto from Noah would have finished him off, but just trying to see if he can land that Q. Doesn't quite get in the end, and now control of that top side given over towards Giant X means that you still have to be a bit careful as Miran, but back on the map is Elyoya and should be able to kind of push Giant X out of that top side, although red looks like it's been stolen away now.
That proactive invade from Isma, holding on to his individual gold lead, although smaller than it once was. He will get the red, holding on to 200. We've seen the utility of Maokai be invaluable in a lot of these games and circumstances. Don't know how well it will pair in this one. It was the Maokai Varus that we heard the desk talking about. I think certainly the most powerful. Elyoya grabbing a bit back. MKOI regaining control, as you predicted, Rob, of the top side of the jungle. Minute and 30 to the next spawn of the Grubbies. Same is true of the Drake, so we'll see if it's just a trade. Although Jojo Pune getting aggressive here. Does shred a lot of the early resistances that Lot can bring to the table, but Lot, of course, only going for MR as he was originally faced with Mirwin. Despite that, he's still friggin' tanky, man.
That's what I mean. I'm surprised we don't see more Sion. It just feels very strong at the moment.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Sion W passive is hooey. That's so broken. Why is he? We're 10 minutes.
Sorry, when you said hooey, I was like, bad? I was like,
sorry,
dude.
I had another word in mind that wasn't broadcast appropriate. So, broken. It's incredibly strong. He has 400 HP for free 11 minutes in. That said, he's going to need another 400. Apparently, I was wrong. It needs to be stronger, right? Never mind. It's broken.
No, JoJo needs 400 more mana, so Lot's okay. It's fine. You see?
In the game of resources, Sion does always win. He's tank GP.
Yeah, the ult is maybe less strong than GP's ult, but still up there.
My point is he's just getting stuff for free just by farming. This is the thing the solo queue win rates won't show you. Too many people copying the boss and too many people in low elo who can't farm. It's W passive. OP. Now, hello. Fans, Thundersticks, eager anticipation of the next fight to come. And there will be a fight soon. Grubs spawned. Drake in 3, 2, 1. Now up and available. GX taking control of the top side of the map. Jackie's already going to be first on that top lane wave. It looks like MKOI will just concede the objective. Pings are there. They know it's being contested. There's just nothing they can do about it. And this is terrifying. Nidalee and Tristana with 6 grubs. Something that has to be respected is Lot
has arrived.
Thank you, Rob. Has drifted his way down to bottom lane. To cover any potential response play, Elyoyo in the meantime has started. Drake, not sure how much health is remaining, but on the top side of the map, on 2K, thank you, observers. So we'll grab this one uncontested, and on the top side of the map, MKOI doing what they can to hold the line. Supa finally finishing the Bloodthirster does mean he can trade a bit more aggressively in some of these scrappier matchups.
MKOI might end up being in trouble here.
Nice forward step from Mirwin using the ult. He wants to turn back onto Jackie. Jackie's flashing away. Now waiting back into the arms of GX. Mirwin flashing out as well. Rocket jump, ignite, ticking, hops over the wall. And he'll be fine. Manages to escape.
Jackie's panicked. Was hoping that he'd be able to get the kill on towards Mirwin, so Buster shot at him in hopes he could get the reset on the jump, but actually just shot Mirwin to safety. That means that nobody's able to finish off the low health Aurora.
Isma's here. Aurora has to be careful. Jun managing to continue to go forward, but the wave was also perfectly set up for Supa to go in and get 100 extra gold on top of it. That's rough.
It's starting to get a little messy for Giant X. MKOI finding some nice picks, and now in a position where they can continue to start pushing in onto the top side, getting more gold for Supa, who already opening up a little bit of lead for himself, but we get to see it here on the replay. So Jun on a ward, so MKOI knew that this was happening, weren't aware. I think that Isma was there, but Jackie's watched the Buster shot here. Just goes in, hoping to get the kill and then get the jump out. Actually just shoots Mirwin to safety, and then Mirwin's able to escape. Maybe Isma could have been able to finish off that kill if he hadn't, but now back to live as Movistar Koi kind of just happy enough that they're starting to get control over different parts of the map. You've got Supa in a very good position. He's about to tick over, not only just with the already Bloodthirster completed, but Cole about to pop, and he's opened up that 200 gold lead for himself. So Supa about to be very, very strong, and particularly for, a fight in 3 minutes time at this Dragon. Second item potentially completed for him. He can take over with this ultimate.
It's a great call, because that is the big break point, right? One item essentially completed for all the relevant members of GX. MKOI lagging a little bit behind. JoJo, presumably once he has a chance to reset, will be able to pick up that Triforce, even things up. Mirwin delaying his own build for bits and pieces, did go for the mask and is now opted for the Lost Chapter as well. So enough money for a completed item, has just opted into a slightly different path. Cold, not what you're used to seeing, but makes sense against the Sion as Noah, nice ult flash out to get some damage down and survive, but losing that cooldown before a fight is big. Noah also opting for the TP. Great if we end up in another backdoor situation. Great for moving around the map, but Cleanse would also feel pretty good against a lot of the champions on the opposing team.
But it's also Giant X haven't really had a chance to use Noah's TP. They haven't gone for plays where you immediately move Noah into position. He comes in with the the ultimate and tries to lock people down. And now that you're starting to see control giving over towards Movistar Koi in a lot of these positions, again, having access and use of that TP going to be way less effective. Like now, right? He is going to reset. Maybe he could actually TP up to help Giant X on this top side, because Movistar Koi looking to defend.
It'll be a little bit tough. Everyone's stepping forward, threatening a potential all-in, but Jackie's a terror. Tears through the towers as well. Not able to get the tower down, but does get first access, pushes that wave, and setup on the Herald is there. Jojo does have TP, as does Lot.
But it's also Noah getting first access to mid, so you're being drawn around the map as MKoi, where you're not really happy with how things are. Supa needs to catch the wave mid, and now is about to move over towards that Rift Herald.
Not surprising. Noah easily able to get mid prio. How many times will I say without Ibarras, he pushes mid well. Supa getting early armor penetration to try to help with the Scion, but I don't think that he's going to be able to find a fight here. Herald effectively uncontested. Scouted out a bit. Certainly MKoi hoping maybe for 1 or 2 exit kills if someone missteps, but just don't have their waves in a great position. The only pushing part of the map is whatever part Scion is on, effectively. The only lane where they can really reliably push out. Jackie's now grabs a tower on top of that, and while there is a bit of mud football. Mid push. Wow. His 5th game hits different. MKoi, 4-man dive. Jun here, trying to defend. Will ulti to isolate, but that's the ulti follow-up now coming in. Good route going in from Noah. Has caught out Alvaro, but he's still living. Everyone alive on the side of GX, and here comes the Scion! But they're going to sidestep. They're going to dance around it like it's the Matrix. Jojo still in trouble, though. Noah looks like he's going to try to finish one. Flash forward. Decimating smash. Noah finding the kill. Isma hopping in and hopping right back out. They get one in the mid lane.
MKoi desperately wanted to try and play for Supa there. Get the tower, get the kills, but they fumble. And now it's Jackie's that's able to TP to the bot side and pick up that tower as well. It's MKoi trying to use the fact they got push on bot. But every time Giant X have TP on Lot, he is using it defensively to save these plays. Last game it didn't quite work out. This time it is.
I mean, they're weathering the storm of whatever MKoi are throwing at them. Holding on to a small gold lead, but it's important where that gold is. It's on the Nidalee, it's on the Tristana, it's exactly where you want it. The whistles are coming, the drums are there as well. GX march to war. The whistle makes him look goofy. I still love the energy.
It's not quite a kazoo, but
it's not. Yeah. Not here to hate on the whistle, but the trumpet definitely hits a little diffy.
This Herald is about to hit hard though. Immediately into the bot side. They got Jojo pushing top. I don't think they want to take the fight. He's going to keep going.
Mirwin just to threaten. Jojo continues to push on his side lane, you're right, trying to balance the gold out, but GX with the power of the Herald going to push first. The response now, sending Lot back early. He can ult back to the wave, and he will. Jojo Pune, last second Valkyrie, just getting away from the hitbox.
Oh, barely. TP behind him.
Now they're looking to chase. TP behind him. Right as he disappears, Noah on the way in. Jojo Pune, no cleanse, decimating smash into the ulti, nowhere for the Corgi to go. Noah! Doesn't hit the auto, or doesn't hit the cube, it doesn't need to. The final auto to finish it. And now, it was a 900 goal lead just moments ago. It's growing even further, 1,500. MKoi at least firing back, but GX in firm control of the game.
Lot starting to push in the top side, and you've already got Jackie's in the mid. Again, you've got 6 of these Void Grubs. It is very easy for Giant X to tear through these structures, and all they need is Jackie's to even take a sniff at it, and it should fall. But with Noah on reset, just finished off his second item as well, thanks to that kill. He's going to start to move back out onto the map. And Giant X kind of waiting in position to get everyone back out onto the map, but it does mean they haven't really done anything with killing Jojo. He'll just be able to respawn, and they haven't really threatened any of the towers.
And Jackie's, it looks like unspotted there by the Scryers. Luckily for Supa, it doesn't overstep. It does have the cleanse as well. It's Voracious Otacon spawning on the bottom side of the map, so potential false life for GX if they want to try to get aggressive and push this lane even further. Spear connects onto the objective there in the blue buff. Elio got caught up for a moment. Follow up is Noah's ultimate. Big damage going in as well. But the Twisted Advance will carry him out to safety. 2 members hit by Nature's Wrath there from Elioya, but no follow-up. And GX, again, just getting to keep MKoi at arm's reach.
This is miserable. You're walking through just this funnel point, trying to get on towards Giant X, and Alvaro just needs to be careful, uses the grand entrance as an escape. But still, fall back towards Atakan, always an option. They're just trying to whittle those health bars down.
Definitely the case. GX sitting pretty in this game, feeling pretty comfortable. Otacon, it does not look like there's a good angle for MKOI to contest, but they might try to force it anyway. Supa taking a decent chunk, does have Lord Dominic's, as well as the Bloodthirster, which means that it's not really a wet noodle fight, but it's pretty close in terms of the time to kill for both those champions. Sion probably wins eventually.
Yeah, I think with the Hollow Radiance and then the Soul Furnace, I think it was going to be a long L fight that Supa was not going to be happy with the outcome, but does draw Giant X off of the Otacon. So honestly, a win. I know, as you can see, just the 2 wards that are there that haven't been cleared out. Still always given that opportunity for Mirwin to TP in behind them and look for some sort of ult play, but not going to be necessary just yet. And this is kind of where the game has stalled out. Giant X obviously slowly picking up dragons and waiting for them, but it still feels like they aren't entirely certain about how to get control when they don't win on the Sion push. And they're a bit nervous about leaving Jackies out to dry when Alvaro has access to that flash quickness.
I got lost in the sounds of the crowd in Madrid, Rob. I'm sorry. MKOI, push back. Lot now with the random ones. Ooh, that hurts. That is going to make him that much harder to get away from. The active slow on top of the reduction to... There's not a ton of crit yet. There will only be more as we go further in this game, I'm sure of it. Lock up there from Jun, looking to get the party started. Excellent bomb coming from the Italy. Jojo Bird ticking, but they will finally finish the kill. But now the lockup is going in from the bars. Ultimate into Elyoya, who's next to Tree on the list. They get out of the way, but now it's Siren who found himself deeper in the back line. Q back from Elyoya, and a quick retreat from MKOI, but Mirwin wants to make the difference. Ulting through, trying to get a bit of damage down. Gets locked up, gets knocked back, gets sent sky high by the decimating smash, and down he goes. GX taking everything in these fights.
It was what goes sky high goes 6 feet under when it comes back down, and that's going to be Otacon now, set up nicely. And again, playing through these chokes is just miserable. Jojo needed to respect Jun because look at the range that GX can follow up on. The CC is there for so long. You have so much damage from Noah and Isma right the way back off screen, and Lot runs in, again doesn't lose any health. And now
they just walk face first into him out of nowhere with the steel chair. Noah to finish the kill.
Oh, it's from the top rope. Giant X, the people's elbow. Every time, it's all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the Undertaker. I don't know. But it's certainly Hell in a Cell for the side of MKOI. They're not getting a break here. And there is no escape. Jackie's going in now too with the false light. Reset on the rocket jump. He can keep going in, and he will, but Jojo Pune snipes him out of the sky.
0-3 in the corky and he still wins. That's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, he did jump face first into a rocket and probably a Foss bomb. We'd have to look at the replay. Isma going to grab another Drake. Infernal Soul after this will be about 5 minutes out. Baron also on the table for GX. It's feeling pretty impossible for MKOI. And I think that last fight, you saw the play that Mirwin did. That was a very slim margin of success. The fact that he went for it anyway, I think shows us where MKOI's heads are at. They need to force and potentially overforce.
But I think we kind of said us coming into this that was always going to be the case, right? Like, this was never going to be an easy one. Ton of range on Giant X, better front line on Giant X, more, well, ease of access on the CC is better as well. Non-committal, always great to have, especially in these poke comps, which Jun offers. And anytime you try and walk through, because you're so far behind as MKOI, you are just funneling yourself into spears and arrows and buster shots. It is just a sad time.
Mirwin looking to lock up Jackie's, does at least get a chunk out. And this is one of the other things that we've looked at, is that the Maokai for us domestically has felt like this huge power pick, but it's so often because there isn't that reliable front line. With Jun and Lot so consistently in these fights, that ult that normally feels fight-changing has just felt a bit useless. Now here it is again. Ulti from Mirwin, trying to find the angle, but he is rooted up and sniped down. That auto from Jackie's finishing the job.
Noah can TP back in as soon as he's up, though. It's kind of like a, okay, take a breather, take a bite of the orange, and now back into the fight again.
Yep, the false light there. Alvaro going in, gets punted back. The setback, what was he said, 6 feet under? That's 12 feet, and they're putting extra feet in that grave. Damn. That's what you expect. Quick reactions from Jackie's. Good acting as well as he steps forward before the wave, and now it's Jojo Pune in trouble. Jackie's is playing like a man possessed. Or a very, very rich man. In this case, he is both. But he hasn't even spent a lot of his money. That's only 2 items.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's the kills, 3 going his direction. Now the Baron going over as well. Sometimes you just got to hoard that money. Hold on to
Fair
it.
enough.
Put it into a college fund. Make sure it's all good.
Learn it from Jojo Pune.
Yes, exactly.
Buy some elixirs. Buy an extra pink ward, perhaps. Or buy yourself a Baron. GX. Dominance met with dominance. Game 1 for Koi.
Great buster shot from Jackies.
Monstrous.
And then the follow-up here as well. So Isma lands the spear twice onto Jojo, which sets him nice and low. And then Jackies hopping in over the wall, sees his opportunity, flashes away from the phosphorus bomb, leaps away. There's nothing that can be done by MKoi.
Nope. Hits him with the emote on the way out as well. There's a lot at stake here. You know?
King of Spain.
Also, Jackie's and Jojo Pune trash talk, right? Jackie's posted a picture with literal garbage this morning and said, "Hit Jojo Pune or whatever on the way in." There's a lot of no one wants to apologize, but someone will have to.
I think it's also as well for Giant X, if they can come out of the gates and beat G2 and Movistar Koi this weekend.
What does anything mean anymore? That's the question that I have. GX are the best, maybe?
Yeah, they're the new #1 team.
They would,
by transitive properties,
prove themselves as the #1 team in this group of 4, which you never would guess as the ulti goes in. Super low, Alberti gets sniped out. The power of the sun and the palm of Leona's hands gets the job done. Noah flashing in. Another ult to follow. Another kill on the board as Jun takes another bloodthirsty support.
It happens so fast. Giant X just ruthless in pushing us forward. And call it 12 feet under, or call it our 12th game. Giant X are pushing us there as MKoi try desperately to hold on.
Even with the power of a fountain besides him, Mirwin can't get an edge in this fight. He's taken down. GX fire back. That's right, baby. Game 3 and 4 out of 4. Best of 3s in Madrid, and we would not have it any other way.
Those fans are getting their money's worth in Madrid. And they've a banger series as well. The entire way through, it has been teams stepping up, overperforming what their expectations are. And now, Giant X will be going to a Game 3 again, where they can show they've went 2-1 against KC. They beat G2, a potential beating of MKoi as well. That is a statement from a team that was coming into this weekend with everything to prove and everything to lose.
Whether that was the worst beating they get or whatever Melzet's going to do to them after that game, it's hard to say. MKoi on the ropes. Can they bring it back? It's a great question. What did our analyst desk do in Madrid? Might be a better one. Let's check it out.
In Berlin right now, said no one ever. Miss you guys. Hello, we're at the Royal Palace, and this is actually the line to get an autograph with Joe maybe not his though. No, that's for sure. Let's go sightseeing. Whoa, what a view. The city. Is that Barcelona?
Are you serious?
We're in the car, guys. Let's go. Oh my god, it's Antonio! He's on the side of a bus. He made it. Holy, I've never been on the side of a bus. We're shopping for souvenirs for stuff on the desk with the twins.
With the twins?
The twins, yeah.
Is that what we are?
breaking expectations when we hit the riff. Dom Toretto, Mac will see the way we shift. You can talk your shit about the way we push, but you're always gonna fall for that 5-stack push. Fast play so clean, we won't ever stop. Got wrist breaking moves like Fnatic tops. Sonicon, only thing that we tend to botch. Yeah, it might be a circus, but it's fun to watch. Gym bros impressed with the way we flex. Here and best are never ready for the mere one vex. We got the best new picks and they're adding up. But frogs don't want to see them, so I interrupt.
Excuse me, Barbarito, I don't want to make a scene, but our boys have started cooking like it's 2019. Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for this boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos. Pit fight, miss might, everybody sit tight. First strike, ignite, running through the red light. Big bite, wolf light, bringing all the hype as we be howling at the moonlight. Stop talking, we don't need your opinion. When we get more value, last hitting a minion. About to leave your head spinning like a Garen main. Outdated like Dominion where you're playing the game. Man, please, don't call me Sally. With the XDD, we'll be getting chatty. Tap father throwing hands like it's Paddy the Batty. He'll be taking you to school and you'll be calling him daddy. Movement is so crazy you would think it's a glitch. Khalid's dodging every skill, shopping out from Blitz. You want something new? Well, we'll grant you wish. We got a brand new mantra and it goes like this.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me. Got a rookie buffet and you know that we ate. Vladio, Pawe, breaking your plates. Always betting on ourselves, don't mind the hate. Like Alistair's dad, we be raising the stakes. Then staking our claim on international fame. Throwing dirt up on your name, trying to stifle your shame. We know you can't stop watching like your mouth to a flame. Flipping birds, coins, Baron, flipping every game. Tell me who will get the credit when that Baron pops. You're calling you Montoya, praying that he stops. Really think you're pretty special if you beat G2, but we solo leveling like Sunjin. No more loyalty to scripts, yeah, I want something new. The time for royalty is over, revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue. Revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue. Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me
I bet and I go like guys. Oh, holy shit! Oh my god, lot of
yeah, so good! Nice!
Okay. I'm doing national. I'm doing national, guys. You need to.
12 out of 12 possible games. Uno más in Madrid. I wouldn't have it any other way. None of us would, I think. I think we could see it coming, you know? We knew this was probably going to happen. And all credit to GX after the horrible game one, right?
Yeah.
The stomach that they bounced back
and
so
it's just
eloquently.
been such a picturesque event. I feel like every series is going the distance. And I'm so glad to see Giant X bounce back after a pretty disappointing game one. That was pretty much a stomp for Amstroid.
Yeah.
But this team continues to impress me. Like, it's Giant X. Like 2 weeks ago, there were nobodies in our league, and the fact that at a place this huge with the fans around them, that they're still willing to say, well, okay, we got Devour's first pick. Let's build a poke combo around it. Isma, you're playing Italy. Cool, we're making it work. That's so impressive. Like
yeah. Slam the Nidalee. How good was the Nidalee?
I mean, I think that it's not like it was a 1v9 mission, but the fact that you're winning on Nidalee in Europe, where 113 is the only one successful on it, that's still impressive.
Better or worse than Jankos?
You're his former teammate.
Hey, I mean, I think Jankos is not a bad in Italy, but he's pretty old these days. I mean, it's tough, right? Mechanics, everything.
So Isma.
I'm going to take Isma, I think.
Isma, yeah, you're right. Like driving the game home either case. Also, the mid lane matchup, funnily enough, we started off by having Jackie's kind of flame Jojo. Jojo had his number in the first game, but Jackie's also sent out a tweet.
Yeah, I was really happy to see
earlier.
Jackie's actually beat up with Jojo. I thought it was just great showmanship for this match, as you see here.
I did not know this was coming. I thought to myself, oh, I wonder what they were doing together. Nice sell, Jack. I like that. Oh.
Yeah, and he followed up on it with a meeting
he
in
won
game.
the second game.
Yeah, and this is a really hard matchup for Tristana in the early game. You could see it in the first few levels, but Jackie's, he persevered. And then as you start to scale on this Tristana, you just get so much more useful than the Corki. And Jackie's had a phenomenal performance.
No, absolutely. I still also continue to think that Lot is really growing into this stage environment. And while he's only playing Sion, he was still managing to find these crazy angles where he just got knock-ups where MKOI wasn't expecting it.
I think that's harder than it looks.
Oh, it
because people always
absolutely
like,
is.
oh, Sion, no skill champion.
Yeah, making basic champions work with no dashes, putting them in positions where they've dodged all division, that's a skill in itself.
It's also just great drafting, right? Like for the side of MKOI, you have 3 champions that really want to burst down the enemy carries with the Corki, with the Aurora, and with the MF, and they can't really kill this Sion whatsoever. You even saw Supa going for the LDR second, but it didn't matter. He could not kill the Sion.
Yeah, I remember already 17 minutes into the game, it wasn't even the Sion, the Leona too. There were 5 members around Koi looking for the dive. They land everything, and I tell you everything on the Leona. Walks out with half HP.
Yeah. She's like, see ya. Speaking of, Noah did a great job. Jun has done a great job. And I think, you know, overall, I'm still waiting for them to get like that consistent level, which I know, you know, at a point they were the best bot lane, right? When they were in Fnatic and it was considered. There were a lot of ups and downs. And I think we've seen glimpses of it, and we saw it again here. When Noah has a good game, he has a great game, and he can really take over together with his team.
Yeah, I think Varus is just his bread and butter. Bread and butter.
Bread and butter.
Bread and butter.
Mantequilla y pan.
He just looks so comfortable on that champion. He even runs the teleports behind Jojo here to flank him. I feel like he's one of the best lethality viruses in our league, and it was great to see him show up today to make this a competitive series so he can go all the way.
Look at Lot and Noah teaming up, as you said there, GB.
Yeah, but it's just, you know, teams and maybe players we've come to, before this event at least, not expect too much of anymore.
No, right off a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Until suddenly we care a lot about the performance that they're currently showcasing. We're invested in it. And I think going into the next game as well, Ezreal's still available. Bit of an iconic Noah champion too. Could be contested.
Yeah. I like that you bring it up, and it's something we also said, like sometimes things are a certain way in the LEC, but in these particular fan bases, you can be huge. And, you know, studios is where you can be born as a player, but arenas is where you become legendary. And I think when we look across these 2 teams, they have a real opportunity for that here. We talked so much about the momentum of what this can carry. And when we lay it out for either side, it's, you know, we said for MKOI, and even though they beat Fnatic yesterday in that insane game, you still kind of feel like they are a bit like walking away with regrets from the weekend if they don't win this next game.
It's a crazy league we're in, that we're coming into this weekend thinking Giant X, all hope is lost, they're completely out. And if they win this game, they tie with Movistar Koi. What?
Yeah, I'm going to get the standings up for just a second, because I think maybe we're losing track sometimes. This is for the LEC, right?
That's the big one, right? Look how close this playoffs race is. 3rd place is tied with a 3-3 score. Everyone else is coming up almost with 2 wins.
And if Giant X wins this, then they're also tied with a bunch of teams.
Yeah.
This can really go anywhere. And I think it's a crazy moment that Giant X is starting to peak. It's exactly when they need it. They almost cannot allow themselves to lose this next game. Not for pride, not for the fans that are here, but more importantly, not for themselves.
For the King of Madrid, that's why they need to win this.
The King of Madrid also. It's in play. It's in play. Some viewers who are just like tangentially watching are probably like, what are they talking about? Like, why are they in Madrid? What is the King of Madrid? MKOI has chosen the blue side. The added context here that we have to remember is that MKOI does not have Melzet at the moment. He has to step off for personal reasons, so we have Zep. And on the other side, I think when you talk about chips on shoulders, Giotto had a big one yesterday, getting that huge scalp of G2, but he doesn't want to walk away with a loss here, so a lot is on him in terms of getting this red side draft piloted correctly.
Yeah, and I think MKOI are choosing blue side because, as you said, GB, got a little champions here. There are so many power picks available.
Yeah, I mean, we still got Asia, Yone, Ezreal, as we talked about. Puppey, still available for some niche moments. Kalista, Sejuani, going into a game 3 of Fearless with these power picks that we usually see contested in the first game means there's a lot of pressure on red side because you can't get rid of all of them.
Yeah, and normally I feel like in Fearless, it's like game number 3. That's a pretty good side.
Yeah, I love that we brought that back up. Shade from production, what?
Wishful thinking?
It's game number 3, I feel like, that red side starts to have an advantage because there's so many power picks out. But in this series, so many of those bans have been invested into the power picks that we're going into game 3 here with 6 picks that I think could be first picked.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy.
You have them all here?
Yeah, well, these are the ones we kind of listed out as power picks that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And the ones we're looking at. And I think red side is also more difficult in this exact scenario with GX and MKOI against each other, because I think some of their players are very similar. When I look at Jackie's and I look at Jojo Pyun, they're pretty much the same coin with two different sides. And I think even from a bot lane perspective, Super and Noah, they heavily lean towards the same champions.
Yeah, for sure. I think also Lot and Mirwin have both been playing very similar champions recently. And I feel like because Mirwin is not playing those crazy champions that we're used to, and Lot has actually been maybe bringing out a little bit more spice.
But now with them choosing blue side, you're also giving Mirwin a good advantage by having him on red side as well. Suddenly, if you find a perfect...
Mirwin's on blue.
Oh, sorry, the other side.
Ah,
my bad.
Lot is the one with the advantage.
Yeah,
is this where we see like Lot really rise from the ashes? Like he's been doing it, and now
that's just the same point, but a different perspective,
it
right?
is.
Then it's just like Lot on the other
correct
side.
Perspective.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing that.
Imagine, like, what is this timeline where GX is kind of going on a run in front of 10,000 fans? Lot slams a counter pick against Mirwin. I want to see it. I do.
Man, it just goes to show how quickly a narrative can change around a player. Like, all you need is one good week, one good event like this, and of course with an arena, it's so much more
We're
memorable.
results Andes, but what else can we do?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, this is the result that's going to change their way to move upwards towards playoffs. So, of course, we're going to look around this and see the improvements. And I think he's gotten a lot of praise from us.
Kyoto also said it. He had a quote right before this event saying, we have practiced, not that we usually not practice hard, but like extra hard. There's so much going into this in terms of the expectations on our shoulders, but also we know what this can mean. It's almost a gift.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can bring it home. But on the other hand, I don't know, man. It would be poetic if it's MKOI, also from a, let's not forget, struggling position if they get to 2-0 on the weekend in their own home.
Okay. Regardless of who wins, you have a fantastic story on your hands as we head into draft here.
Last draft of Madrid.
Oh. Wow. Enjoy it.
Let's make it a banger.
Yo, so we've been seeing some Jax bans coming out here. What is it they're looking for with Gren out of the table when they're already banning Jax on the first three?
It could be an idea of just the Yone pick. Like, the Jax isn't paired up into the Yone, but it works really well into the Yone Sejuani. You see that getting taken away. It could also be a potential top lane blind pick. Sometimes you use your first 3 bans to set up a 4-5 pick, so you have more bans for the 4-5. That could be an angle, or they could even first pick something here. A Silas ban as well is very interesting.
This is one of those scenarios where they're definitely thinking about specific champions with the champions they've banned as well. And Bessa gets first pick for Mirwin.
Wow. So that's what that Jax ban was for, setting up that Ambessa pick. Curious what the Silas ban was for. Making me think that they really want to have something like a great ulti on mid lane that is a bad matchup into Silas, maybe?
So, above the champions we talked about, we still have Ezreal, there's Poppy, there's Sejuani. You don't have to go Poppy immediately just because you see the Ambessa, but I really do think that Ezreal is one of the best AD carries available right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see an Ezreal lock in here for Noah. I think it's also just one of his better champs. And the Victor...
Did you see that?
What?
I think Lot was looking at Mirwin and he was like doing the finger across neck. You know, I think so. I think I saw that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, they could lock in the Sejuani to take it away from the Ambessa, but then they are giving up the Ezreal. I'd be very surprised there if Super doesn't go for it. He didn't have the best Ezreal game yesterday, but it's still also just one of his favorites.
Yeah, it's one of his boys. You look like him, apparently.
I get that a lot.
Who said that? Who said that a lot? Anyways.
Since makes a lot of sense. We've seen that a lot of times into the Sejuani. You can block the ultimate, just hold yourself. But what do we pair up with it? Ooh, Nico Flex.
Listen, can I cast your mind back to yesterday? I think it's going to Alvaro.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because we called it out. I feel like a Nico currently is so important. Is very difficult, but if you play it right, you can have the biggest payoff and momentum. But it is a difficult champ to play. You need to get the angles off. It needs to work in your favor. And you're flabbergasted.
Yeah, I'm confused. Why are we banning Ezreal on red side ourselves? I feel like it was such a good fourth pick. Jack, help me.
I am very surprised here. I think the idea is to take away some of those poking ADCs with the Nico support. But I mean, Giant must have a specific ADC in mind here, and they did hover hyper carry. It might just be that Noah wants to play something like the Jinx or the Zeri and just try to scale and carry that way, as Ezreal can be really good into those type of lanes to bully them early game. But I really wanted to see the Ezreal on 4, like you said.
Am I trolling? It's not going mid, is it?
No, it's a very hard matchup
hard,
into Victor,
right?
and I got flamed yesterday by Vigor because I said it could be mid. Yeah, he says like it can't go mid.
Listen, you never know. Teams make stupid decisions.
I thought
Sometimes
Jojo maybe was
people who
Nico
are part
player,
of
you
teams
know?
should know that.
Imagine it goes mid now. That would be crazy.
No, but like, I don't know. I think it's one of the reasons why they did so well versus Fnatic yesterday as well. I'm loving this Nico bit for Alvaro. Oh, Mr. Useful.
I mean, you do have the DPS from the Victor already, and enemy team is not building any sort of tank competition at all. I'm not sure about the Ashe. I think I prefer Jhin a lot more.
Hovers, it's Seri.
Seri, this is very scaling. This is like last game of the tournament. We are scaling front to back,
Do
baby.
you like it or not?
I don't.
Also, do you feel like they have enough engage right now on GX? Because all the engage supports are out, right? Ismas and Renekton, well, Sejuani and Renekton is currently the only thing. Is it enough?
If Supa picks this, he has massive balls. I mean, this is an incredibly hard lane to pull
No,
off.
we're in Spain. Cojones.
Massive cojones.
Okay, anyways, it's locked in.
You tried? Okay, wow. So it's going to be the Caitlyn Nico bot lane, and their goal is to hard punish this Seri, get her behind early game, and just make her life miserable.
Oof. I love it.
Still puzzle about that mid lane pick here into the Victor.
Yeah, you really want something that can fight and skirmish well, but the Silas is out. Not sure what he has, what Jojo has left.
Oh!
It
taking some page out of the humanoid.
Humanoid drove it home. Maybe Jojo's like, I can do you on better.
But now you have some scaling for the side of MKOI.
Oh, is that locked in? The Blitzcrank?
I
Yes.
think it is. It's an insta-lock Blitzcrank
Holy,
here.
Oh my days.
0.0%. It's so confidence inspiring.
I feel like the level 1 is so rough. Even if you get the hook, you still kind of lose. When does it start winning with a Seri?
You really need level 3, but probably level 6 to be honest, because that's when Seri gets that ultimate and can start to actually be a menace. But the biggest thing that comes when you're locking in this Blitzcrank is setting up for jungle attention. A lot of the pressure that comes from Blitz is not from his inherent kill power, it's not that high, but he can set up ganks so incredibly well. So I want to see, can Isma play around bot lane, help No out?
And that's a big point, Jack, because they have spent so many weeks now getting Isma integrated into this team. This is almost at the last hurdle that they need to make it work. That integration needs to be there.
This is their final exam for now. This is holding the hope for those playoffs in the LEC in the fire of Madrid. But Movistar Koi is on the other side. They say, we set up this entire event. You think we're not going to win both of our matches and not win our match versus our Spanish rival in Giant X? Who knows? Let's head over for one last time to our tremendous casters who have been doing a kick-ass job. Please, Dracos, Dada, bring us home.
Oh my God, it's an honor to pick up Look, I didn't think a lot of people expected that we would be here, but how perfectly fitting it is that for our entirely made-up title of the King of Spain, we got our two Spanish representatives, both winning their series yesterday. Today, taking it to game 3. Everything on the line now. Betting on a Blitzcrank and a Zeri.
This, I mean, I looked at this and I was kind of in GB's boat where I was like, I don't know if I believe in the Blitzcrank. Like, Caitlyn immediately just nets away. It's really hard to get her. And then post level 6, you're hooking Alvaro into ult. Like, he just gets to do the thing he wants to do.
I agree, but at the same time, I turn the nameplates on and I see Jun, and I remember the high highs. Now, I've seen the low lows, but I remember a man who, on Renata, single-handedly embarrassed half of our region last year in winter. I remember a man who took Fnatic the high highs. I don't remember his Blitzcrank particularly well. It was mostly the Renata.
I was going to say, there's like a very key part of that sentence that has been missing.
But I believe that a robot with 2 cats inside of it can take down Caitlyn and also fake Caitlyn. And this is going to be insanely obnoxious. Nico level 1 with double Caitlyn's.
So to be fair, the last time we played it was Spring Playoffs 2024.
Yep.
Win against BDS went 0-0-12.
That's a good score.
You can't really hope for much more, especially when he's got the hooks already.
Caitlyn, Ignite already happening. Walking in, punching him. And the Q misses. Oh, that sucks. Supa missing that build over Peacemaker is big. They already got the Ignite, but again, the goal here, if you just burn the sums, the setup, flash, the knockup could be easy. This is going to be a tough lane regardless.
It also makes you way more vulnerable underneath the tower. Like, So usually you want to wait for level 2 splits to try out your stuff, because then you get the punch up, but you're never winning level 2 in this matchup. So getting that early trade means that as you approach tower here, Jun can play way more aggressive on the wave and try and fish for these hooks like that.
Grab! Whoa. Walking out, doesn't want to take tower angle. Good discipline from Alvaro.
Yeah, has the heal as well, so knew that he was going to be safe. But those are the kind of things that you want to look for, and it makes it way more difficult for Super and Alvaro to punish no underneath the tower when you can't really control, or you have to push ahead of the creeps, and you can always get hooked.
Jojo Pune trying to clear that wave out, zoned away by the gravity field so fantastically. Q flash from Isma. Not going to connect.
Still though, I mean, Alvaro taking a bit of punishing in the bottom side. Jojo now down a flash. Already Giant X coming into this game strong, and again, that's exactly what they needed. This is such a crucial game that could decide their split. Having this at least decent early start is exactly what you need.
It definitely is, and for GX, this is a situation where we did not expect them to be, right? They were the odd man out coming into this weekend. 1-4. A team that's greatest achievement was seemingly cursing themselves at a Gyoto interview. Now, taking down top-level opponents, bringing MKOI to a third game. Need to see how far they can go, and right now things aren't off to a bad start. Right, Noah and Jun doing a decent job in the lane phase, and for Jojo Pune already losing that flash to Isma is rough, right? Aurelion Sol, a champion that stuns himself to breathe fire here, making it that much easier for Jackies to try to set up a play.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, there's no place like home, and that's exactly what's happened for Giant X. Moving back, coming to Spain, has really invigorated this team, and even for like guys like Isma, who have been taken a brunt of, I will say, well, at least a good chunk of the criticism. The fact that he has really stepped up, like Isma played for Movistar, Mad Lions underneath their banner in Spain. So even for him, this is going to be going back towards a crowd that is very favorable to him, and he's been performing well. But
100%.
Now going to have to go up against Isma, who definitely a much more crowd favorite, I will say. But still, it feels like Giant X kind of fitting into what has been a very nice home crowd for them.
Definitely has. Some players crumble under the pressure of that stage, and some players come alive. And GX seem to be a team full of the kind of players that thrive in that kind of environment, that kind of attention, that kind of pressure. For now, though, look, we heard it on the desk. It's scaling, scaling, scaling. There will be some quiet time. There will be some downtime. And it gives us a chance to talk about a little bit of what you were mentioning before, right? We look at GX upcoming matches, BDS, Heretics. Now, coming to this weekend, I thought it was going to be, okay, you're going to get stomped. We're going to next week, and that's when hope starts to bloom anew. But just as you hear that man playing trumpet, the perfect representation of what happened this weekend. I didn't think we'd get it, but here we are. That trumpet slaps, and so did GX.
But it's really putting them into contention. The desk highlighted it well. Like, so many of our teams are sitting on that 3-win, like G2, Movistar, KOI, BDS, Heretics, SK at 2 and 3, Vitality at 2 and 3. Giant X sitting at 2 and 4. If they can push themselves up to 3 and 4, gives them a much better scenario to try and fight for those top spots, and especially when you have teams to face that are still threatening for those spots like Heretics. If you can start to hand them a couple of losses as well, it can mean so much for you getting and eking into that top 6. So it's not out of the wood yet, but if Giant X can just pick up a win here, it could be so crucial to them.
Yeah, to have that momentum going into teams that are effectively tied with you in terms of score. I believe both Team Heretics and BDS are 3 and 3. GX would be 3-4, so they'll have played one more series. You highlighted it well, right? Those matchups are the ones that matter most. Those are the ones that will decide not only if you can make playoffs, but your placement within the top 6. MKOI, though, they're also at 3-3. Feels like a sure thing for playoffs, but maybe that's a bit more contentious now that there's a Blitzcrank flying face person to Jojo Pune. He, however, is going to drop a star on their head and casually fly away.
I was ready to flame Jojo, and that worked out 10 times better than I expected. The ultimate managed to keep him alive. He got all of the wave as well, and now he's able to go for the reset. So a little unfortunate you have to burn the ult, but when it was Jun who was aggressively going in that wave, or that lane, holding on is perfect.
Yeah, and keeping the pressure up on the bottom side as well, allowing Supa to slowly amass a gold lead over Noah, who's now matched up against Mirwin. And we'll have to be careful about the potential all-in from Mirwin. Lot really cannot step forward here. Has the ulti, might be forced to burn it soon, but it's just losing plates left and right. This is kind of the dream scenario for the Caitlyn, to be honest.
Ready?
That's what I was going to say. Supa's in a phenomenal spot, but I don't feel like this ever gets better for Lost. Because even if you end up in the matchup against Mirwin, I think Mirwin's going to have bypassed the area where Lot can bully him as effectively, right? So the fact that you have MKoi swapping here helps out Mirwin getting into a better spot, and then helps out Supa. Plus, as you get later in the game, Lot is going to struggle to get into fights. You've got like Jojo, Pyun, and Supa who are going to play from a mile away. He's not really going to be able to jump onto the back line because he has to go through Mirwin, through Elyoya, through Alvaro as well. So he's effectively just a follow-up boss for whatever Isma is doing. And if that just lands on the front line, there's little that Lot can do. So I think this is where the fact that Lot is already being put behind is just going to make this 10 times worse for him as it gets to the later portion of the game.
Yeah, really tough to move your way gracefully through lane in that kind of scenario, but at least has a 200 individual gold lead over Mirwin for now. Will get harder as Mirwin gets more levels under his belt. And the whistle continues. I hear it in my dreams and my nightmares, Rob. Sometimes I'm not even sure.
Sometimes the trumpet comes to save you.
Sometimes the trumpet saves me.
Yeah. You're
the
sound and shining armor.
The devil and the angel on my shoulder in the form of a trumpet, the devil in the form of a whistle. Weird purgatory is this.
Next, look at the play on bot side. Mirwin isolated.
Jun, X flash forward. I think just going to clear the wave. Will now ulti for the fall. Just goes face first into Jackie's. Ulti is traded, but Jojo might be the one in trouble. A little bit slow here. It's just two epic mages trading extremely large circles.
Yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world. Both of them, as you say, perfectly happy. I think the focus for me is always eyes on Jun. Jun is going to be the guy that has to move around the map and make these plays happen. Isma now at level 6 can kind of facilitate those to a certain extent, but when he's just completely pushed out of the wave, there's nothing you can really do.
I agree, and at the same time, MKoi are they're just rinsing and repeating. They've found their formula to victory, and it is double Caitlyn's, one Nico with extra range, and one actual Caitlyn, following Lot wherever he goes and taking plates out from underneath him.
Yeah, and you can already see that starting to accrue in the gold, right? 10 CS lead already, plus the plate leads. Now it looks like they're going to swap back as well. You are going for the collector build, which I think is slightly worse in this position. I think you could have just gone for a full grip build, but it does depend on when you reset if you get enough gold for the BF sword. But even in this sort of situation, I think you could have just held off because you are just rotating away from Noah and Jun in a lot of these situations. But yeah, we'll have to see if it actually comes back to be a major factor. It means that Isma will get a lot of value from being tanky. Loss going towards what I imagine will be some early play to steel caps will also benefit too, but we'll have to see. Maybe he just wants to merc threads for the Alvaro and Jojo Pyun CC.
Would make sense. A couple of decent options. But for now, I will say that GX, 300 gold deficit against a Caitlyn, not the end of the world, right? Zarya champion that we consider to scale very well. Champion doesn't always have that time. It definitely scales even better if it means Supa getting caught out. 90 caliber net and the ghost. The Supa will escape. Flash, ghost burned, but a nice look from the side of GX.
Unfortunately, Jun didn't get down there. I'm not sure if he spotted MKoi in the river and was like, oh, I need to cover Jackie's on the middle wave, so there's less play there, but didn't immediately shift down. And also Noah burnt the ultimate but didn't connect with it, I think, or maybe wasn't able to get the speed up that he needed when the net connected at least, but wasn't able to follow. So at least they pushed him away, but would have loved to get the kill on Supa and give some of that needed gold in towards Noah's bank account.
Certainly would. Noah, of course, did get a little bit of time alone in this bot wave as Alvaro's going in to try to solo kill Noah. Cleanse from Noah still locked up. Ace in the hole, decent damage down. Now chasing, blooming blows. Won't connect.
Alvaro burns the heal to make sure the play happens. It's Noah is completely gone, so I think that's bot lane tower gone. Giant X going to be able to get 6 boy groups for themselves in return, but approaching towers has not been their strong suit so far this game, and I think that trend is going to continue unless they can dive Mirror in here. Nobody in the area, no TP for Jojo Pyun on reset to move into the top lane.
And Mirwin should be dead here. Where's the angle? Maybe just wants to clear the wave. Q1 tries to find Q2, flashes out. Good movement to hold on. We'll lose a plate here. Packed up by the power of 6 grubs from GX.
It's kind of a trade on the map though. You can see where Bobby Star Koi are. Dragon going to be taken, and the push on bot side. They will look to take that tower in the next push through as well. Noah trying to move down. Elyoya, I think, going to gate him from being able to move into this bottom lane. But there you go. Wave going to die. Lot not going to be able to save the turret. And it's that first turret going over to Movistar Koi.
And this, I think, is such a good deal for Koi. With the Caitlyn, you can argue that them having more grubs early would have been good, but even without grubs, they're knocking down these towers. Top lane probably next in their sight. They're getting Drakes, which means that a lot of GX's strengths, which you could argue with the Victor and the Zeri, outscaling late would be where they're strongest. You know, mitigated when the enemy team could potentially have a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, that's a little scary, I will say. Yeah, I can
It's
see.
not a Cloud.
It's
It's not a Hex Tech. One of the worst ones, but
no, Mountain is terrifying. Again, the fact that you can get a lot of resistances on towards Mirren is always going to work out great as Jojo trying to get away.
Ulti, Isma. Ooh, good patience on the flash from Jojo. Instantly flashes the second he sees the ulti animation. They do get that flash at the very least, so Jojo will need to play with a little bit more caution. Nice little trap set up by GX. Weren't able to grab a kill, but happy to have the sum advantage.
Yeah, Jojo's still kind of fine though. Like, he has been targeted to a certain extent by Giant X, but he's managing to escape several times, still managing to farm up successfully, so not too much to write home about when it comes to shutting him down. But for Giant X, I think it's going to be, as you say, looking towards 3 minutes on towards the next dragon. Try and look for your fight then. You'll have at least first items completed at that stage, or maybe not fight, but try and look for a pick in MKoi setting up, because there isn't really someone on Movistar Koi that is good at face checking. So if you can just sit in a bush with Isma, you're in a much better spot. Now obviously the clone can do some of the work, but if you can actually catch someone as they go to face check that, I think you're in a good spot.
Yeah. And MKoi continue to have pressure in their favor. But Rob, I hear the whistle again.
Don't let it win. Don't let it win, Dracos.
Calls for blood, Rob. It needs more blood. There hasn't been enough. 0-0. The whistle is desperate for action. The whistle doesn't want to scale.
For the lords of the end time.
Check it, it's written in the runes of Norse mythology, the whistle, the sound, the call for Ragnarok.
I was going to say the whistle of Ragnarok.
Jormungandr, World Serpent or whatever calls it.
I heard that's what Kratos has in God of War 4.
It's just a whistle. On a string, little metal whistle. Yeah, anyway, it's
I was going to say, like, if referees can get a day of importance around them as soon as they put the whistle on, I'm sure Kratos could do the same thing.
That's all we need. Kratos with a whistle and a red card, bro. Shut the world down. So yeah, again, slow game, but a scaling game, to be certain. Right now, MKoi steadily accruing a decent gold lead. I think mostly due to the bot lane that they have put together, which is the Caitlyn, as well as the Nico, giving them that extra push, that extra threat. Not quite as explosive as some of the games where we see Caitlyn, where you just really snowball out of control. GX have done well to keep it in range, but can they continue to weather the storm is the question. Jackie's doing well in the side lane. Jojo, of course, with his own little stacking mechanic. We will keep an eye on the Aurelion Soul stack. So you can see him on the picture of the dragon on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I think it's just it's difficult for Giant X to try and make any plays, because look at where Movistar Koi are on the map. Every time it's, okay, we want to have Jojo access a wave. He's just getting escorted by Alyoya, and then he's got the motorcade in behind him with Alvaro as well, just in case anything starts to go wrong. So it's very difficult for Giant X to find positions in. You can see even using the clone there just as a secondary ward. And with Jun in position, there's just nothing the Giant X can really achieve. So it just becomes these bouncing waves continuously. Which at the moment, for the beginning, definitely favored Movistar Koi. But we're now starting to slow down the pace of a game where Supa has a 500 gold lead, but not really incredibly strong as a Caitlyn. And you're starting to get these kind of as you start to get towards 2 items as Noah, he will be a real threat in these fights. So I'm curious how Movistar Koi want to try and push this game forward. 45 seconds until Dragon, but with Rift Herald up and available, it looks like this is going to be the initial point of contention.
TP into mid. Looking to get some control over Rift Herald, excuse me. GX have already started it. Supa doesn't seem to have any traps in the inventory, has not dropped any quite yet. He has 3 ready to go, 4. So taking his time before he sets up that trap line, but it's a bit of a split exchange. Single hook from Jun could be disastrous, and now the hook is down. That's the cue to kick things off. Elyoya not going to connect on the win, becomes lightning. Lot off on the side, but will slice to the Herald and Dyson through the wall. MKoi now starting the objective. Now, finally, Supa sets up his trap line. Good patience there. Eyes on Jun. Eyes on the hook from the Blitzcrank. Once again, does not connect, and now the stars descend. Initially, Elyoya getting locked up for a brief moment with his in. Now it's instantly mirrored into the back line, but he just gets deleted in the blink of an eye. They turn right back with the power of the Victor ultimate. The traps do not matter, but it's Herald to the side of MCoy.
But now Giant X can move down towards Dragon, which is also there. They have mid-control reset coming through from Jackie's, but he's going to be able to teleport back in. So I think even with Rift Herald going down, Giant X should be able to get this objective.
Taking the time again, we look back. Even though the initial hook from Jun doesn't connect, you can see neither does most of the spells from JoJo.
Yeah, but the interrupt by Isma onto Ayoya jumping onto the backline prevents the follow-up. And as Mirren goes in, it's 4 members of Giant X who are there. The Ruthless Predator immediately shreds the shield that he has in his W, so there's just no hope for Mirren in preventing that, so he ends up falling. But Giant X, now on Dragon, haven't turned up quite quick, but should be able to get it still.
Is spotted out, but Ayoya does not want to risk the 50-50. Not worth to give his life. As Jun shadows in the darkness, ready to throw that hook out. Alvaro taking his time, anticipating Jun there.
But yeah, you can kind of see, like, it is difficult for Jun if he's not able to land these hooks to make things happen, so. Unfortunately, in that position, end up missing 2 of the hooks that could have gotten them a pick or started something off for them in their favor. So while we start Skoi now with Rift Herald, I imagine going to try and shove mid and use the fact that you got this Caitlyn. They need people to respond to topside, and I've seen both Lost and Jackie's move into this top half of the map, which I'm a little surprised at.
A lot of focus on the top side, as you highlighted. Especially as it looks like Otacon is spawning in the bottom side of the map. But maybe just feel like they can play for this tier 1. It is super low at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think they were looking at Mirren having his teleport up and saying, okay, maybe it's actually going to be a play for the top tier 1, and hoping that they could move Lot into position to cover. But now that Mirren has pushed out that bottom side, they need Lot to rotate back down to catch that. Still though, there's not really interactions between either AD carry and the mid wave. It's kind of super pushes the wave, Noah accepts a little bit later, and it's causing Jun to hard focus on mid wave rather than being able to link up with Isma to play for anything.
Yeah. And I think this is purely good, again, for GX. We know what a terror Zeri can be, and even as she's been hit and changed and adjusted over so many patches.
Yeah.
You know, 4 or 5 items. This is a champion who can single-handedly win the game, offers so much damage. Caitlyn, usually that lane bully, sometimes struggles to transition those early leads, as we see here from MCoy. Couldn't keep their foot on the gas. Jun remains a threat with that hook. Just fishing in the darkness, however. Will not find anything. Not poking. Noah off to the side. Just a Heartsteel stack for Isma. And they start to retreat. That's the ulti now committed as well.
But everyone backs away. Again, like, Giant X are trying to poke and prod and see if they can get anything, but they just haven't been able to really set themselves up. Jun's still fishing for the hook. Can he spot the real Alvaro, though, is the question.
Otacon thirsts for destruction, for those of you who are curious. So, false life buff on the table. Wait, no, this is...
I didn't even catch, sorry, that Alvaro stole Mountain Dragon. I was like, why is there 3 dragons? He stole it with his Q. I just had to go back and check.
We're good casters. Sorry,
look,
everybody.
it is a long
game 6.
day. It has been, what is it, 9 o'clock now?
Yes.
We've been here for 8 hours? 8 hours, yes.
We are casting from a room filled only by the sounds through these headsets. So bear with us. Apologies.
Yeah.
That explains why the crowd was so hyped around the time the dragon was taken. I was so confused. I was like, what did we miss? Did Grabs run back on stage and start singing again?
Yeah. I think, look, somebody was blowing a whistle. We all got distracted. It was a sad time.
Am I being Pavloved? Am I being psychologically conditioned by the person with the whistle to forget? Are we in an episode of Severance? Anyway.
Your Audi would have caught that dragon.
My Audi would have caught that dragon, bro. And he's a loser. Look, Lot, 2 items, Black Cleaver, Spear, Shojin. Like to see it, no Sundered Sky, but I like this. I like the... And the one big thing about Renekton that I love is over the years, people have talked less and less about his scaling being worse, but one thing that was good even with scaling wasn't great was if you have a hyper carry and you sit on top of that hyper carry with your W available, they're not going to die.
Yep.
That's just that simple. Point and click CC next to a Zeri. Great. Shield shredding. Great.
The problem is, though, I think if Jojo and Supa play these fights well, you never really need Mirren and Oyoya to engage in towards lock, right?
Sure.
I think you can just play for non-committal fishing with Alvaro, see if you can lock people up. Like even here, right? Like they're not over-committing into Giant X because that's where it starts to fall apart. Obviously though, Isma, great engage. Jun can fish for hook. So trying to make those plays happen, it will be tough. And with Dragon now in 30 seconds, 2 items completed for a lot of Movistar Koi, I think they can just look to brute force this and get that Mountain Soul. But they need to start getting some poke and keeping Giant X honest as they look towards mid lane turrets.
And you can see GX are a little bit frazzled. They don't really have the members around mid that they need to stop this tower from going down. They aren't ready to force the fight. Elyoya continues to fish. Clone there to body block if a hook does come out, although Jun now on the chase once again will not connect. Any of these hooks could be a game changer. TP behind. Isma going to find the ulti, but only the edge of it. Onto Supa as the ghost is there. Focus from MKoi back to the mid lane, getting mid prio, knowing they can force GX to respond, using the clone from Alvaro to keep vision, keep tabs on the enemy. Jun over the wall with the hook. Oh, barely not able to connect. Empowered ulti. There from Jojo.
Still though, Trap's going to keep them at least in a position where they're going to have to scoot their way past it, but Mirren protecting one side of it, and now you got to take the long way around, which kind of puts everyone in front of MKoi again, which is perfect for how they want to try and set up. Giant X though don't want to give this soul over.
It's rough with where Otacon is too. The choke can be devastating for GX. Same is true for MKoi though if they overcommit. Lot, bit of poke down onto him. GX running forward past the objective. Ulti down from Jojo, connecting onto 2 instantly. And Mirren, and the blink of an eye, they delete the backline. The follow-up is there. It's beautifully orchestrated, a symphony of destruction as Madrid comes alive.
It is a crescendo for what has been a fantastic series, but it's Movistar Koi who are looking to come out on top. The Dragon Soul, the Otacon as well. Movistar Koi play it patient, and it pays off.
Just incredibly timed collapse. The perfect combo here. Finally, the ulti connecting from Jojo, and everyone follows.
But this is what we're talking about. It's so difficult for Lot to get into these fights. And as you say, Jojo lands it down on both Noah and Jackie's Mirwin with this great flank the whole way around the back of the Dragon Pit, in position to get on towards Noah. Deletes him immediately. Jackie only survives because he barely flashes over the wall. And you can see the thrill from the Movistar Koi fans.
And one of the big things about this Aurelion Soul is it's just so easy for him to throw down that E. It's only getting bigger as Jojo gets more and more time to stack, and it's so hard for GX to approach. And for this point of the game, it's still MKoi who are getting pushed first, who are setting up on the objective first. And now it's Soul and Otacon.
And control. Most crucially, like you can see Giant X, they're still trying to fish for these hooks, but the targets for this Blitzcrank just aren't there. And as Caitlyn continues to control this mid push, almost like a Varus Dracos, continue to push. And look, you can just shimmy down to this bottom side. Push already there for Jojo Pyun. Like, there's nobody there in Giant X. They're trying to fish for a pick in the top half. And that's not where MKoi are.
And we've, I think, just about crossed the Blitzcrank threshold, where
you would have preferred a Thresh?
No.
Okay.
There's no. I would never prefer that champion. He's useless.
How dare you?
He's so useless. I'm so sorry. Like, what a win more snowball. Like, just play Pike. Just okay. Anyway, side tangent. Main thing is you're now hitting the point where there are now wrong targets to hook.
Yes.
Now a hook can be deadly. Earlier stages of the game, it's easy to say like whoever you hook is probably a decent target, but if you hook Jun without people ready to do damage, or excuse me, Alvaro without people ready to do damage, it's bad. Elyoya, Mirwin can be similarly disastrous.
I think Elyoya you could hook and win, but Jun is dead.
Finally found a hook. Flashes over the wall. Knockup is there, barely connecting onto Isma, but Jojo might get one shot. Still, it's only the false light. Quick flash out from Noah to make it to safety.
But just couldn't quite get the kill on towards Jojo. But as you say, it's the false life. So even if you manage to get that, it's so much burn from Giant X in the hopes of just pushing MKoi off the map for a little bit of time. Mirren, though, back in this top side. I think Giant X want to collapse.
How much more time does he have on the buff? TP in as well. I think he just wants to die fast. Sticking around too long, depending on how much time he has left on the buff, this could be disastrous. Will be unstoppable, goes back in, is just sliding, gliding, dancing, and ultimately withdrawing. So 200 gold over the side of GX. If they'd gotten a real kill there, it might have given them access to Baron, but because it's only the false life buff, it won't amount to too much.
Jackie's even going to reset off of it. They don't want to try and contest too much further. And as you say, it's a brief moment of respite, but not enough to deter MKOI at all. They're already pushing mid, they're already pushing top. Now getting vision again in this topside jungle, and it's a little shallow at the moment, but they still have to clear out all the vision that Giant X did leave in the river, and it just becomes this slow, drawn-out game as you just wait for this next round essentially to come through. And now you're down a flash on Noah, you down a flash on Jun, whereas Movistar Koi significantly more threatening as all those summoners are starting to come back.
Why does Jojo always have elixirs? He has an elixir of sorcery running right now. Does he know something we don't know? Or does he just really like matcha lattes?
I think it's a matcha latte diff. I think he likes it with the strawberry mixing.
Must be pretty good on Acel. I can see how the ticks and the true damage would be really good on Acel, but this man really likes to have 500 gold extra of combat power.
To be fair, I think in this position, the next fight is going to decide it.
That's probably true.
Oh,
whipping another hook, a little bit awkward there. Has not been able to find these. Isma kicking things off. Jojo Pune locked up, but again, there's no follow-up. GX, some of the coordination that was so good for them in the previous game, so good for them on day one, is starting to falter now that the pressure is on.
And now they have to play into the dark. Movistar Koi falling back. Jojo has that ultimate still available. These choke points are not your friends, Giant X. As Movistar Koi, they're still on the Baron, but you have no idea. There goes the vision just to spot it out for a moment.
The whistle coming back. Heralding the end, Rob. MKOI on the cusp of being the kings of Spain. Jun taking out the blink of an eye. The reset down there for Jojo Pune. One more second and he can start to pursue Noah if he so chooses, but it's Mir1 in the backside. In the meantime, Jojo Pune going over the wall, ready to make the skies descend. The skies falling face first into Noah, and now the follow through from Alvaro. A thing of beauty again from the side of MKOI. Isma running, fire, breathe straight from the mouth of Jojo Pune. Now he finds himself stunned up, but there's just nothing for GX. There's no angle. There's no return attack.
Giant X will be the sacrifice to Odin on this night. As MKOI continue to push in, Mir1 on the top side. And now the push for Jojo and bot. It's going to be all outer towers falling. And there's zero that Giant X can do.
No. Mir1 still paying that respect, backing away from the tower. It won't quite fall. But Jun just caught out.
Yeah. He's so far forward. And again, these hooks just not working out for him whatsoever. Jojo coming through, the ultimate is perfect, and Noah already burned the flash in the last one. He's got nowhere to go, and it's just Alvaro who ends up picking him up for the team.
And things are only getting worse. A little bit of peel to make sure Isma can make it out to safety, but GX, a great weekend still for them overall, but will not be able to find the third win against Koi. Koi determined to move further up the standings, separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
Isma's on his own with loss. I was kind of keeping my eyes on where Alvaro was going to go, but no flash available means he's less of a threat and just jumping onto the front line of Giant X. But still, Jojo off in the wings, ultimate up available soon. Won't be the Sky's Descent, but still can do a lot of work. And I love how MKOI are playing this. It's just focus on the choke points. If you try and step through, it's into traps, it's into the ultimate from Jojo. You never get to touch the back line, and Alvaro gets so much value in controlling these chokes, so Giant X have to walk the whole way around now.
Elder Dragon here. Alvaro with another beautiful engage. Elder down in the blink of an eye. GX are going to disappear. Oh, the objective's already gone. GX running for their lives. Supa taking names in Madrid.
A triple kill for the Spanish AD carry. Mir1 will finish off one as well. Alvaro gave his life, but it's Movistar Koi that will take the game off of his sacrifice.
It's their event. It's their home turf. Only room for one king in Madrid, and MKOI are that king. Spanish royalty on this incredible stage in front of this crowd. MKOI stand victorious.
The crowd behind them, their support team behind them, and smiles out front for every single one of these players. Game 2 was rough, but what a series from Movistar Koi to claim King of Spain, but also to just push themselves that little bit further up the standings. 4 and 3, they will now be tucked into 3rd place behind KC and Fnatic.
Of course, your Kia player of the series at LEC on X, Jojo Pioner Alvaro, the King of Kings, as it were. And now we've said enough, and I've realized it might have been King of Madrid, but they're also the King of Spains today. So that's enough from myself and Dagger. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to break that one down, that incredible series and this incredible weekend.
Absolutely, and they put on the event, so for all I cared, it can be Kings of Europe for just a day, because they stood to lose a lot if they were embarrassed in their own arena. They were going through struggles before they even came to Madrid, but they rallied together like I have not seen them do many times this year, and really, really took in all that energy from the crowd and just brings home the 2-0 and a very, very dominating 3rd game versus GX.
And it's so poetic because it's versus Giant X, who's doing the same thing. They're also rising up with this Spanish fandom and looking so much stronger. It's just a picturesque ending.
It's
to this beautiful event.
I mean, they're also just gaining something that we desperately needed from MKOI. You know what that is? That's a clutch factor. We're seeing it here in the Game 3s. We saw it yesterday. We see it today. And it's entertaining. I've been loving this entire weekend we've had here in our studio.
So much fun.
Yes, for sure. But think about it. MKOI versus GX could have been another Sunday.
Yeah.
Them winning against that before coming into this, you would have thought that's fine. Here, it's a party.
It wasn't just another Sunday, it was any given Sunday, and they took it. The Kings of Madrid also in our little side quest. How poetic. We asked for a couple of players to join us. Of course, understandably. This is the home org, so I think most of them have Spanish things they have to do, like join the co-stream and interviews and whatnot, but I do believe we're getting Jojo Pune and perhaps someone else, and I think even if we just get Jojo, that would make me very happy, because what a performance on this ASOL. He said, "You're doubting me? Wait. Let me do this."
Yeah, he had a great weekend. I was one of the doubters. I didn't think he really was performing that well this spring split, and I've been disappointed in general. But today and yesterday, I just feel like he's showing a much, much better performance, and especially with this ASOL pick out of nowhere.
Yeah, let's talk about the criticisms we had for Jojo. Limited champion pool. All right, Ari pretty much added to it now. The ASOL, Game 3 clutch and a fearless. This is what you need gearing up to playoffs.
I'd love to ask him, and we will hopefully, about kind of his experience here, because can you imagine you're integrating into this team? They already all talk Spanish, and then you got Mirwin just shouting stuff. Absolute, I don't know what he was shouting in Spanish the whole time. You probably think, where did I end up? Let me do my best for this team. Those guys deserve it.
I'd love to ask him about the JoJo's Bizarre shop adventures. That would be very fun to ask
Yeah, maybe a production if we can get that graphic ready. Oh wait, it was a lower 3rd in game, so maybe not, but we'll see, because yeah, it was like, oh, Silas, I just need a lot of elixirs. He showed us very different faces of mid lane.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, he carried on ASOL, was a little bit scaling, but he didn't even need it. He did wonderful on Silas without all the items that he should have had. He played Ari, and he hit a lot of charms.
Not that he just hit a charms, he one-shot people. Like, it was so satisfying to watch, and I think it's this hunger for MKOI that they're so synonymous with in the past. It was always that they would often overextend, and that would go wrong for them. But at least they would be on the same page.
I was afraid. I was afraid it was going to happen. Also, we had we had Skate on here before, and he said before, when we were in the first match yesterday at the Plate vs Fnatic, not feeling too confident. They had a rough time in the LEC. They had a rough time in scrims. It's not gelling. Well, by God, is it gelling now?
Yeah, and I was really surprised, because it didn't, feel at the beginning of their games, the first game, nothing was really working. But it's like, as they slowly got into this tournament, they got more and more relieved, more and more into the crowd, and they're just playing their hearts out.
I love how we're saying it's a tournament, because it's just an LEC week.
It feels like a tournament.
There's games tomorrow as well, by the way. We need to remember that, and they're going to be amazing as well. But it goes to show how much this feels like its own little ecosystem with its own big storylines, and it's all the things we can get. And maybe we should take stock of what happened, right? For me, Biggest winners, MKOI, without a doubt. Came, saw, conquered in their own house. For me, even though, well, actually, it's tied for me then between GX and Fnatic, because for GX, it was possibly the biggest reward, and they take it to G2, they beat them, they almost beat MKOI. Then it's Fnatic beating G2, right? Of course, the headache from the Nexus, and then the biggest losers of the weekend are G2.
It has to be G2. I completely agree with your ranking. G2, we talked about their log line. They had to come into this and prove that they were the #1 team in Europe. But coming off this weekend, they've only left us with a 3-game losing streak.
Elyoya and Jojo!
El Capitan.
There's one headset. I believe there's another one right here.
There you go.
Can we put both of their mics up? Our wonderful audio engineer, Alejandro, will do that, I think.
Oh,
look at that. No.
Hello,
What
hello.
is this?
Have you guys not seen these shirts?
I've seen some fans wear it. That's a good shirt.
I'm going to be wearing it all night.
The Jojo one?
We have it. Look.
I don't even know.
Congratulations, you two. Unbelievable. Jojo, let me start with you, because your last game was phenomenal. How did you live through this weekend?
I mean, the last game, the draft, we were it ended up pretty good, but we weren't sure what was going to happen. So I thought Ace was a pretty good pick on stage because I don't think they'll be able to abuse it and play fast like they do in scrims. If they make a mistake, I'm just scaling, you know. And we practiced playing slow in scrims. We knew we could do it, so that's what we prepared for Game 3.
You're a key player of the series. Congratulations. That is great. And let's also use this as an entry into talking to your jungler, Elyoya. We talked about this weekend for Movistar Core being that it's tricky because they expect so much from you, and I don't think you got to the level yet in LEC before this that you would have wanted. So tell me how this is all having an impact on the team.
Well, I mean, I think this weekend was a blast for sure. Like the fact that we could experience this at our home crowd, the fact that we are here with our people and we could get 2 wins, I think it will be such a huge boost in terms of confidence and also coming into the practice. So I think it's a really good, opportunity that we use this, let's see, boost that we have right now of morale. And if we use it well in scrims, I think we're going to be a much better team.
Absolutely. That's what we're looking forward to, because it feels like it's like a different universe, but there's still the race for playoffs, right? Yeah. Jojo, do you feel like, you know, we know why you came to Europe. We know why so many people were so excited for you. Is this like what you play for, being in an arena and showing it on stages like this?
I mean, of course, I think any player would agree. Playing on like the big stage with fans cheering is probably the best thing about esports and playing competitively, to be honest. So I'm glad we got this, especially in the regular season, because usually it's much more slow and like steady and not much hype. But it's already this much hype for regular season, and with this momentum, we can keep on going.
Yeah, Elyoya, how do you think about kind of... By the way, you guys are kings of Madrid. We made an extra tournament, and you got the 2 wins, and nobody else did as well as you. I think we have a graphic as well. So on top of everything, you're also king of Madrid.
I mean, we have the king of Spain already. So
yeah. It's not that special.
We're going to be again kings of Madrid.
In summer.
Summer.
Look at this. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And it works.
I mean, yeah, I think it's just been both games kind of felt like a final. At least, I mean, the first game the first series into Fnatic really felt like a final. And when I realized we were just playing a regular season game, which it felt really shocking how like the pressure, the fans were cheering. Just in general, it felt really crazy that was just a regular season. And I think it's a really good initiative, this of the road trips.
Yeah. And I've been wondering, we spoke with Skane, and he talked about Melset not being here, the impact on the team. How have you guys been finding it? Has it been difficult?
Yeah, I think we've had our moments. I would say, obviously, Melset is a really big figure in our team. I think more than usual, or more than past coaches I have had. So I think the fact that he's not here, obviously, we really miss him. Yeah. And it has been hard in some moments. But we know this time he's also taking because he needs it, and he's gonna come back stronger. And I know that from this we're gonna grow into a much better team. But yes, of course we missed him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's obviously sucks he's not here, but I think we went through a lot of downs too. And even if Melset was here, maybe we wouldn't have went as down as we were, and we got to come back through that. So in that way, it could be good in that sense. But of course, we miss Melset, and we want him to come back. But I'm still proud of what we did today, and I think the Hansen and Zeph is doing a good job all his nights.
Yeah, also the Zeph drafts needs to stop now.
The Zeph drafts. Not sure about that.
Please, no more these things in the top lane. Just got it.
But also, Jojo, did you see any of the Jackie's trash talk towards you?
No, no clue. What did he say?
Wait, do we have the Jack? It would be great to at least show it.
Maybe take a while. But yesterday he was on the desk and he was talking about you. I don't know if we're going to get it.
There's like
a tweet about the trash.
I actually didn't see anything.
Wait, maybe we can get the tweet easily.
it?
Yeah.
Was it spicy or is that kind of whatever?
You can be the judge of that in a bit.
Okay, this is so anticlimactic because they have like 2,000 assets from the weekend, but this was one of them. Yeah.
That's a pretty good one. I can't lie. That's pretty creative.
You love your trash talk as well, right? So
Yeah. I mean, I like when they trash talk back, so it's definitely more fun.
Look at us. The Corky Maokai right there.
We don't talk about that game.
I mean, everybody was kind of, what is this draft? But, you know, you get one of those. You just wanted to give them 12 games.
Exactly.
We did, yeah. I mean, like, everyone got it to 2-3 games. We weren't going to be less in front of our home crowd. Like, we didn't make it suspicious at all, you know? Just 3 games were a stomp.
I mean, we're just playing for the fans, no? They want to be here, so.
What do you think of how the weekend played out for the rest? Like the fact that G2 didn't win a match here.
I mean, I think it's pretty shocking they lost to GX, but I don't think it's too shocking because I heard that GX is playing really well in scrims and they're beating the top teams. So they said that they're choking or something. So yesterday I was thinking, okay, if they play how they do in scrims, maybe they could win. Today it's like Fnatic G2 in the regular season. It could go both ways, to be honest. So I'm not really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I think also everything was scripted, you know, like no way it could have gone like this. Yesterday, I think, was even more scripted. So, yeah, no surprise. It was all on the script.
Yeah, the Nexus thing.
Oh, my God. Yeah, right?
I mean, it was scripted. It was
that was insane.
Oh, Humanoid forgot to buy Lich Bane.
Yeah,
no way.
Such a silly mistake. How could it do that?
He flashed into Silas, you know, like...
That happens, right?
It's just the pressure. It's just the pressure. What can you do?
It's not scripted for sure.
Not at all.
Oopsie. I think we're going to sign off. It's been a really, really long day. I wonder if, Elyoya, do you want to say something to the English broadcast about the event to kind of close us out as the Spanish representative and the MKOI representative?
Yeah, I mean, what I want to say is thank you, everyone, for always being there. It is, I mean, being in Berlin, being in France, being in Spain, I think I feel really proud of being part of the LEC. I think we all feel really proud and what the changes, the direction the LEC is going. I think it's going in the right direction, and I'm really happy we could experience this in our home crowd.
Me too.
We could end up with 2 wins, and I really hope that there is more events like this. I think it's been one of my best times, at least, that I've been in esports. So, yeah, I'm really happy with how everything went. It was scripted.
It was scripted.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. I will echo that. This has been one of the best times we have spent covering the LEC, I think, in a long time. Thanks to the Spanish crowd. Thanks to Movistar KOI. A big, big thank you for inviting us. And remember, of course, that tomorrow we still have some LEC. Oh, Miran's on the way also.
Miran's coming?
Never mind, I'm not
That doesn't
signing
look
up.
like it.
I'm going to tell you, though, that tomorrow we also have LEC. Give them some love also, because the casters that were in Berlin, those were long days, and they weren't here to kind of feel all the energy, which, like, they did a good job. That sucks. I hope... Rito, please. Can we bring the casters next time? Tomorrow we have SK versus Team Heretics versus SK, and Vitality versus BDS. We also have LTA North later, but here he is.
We're just getting the full straight there.
We're just signing off, but not without the King of Madrid himself.
That's me.
How are you?
I'm really happy.
Yeah?
I had a blast this weekend. Hopefully it can be like this every day, but sadly we're going back to Berlin.
But with 2 wins.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll take those, you know?
Yeah.
Can't complain, you know, to 0
I mean, just, hey, whenever you want to bring it back to Madrid, you know,
No one's complaining.
no problems.
Honestly, also, it's like all the other orgs. Like, you did this, right? You were like, okay, we'll get the best environment for us. We'll just put on a 12,000 people event. Yeah, SK, your turn. You know? Heretics, your turn.
Exactly.
Maybe.
We're waiting for you guys.
Yeah, you are. Can we get your final notes on the event and kind of being with the Spanish fans and the importance for Movistar KOI? And then we're really going to sign off.
For me, it was a 10 out of 10. It's probably the 6 games I enjoyed more of my whole life. I think being in front of so many people and with my favorite teammates, they already know I enjoy a lot playing with them. So it was a beautiful experience for me.
Did you shout a lot today also?
Yeah, I mean, way less.
Yeah.
All our voices were dead, so it was kind of
I needed to relax a little bit. Like, Eljuya's voice is dead. Somehow mine is still fine. But yeah, I mean, today I was way more chill because like, maybe tomorrow I cannot talk.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I still shouted a bit, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Thank you all so much. Of course, the rest of the team as well. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you all for watching. They can't hear us, but everybody here was also amazing. Thank you, Movistar KOI. And we'll see you tomorrow for more LEC. And you can watch some LTA North tonight as well. That's where this guy comes from, so you want to be watching. Good night. Buenas noches. Muchas gracias.
Nope, he's
dead. Ooh, the minions extending that range. The footwork keeping him safe. Flash, Q, into the E, and auto to finish the job.
Go on them, go on, fight, go on, fight. Yeah.
That's okay. That's
I'm moving slowly, it's good. Nice.
Vi's looking for the
Holding.
She's alone, Vi's alone. No flash.
I'm behind you,
Yeah.
Guys, no.
Ganache.
You're reloading.
Go.
Okay. Nice. Nice low. Go.
Nice.
Nice one. Holy.
Okay,
Yeah,
slowly.
keep fighting.
I have Atakan.
Yeah,
Oh, nice. Kaisa dead. Shin. Nice, guys.
Hans, wrap around here. We'll spot Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's a perfect predict! He's living in his head! He doesn't even pay rent!
I can ulti, guys. I'm ulting. Go, keep going. It's good, I think. Kill the Syra. Syra no flash.
He's dead.
Syra no flash too, okay?
The cat's already found Razor. Body slam into the face of a dragon. He does not give a damn. The star's falling though. Oh, and he's spitting out fire. He's winning the freestyle battle. Humanoid double kill.
Has nothing to win.
Like when.
You win.
Sit down, bitches!
Guys, Rift.
Go win.
I can play.
Is it Penta?
What the f is this, bro? Get the f out, bro.
Yeah, go.
I didn't fuck it.
Go.
Nice, good job, bro.
They were pitching, by the way.
I bet I go black guys. Oh, holy shit!
Oh my god, Lottie.
Yeah, so good! Nice! Good job, Blood. That's the objective. Ulti down from Jojo, connecting onto two instantly. Oh, Mirwin! And it's like an eye to delete the backline. The follow-up is there. It's beautifully orchestrated. A symphony of destruction as Madrid comes alive.
Yo! Well played, guys.
What a chill game. Pretty chill.